certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny's here this morning, and we've got a great show for you. We've got some stuff to talk about at the top of the program. We got some details on what happened over at Compound Media. We've got Joy Reid losing her mind, which is, I don't know. Fuck it, it's always fun for me. And we've got Hawk Tua Girl finally addressing the viral clip. And I don't know, she's just fun. She's, to me, Hawk Tua Girl is a picture of what the internet should be. She's such a fucking good time, that girl. Plus, we're going to restart the streak today. We are restarting the streak. So everybody, take the money that you aren't spending this week and just throw it at the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, 340 is the number today. And with 340 being the number today, if we knock out today, we do a half hour. If we knock out what was left of yesterday, which was 135, we will do an extra hour today. Or at least I will. I didn't talk to Johnny about it beforehand, so we'll let him decide. He muted himself, so we're going to wait until he unmutes himself. Why don't you just stop muting yourself? I'm ready for you to just start sneezing and coughing and wheezing into the microphone.
I always have myself muted during the intro because I just do. That was the thing. That's what I always. My apologies. I was saying I don't. I mean, I guess I can do an extra half hour beyond. I guess we'll.
If you want to, you can. But here's the deal. Let's knock that out. Let's call it a win for the toe. We missed yesterday. We're going to restart the streak. I do want to say this. If you if you're from other shows and you hate our guts and you think I'm the worst guy ever, I'm saying this. Mods who are in YouTube, if you want to take back the chat, take it back. Plow the fucking road. Fuck these people. I mean, obviously the thing that came out is bullshit. Obviously, that thing that came, anybody who knows us, I think, Johnny knew us, knows that that's bullshit. I guess he didn't get to speak on it yesterday, but I'll let him speak for himself now. I mean, we're
I've
moving.
Literally I still don't know anything about it because I've been avoiding it because it's pissing people off. Like, people are trolling me like, what do you have to say about this? I'm like, I don't even know. I haven't looked into it. I didn't watch the show when it aired. I know nothing. I can't tell you. And that upsets them greatly. So I've been enjoying being literally the person who knows nothing about it.
So mods in YouTube, if they're going to spurg out, and if they're going to talk about this anymore, gone, banned, done. Let me tell you something. I'm moving on from something really awful. I'm moving on from something that I'm going to miss for a long time. And it's going to be tough. And I'm moving on, and I'm doing a great job, and I've got the support of some amazing people. And I'm not going to let people who, the only people talking about this who are people who literally want me to kill myself, who literally want to try to ruin my show, try to get me to do something terrible. All the people who are white knighting and spurging over this are people who have been calling her terrible names, talking about my 10-year-old daughter. These are not good people. They've been calling April a coke whore, while me, the person who had a terrible fight with her and addiction and all these problems that have been very public, I've been saying I hope she gets better. I hope she lives a good life, all of that stuff. These are people who have been calling her terrible names for over a year, abusing her on the internet for over. You want to talk about the real abusers? It's the people projecting on me. We know the relationship we had. We were both sad that it fell apart. But I will say this one final time. I've never hit a woman in my life. I've never done anything like that. So anybody in the YouTube chat, mods, if you're paying attention, any of that shit, gone. Gone. Done. Ban them. I don't want timeouts. I don't want that. Ban them. They're gone. You can hate this show if you want. You can think I'm the biggest piece of shit in the world. I'm not going to let you do it on my platform. I'm not going to let you do it on my show. Because on this show, we do it for our fans. We do it for the people who love us. So if you want to sit here and sling all kinds of vile, disgusting accusations, not because you think they're true, but let's be honest, because you hate me and you want me gone, that's fine. But don't be a chicken shit. Have the balls to fucking say what you want, which is, Aaron, I don't like you. I'd like you gone. I'm not going to breathe life into bullshit any further because it's already dead. It already died. Only 2 shows made it a thing, and those are 2 shows whose stated goals were basically killing April, getting her off the internet, destroying my marriage, killing it, whatever, and getting me to leave the internet, and probably they don't care if I kill myself. So if those 2 shows want to do it, and the fans of those 2 shows who have been saying horrible things about this same person that they now pretend to defend, I know how the internet works, guys. You're not that good. I know who and what I am. I've never done anything like that. We had a beautiful, beautiful relationship. And I mean, you go through our text, we were both sad it ended the way it did. And it's unfortunate. And, you know, with my kids, with my family, with everybody else, I'm picking up the pieces. I'm rebuilding my life. I'm improving myself. I'm taking all the right steps. And I'm not going to let the fucking gay internet trip me up. I'm becoming the best person I've ever been. I'm so grateful. I'm so happy for the people in my life. And if you're some random person on the internet who wants to go, I think you're this or that, then we're going to cut you loose. I'm not going to let you have access to my life anymore. It hasn't worked out very well because all your stated goals are getting people to kill themselves, running people off the internet. If that's who you are, if that's what you like to do, then you can do that. It's a sad existence. But I will say this, you don't get to do it for me. Sorry. I'm not your monkey. I'm not going to dance to your tune. So, didn't do it. I know they're very upset that it didn't happen. They'd wish it would happen. It didn't. Sorry. We're going to move on from you. And you know what we're going to do as an audience? We're going to knock that fucking goal out. We're going to tear this thing up today. We're going to do an amazing show. 340 is the number. Guys, if you love the toe, get in that PayPal, get in that Venmo, get in that Streamlabs, get in those Super Chats, knock it out, blow it out, fuck these people. Let's show them a thing or two. We got a great show today, a lot of fun stuff to talk about. Speaking of which, I got a beautiful letter from my daughter yesterday. My daughter and I were talking, and I like to check up on the kids every once in a while, see if they're doing okay with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I just asked my daughter yesterday. She was sitting down here. We just played kickball. She was sitting down here. I go, how you doing with everything? Everything that's going on. How are you doing? And she goes, I'm sad sometimes. And that always, as a parent, that always sucks to hear your kids say, your kid's very young yet, but my oldest is 10. The one that Patrick Melton made comments about, disgusting sexual comments about.
Yeah, that's
not only that, a guy who sent weird, creepy messages about a 14-year-old girl too. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take moral indignation from someone who did fucking egregious things regarding children. You want to call me a certain name? I could call him a certain name. And it's the kind of files Adobe Acrobat creates, if you catch my drift. So anyway, I'm not going to take my P's and Q's and my moral things from people who like a guy like that who talks like that sexually about children. A fucking creep, a weirdo. Again, they want to call me whatever. Mods, YouTube chat, get rid of them. Cast them out. We don't need them. But I asked my 10-year-old, how you doing? She goes, I miss April sometimes. You know, this is the one who cut April's pictures out of
the one who was
pictures.
very, very upset about April. The one who had the most of a bond with
her. And she said when she was good and she was around, she would take me shopping. We would go places together. And I really liked it. And I'll miss that. And we hugged, and it was nice. And I said, you know, honey, I miss her too. You know? And that shit yesterday, man, that was unfortunate. It was from 2.5 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's not valid. It didn't happen that way. And the people who know me know that, and the people who know her know that. Unfortunately, neither of us can really speak about it because both of us are under an order where we can't really talk about it. And I've been given the leeway from another party to talk about it as much as I can. I can't anymore. I made a deal. But my daughter and I gave her a big hug. She gave me a big hug. And, that's the kind of shit I'm working through. You know, it's this weird combination of anger because of the way I was treated at the end and how everything went down at the end. And you guys all saw publicly how that went down. I mean, the arrest and that all became very public and kind of the life that was going on. And that the anger of that mixed with the beautiful thing that we had and the amazing life that we had together and how we, not just her, we threw it away. We didn't protect it. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, when we decided to start doing the things that ultimately led to our respective downfalls, we were doing so well. And that was our thought process. God, we're just so amazed. Let's try this. Let's do this. And it was a disaster, and it always will be. But my daughter then left me a note yesterday, and she left me some really cute stickers in it. And so you like hang in there stickers and shit like that. And she said, just Dad, I love you. I hate seeing you sad. She said, I just want you to be happy. I love when you play kickball with us. And she basically, in her way, said, I want you to stay away from the internet and I want you to be happy. And I said, that's beautiful. So that letter from my daughter inspired me to say, just cut these people loose. Fuck these vultures who are trying to kill you. Fuck these vultures who don't care about you, who don't care about the truth, who don't care about anything. But for some reason, having their fun on the internet, and having their fun on the internet is playing this game where they pretend to give a shit about someone they've said horrible things about for the last year and whose stated goal was to ruin her life and wreck her life and break her. And they did. And they did. As all of us around her tried to help, these people fucking broke her down with incessant harassment. They abused her. 100% those people abused her. Now they want to come and try to project on me and pretend that I did because of a 2.5-year-old text after a terrible fight. Fuck these people. They're monsters. My girl last night was asking me, she goes, you ever abused a woman in your life? I go, never once. She goes, that's all that matters. She goes, that's all that matters. Fuck these people. And I said, that's a great point. So guys, YouTube chat, fuck them. Get rid of them. We don't need them. It's Steel Toe. You love Steel Toe? We'd love to have you here. You want to be a part of this show? We're glad to have you. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that stuff. But the rest...
For my part, the worst thing going on is just that goddamn pool, man. Those self-balancing pool things are a fucking scam.
Thank you. I'll move on. I know.
You can't fucking fit them anywhere.
All right. I'll move on. I agree. I understand.
It's fun, man.
No, it's very funny, but you're right. It's time to move on. But here's what I want to do. I do want to hit that goal. I do want to knock it out today. Missing yesterday, especially after we got off to such a hot start, that really is bugging me. That fucks me up. So knock that goal out, and we'll do a great show today. Jack started us off with $10 this morning. Thank you. Brett Mack with $2 says, Aaron, I think you're okay. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Very, very awesome. All right. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. I want to knock this thing out. Turtle with $2 says, you can headbutt me, Aaron. Toes understand, goofball. See, jokes like that. Turtle's cool. Turtle's awesome. That's great. Anyone who comes in here with their vitriol and their negativity and their horseshit and lying, cut them loose. All right. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I want a big rush of money. I want to knock that thing out. And again, if we knock out yesterday too, then what I'm saying is we'll do an extra hour. Doorman with $100. That's a great fucking start to the day. 240 away from today's goal. Thank you, Doorman. We're going to have the people who love Steel Toe rally up here, and we're going to knock this thing out. We appreciate it. Doorman says, listening to the stuff about the kids might be best to ditch the internet goons and go back to the wacky news finds. You'll always have the core here that supports you. By the way, this is the gas money I no longer need this week. Go Toe Boys. Yeah, a lot of people not traveling this week in Minnesota. It's
Why
sad because it's going to rain all fucking weekend. Like, basically, the 4th of July weekend is a total washout. It
So
sucks.
everybody's just hanging out?
I mean, it makes sense not to waste the money, but I'm taking a look here. Let me take a look and make sure. Looks like we've got... So tomorrow's going to be 84 and sunny. Tomorrow's the last nice day. And then Thursday, 81% chance of rain all day, 72. That's the 4th. 71% on Friday, 58% on Saturday. Yeah, it's going to rain all weekend.
So fireworks are out. All right.
You should probably do your fireworks tomorrow, honestly.
Oh, I don't have any. I was going to take my daughter to
Oh, the St. Cloud, like the city fireworks?
Well, I live in a decent spot where you can sometimes almost watch them from my yard. So I mean, it's not half bad. I could go down a couple blocks in my car and find a spot to park and see them really easy.
Yeah, it sounds like they might be done. Sounds like they might be out for tomorrow. Outside chance, maybe it could happen. I don't know. $10 from Kyle Brothlowski. He says, loving the egg chair, Johnny, Heil, Aaron, Johnny, and the side piece. Thank you for bringing back the band hammer. I love it. Remember to use your play points. They're free. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that, Mr. Broflovsky. Katie with $50 says to bigger and better things. There we go. We've got our anniversary show coming up in just under a month. We've got just a lot of great things going on for this show. And so I'm very excited. So yeah, we're gonna bring back the band hammer. We're gonna cut people loose. We're gonna make this a show for people who love the show. Somebody wrote to me today and they go, oh yeah, so it's all well and good when it's Ricada, blah blah blah, this and that. It's like I said Friday, I'm done with that shit. It's too much. It's repetitive. People can't stand it. Yeah, it brought us an audience boost, but the reason I was talking about it was for two reasons: a healthy reason and an unhealthy reason. One, it was news that was part of my life, and I found it really interesting that something that was such big news was also something I lived through. That was incredible to me, and I liked talking about it. But two was a much uglier reason. The ugly reason is this, and I feel a little bad for it. I'm angry. Like I said, I'm angry and I'm sad that I lost my future. I lost my life. I lost the person that I don't think people understand this, that I spent all day with. There's people who are married and they go to work and they see each other at like 7 a.m. Then they don't see each other again till 6 p.m. They have dinner, they watch a little TV, they go to bed, they get up, they do it again. Her and I did everything together. Everything. Work.
She held my hand while I pooped.
Work, chores, fun, events, things like that. That's a hard thing to replace. That's a hard thing to just move on from. And I was sad that we lost it, but I was also angry that in my mind it got taken away. Even though I fully agreed to be a part of the thing that caused it to fall apart, it still happened, and it still made me very, very sad. But it also made me angry at the same time, and I lashed out. And even though the things I said were true, I realized it wasn't making me feel any better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here, I'm like, maybe if I'm angry at them enough, maybe if they pay enough, maybe if the price they pay is heavy enough. And you know, one thing I got to admit, they are paying a heavy price, and they're not done paying a heavy price. So, but that's for them. That's their journey. And I've been a little too aggressive in that regard. Just because I wanted revenge. I wanted vengeance, you know? I wanted to. But I also realized that I'm not getting any better when I do that. And any improvements I'm making, I'm sabotaging when I go back to that place and I talk about it, and I'm boring my audience sometimes when I talk about it. So it's just, it's one of those things you live, you learn, you move on. And I appreciate everyone who's been there for me while I work on this shit. I really appreciate it. And I'm doing better. There's good days, there's bad days, but I'm really feeling good. And I've given, Johnny, I've given too many people too much access, I think. You know, and I think shoring it up now is a good idea. Thank you to Adam.
Oh, sure. Well, finally, when I come calling, the back door is closed now. That's great.
Adam Simon gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. That puts us at 180. JB Gunner with 199 says, good decision to finally start blocking trolls. Yeah, mods, fucking go at it. Be heavy-handed. If you think you get banned unfairly, you can write me personally. I probably won't get back to you for a few days because I'm not sitting by my phone fucking doing that shit anymore. We're going to do an awesome show. Ozone becoming a member for 1 month says, why are all the chat messages disappearing? If they're saying slanderous things that aren't true about me, we're going to get rid of them because they're not fans of ours. We're going to say, you know what we're going to do? Save the chat for fans of ours, new and old. We're going to save it for fans. They're going to be prioritized. And again, people who are disingenuous, people who are lying, and people who have run April off the fucking internet and abused her emotionally, and people who are trying to abuse me emotionally, they're not going to do it. They can do it somewhere else. They can go to their little cry corner. Isn't there one guy who does a group therapy session for all you people for 5, 6, 7 hours a day? Go there and be unhealthy. Well, you should be happy there. Don't make me the key to your happiness because I don't give a shit about you. I'll cut you loose. Thank you very much, Adam. He says onward and upward and throws in $30. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, we're only 150 away from today's goal. If you want to keep pumping in the big bucks, oh, my goodness, we might get this thing knocked out by 7 o'clock. Oh, my God, what are all the haters who think I'm the most terrible guy in the world going to do when we not only ban them, but we knock out our goal and maybe knock out yesterday's goal at the same time? Oh, my God.
Check the Rumble.
Lab Glass with $20 says down payment for the couch. Thank you, buddy. Bronson Maverick says, do you want to explain your math on Super Chats? Yeah, I have to, on the fly, do the 30% math that YouTube takes or the 20% that Rumble takes. So like that $20 on Rumble, that we take 15 of that. We knock 15 off the goal. Thank you to Brett Mack with $5. We're at 130 for today. Thank you guys very much. You know, the other thing, you're not going to find a show more honest than this. You're not going to find Patrick Melton being honest with himself and his audience about who he is. You're not going to find John being honest and vulnerable with his audience because they're more fucked up than I am. That's why they have to obsess over me. Brett Mack with $5 says, does anyone know that song? It kind of sounds like harmonica, and it goes boop, beep, 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 boop. Been on my mind for like a week. Johnny, you know that song, right?
No fucking clue.
The boop, boop, beep, boop song with the harmonica?
No.
It goes boop,
Boop, boop.
beep, beep, boop.
Oh, I thought you said boop, boop. See, I was
Wait,
thinking
how does it go?
Funky
No,
Cow.
it goes boop, beep, 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 boop.
I didn't read it. I thought it was beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 boop.
No, see, theirs goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. And then ours goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding, tick, ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. By the way, how sad is it that reference, like, is a tell, like you give people a tell that you're old? That, like that.
And that you're still bitter that he got away with it.
Right.
It wasn't fair, goddammit.
That, like, you watched the Vanilla Ice Behind the Music and you remember Behind the Music. Like, that's, it's a giveaway. It's a giveaway.
Haven't you also once or twice watched I Love the 90s?
And I love the 2000s, and I love the 80s, and I love the... Yeah, the first one, I think it was I Love the 80s, did really well, so they did a 70s, 90s, and eventually did a 2000s. Like, they went all the way.
Yeah, the one that I really enjoyed was the I Love the 90s, because that was the decade I was most active in.
Dude, they milked that for everything, too, because it was like I Love the 90s, and then I Love the 90s Strikes Back, and then I love the 90s, oh shit, the stuff we forgot.
And then they did like toys at one point. I don't think it was just 90s, but they just did toys.
Yeah.
It was just fucking crazy shit.
Fuck you, dude, with $5 says to get a new shirt at Goodwill because that tit polo is horrendous. I don't think I should have to tolerate that. I like this shirt, and I'm not letting you make me feel shitty about it. Benjamin with $1.99 over on YouTube.
His body will do that in general.
Thank you, Benjamin. By the way, 125 away from today's goal. You guys have almost got it knocked out already. We'll do an extra hour if we knock out today's and yesterday's. So thank you for that. 125 is the number. I think that would be 255 total to get the extra hour today, and we'll do a marathon. Sam Show says, don't talk shit about Aaron's 5 shirts. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. You want to get into some shit today?
Okay.
I got some shit. Oh, by the way, the mods cleaning up the YouTube chat really well. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Look at this. Turtle on YouTube. Ninja rap. No, I don't think that's the beep, boop, beep, beep song that he was talking about. I don't think that's the case. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. Look at them kicking ass in that YouTube chat. Hey, guys, there you go. There you go. You guys are fucking killing them right now. Thank you. Kicking their fucking ass. Awesome. Where are we at? 125 away from today. Mods killing it in the YouTube chat. I love you guys. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. They're already seething. They're like, this is so gay. I know you think it's gay because I'm not letting you have access to the man you love anymore. Oh, Ken with $30 says applause, handshake, and pat on the back. Good for you, Aaron. Healing always takes time. Be patient. Man, I'm improving. I'm getting there. One of the keys to improvement is keeping your eye on your own bobber. Now, the mistake I've made, one of the mistakes I've made in my recovery is watching other people, and we know who I'm talking about, is watching them. And, you know, at my meeting on Sunday, somebody mentioned this. They go, I spent so much time being angry that nobody ever told me they were sorry that I forgot to live my life for a while. And I was like, holy shit, I'm kind of there. Like, I get stuck in that spot from time to time. So you just got to move on. And I think today's show is a big part of that. So thank you guys very much for your support.
I got a little bit of bad news for you then. That, as I have found, is a struggle you will probably have to continue to deal with. I mean, unless it's kind of like ripples. It's going to start slow, it's going to build, and then you've probably hit like I'd say the apex point. Now the ripples will be smaller when they come in and things like that. But you're going to drift back to points where you're going to be angry you don't get the apology you want.
Well, and here's the thing.
Or feel you deserve.
Yeah, I hear you. And that's why, you know, what I'm doing is called, what I'm in is called a program. You know, it's not a repair.
The CIA, they put them in a program. They put them in a bunker.
They turned me gay. They turned me gay, which everyone said was probably for the best. King Yeti becoming a member for 12 months says if you headbutt April, Minnesota would be a crater. Thank you, buddy. People have been getting my back a lot, and they've been getting my back in very funny ways like that. Gray Duckling with $25. Thank you very much, buddy. Holy shit. 75 away. We are only 75 away from knocking it out today. And then again, I think we're 200 away from doing an extra hour. So thank you guys very much. 62 Luap says, don't worry about getting revenge. Leave that to the courts. It's not even that. Don't even worry about it. What the program says is don't even worry about it. You're living for you. It's called detachment. Live for you. And when I do that, remarkably happy.
The longer you're hoping for any sort of closure, good, bad, or indifferent, is the longer that the issue is still relevant and prevalent
Right.
in your life.
Right.
At a certain point, you have to accept that at a certain point, you literally have to go, nope, that's the end. It's done. That's the end of it.
That's what I'm
and
getting.
You have
yeah.
to, that's it, and you have to move on.
Well, and there was also on Sunday, there was a little reading or a passage about like things last as long as they're supposed to last. They serve their purpose. They run their course. They give you what they're supposed to give you, and then it ends. And April and I talked about that once when she was moving out and leaving and everything else. And it was, we both came to this in weird spots in our lives, and we picked each other up out of it, and we shared some amazing times, and we shared some amazing, experiences and moments together, and helped raise children together for a little bit. And then we got to this thing where we both made a lot of mistakes, and I got to a point where it was, hey, if there, if there's the course that April and I were supposed to run, and what was the ending point, the lesson she was supposed to teach me, or the lesson we were supposed to teach each other, was maybe she needs to go out on her own, and that 3-step children is maybe not for her, and that's the lesson that she learned. And maybe the lesson I learned is, hey man, when it comes down to dangerous lifestyles versus loving your children, you chose loving your children. And that was the journey, that was the depot that her and I were supposed to part on. Was we're going to go learn those lessons now on our own with other people or with ourselves, and we're going to break. And I've been really hard on all of them. I have, and I think that's the anger and the hostility. And it's time to move on. It's time to move on. Gator Bacon with $7. Thank you, Gator Bacon. Carlos Ramirez with $5 says, came for the Ricada drama, stay for the toe. Glad to have a great 4 a.m. show to listen to at work. And you know what? I'm going to happy it up. I promise. It's just that thing over the weekend was really something. It didn't go very far. Obviously, a lot of people are like, what the fuck are you even talking about? I think that's great. But I just wanted to,
I love the people that get butthurt over me not knowing about it. Like I said, I haven't looked into it. I haven't heard about it. I got up later than I said I would yesterday morning, and then literally I just got myself together and then jumped in the chat jumped in the Zoom thing, and then we started doing the show. So I haven't heard about it, but then I had trolls coming in my chat coming at me about oh, you need to answer for this or talk about this, or how can you? I'm like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't looked into it yet. I don't know anything. And so I got more and more amusement over how butthurt people got, where I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
This is what's amazing about it, because they're so biased, and they're not being honest. April and I discussed it on the show when she talked about the big stack of papers upstairs. April and I talked about the lies. She goes, there's a big stack of papers full of lies about us up there. And we talked about it numerous times. And you and I have talked about it privately. I can't talk about it on the show. I got permission from someone to talk about it a little bit yesterday, and I talked about it as much as I could. Privately, on the phone with Keanu, I got to tell the whole story. Not only can I not tell the whole story, but because of the grace another person showed me in letting me defend myself from this nonsense, I'm not ever going to talk about it. Even when I can talk about it, I'm not going to. I made that deal. I made a promise. Like I said, Johnny, you knew about these orders, that they were in place for April and I. It is funny that only one of them leaked and not the other one, but whatever, it's fine. But you knew about them. You know about them. You know how we felt about them. Point, period, end of story. Thank you, Matthew, for $35 over on PayPal, and Ethan with $50 over on PayPal. $4.99 from Orange Boy. Pip with $20 says yesterday's chat was cancer. Glad you're cleaning that crap up. You got it, buddy. So now we are 85. We're $30 into yesterday's goal, so that means we are 110 away. $110 away from 1 hour. Hold on. I got to put this in there right. 110 goal for double overtime. Thank you guys very much. There's the links in the chat. You guys are only 110 away from knocking out yesterday now. You've knocked out today. It's another win for the toe. If you're having problems with how we're doing things today, you lost. We won. Suck our dicks. Brett Mack says, can I call in briefly? Check your email, sir. Let's see my email. Brett Mack.
What's in the box?
Brett, how about maybe a little later? We might do that. He wants to do the beep boop song on the air.
Jesus.
We'll see. Plankton with $4.99 says, Aaron is like the baseball announcers who have to apologize in the middle of a call. I'm feeling better, making better choices. Gator bacon with $5. Plankton, you are right. That is a good point. Thank you, buddy. 105 away from double overtime. I'm getting better. I'm improving myself. These people are full of shit. By the way, there's the 2-1 pitch to Larkin. It's kind of like that Artie Lang story about Jack Buck.
Mm-hmm.
He was on Joe Buck's show, and Artie was talking about Joe Buck's dad, Jack Buck, who was an announcer for Major League Baseball. And he said he would have to do these terrible made-for-TV movie promos and then go right back into the baseball call. And he'd be like, all right, well, the pitch is high and outside, and that's how that's how this one starts. Coming up tonight on CBS, Meredith Baxter Birney in a movie about a battered woman. It's called Never Without My Baby, starring Meredith Baxter Birney. It's about a battered woman. Speaking of batters, here comes Barry Larkin. Oh, man. Guys, great show today. You guys have been throwing the money at us like fucking crazy. We're 105 away from yesterday's goal and an hour's worth of overtime today. Bigot on Socialist Media says, nope, we're not going to tell him that secret. Nope, not going to happen, buddy. Thank you, mods, for banning the shit out of people on YouTube today. We're taking our chat back. You want to lie about me and say horrible things about something that was beautiful, then you can fuck right off. We know who you're with. We know what you're really looking for. Your dishonesty won't be rewarded here. Our mods are banning the shit out of people today, and we are knocking out goals already. So whatever you thought you got yesterday, how many times do I have to beat you? How many times do you have to think, oh, we fucking got him, it's over, and then I just rise up from the ashes again and butt fuck you? How many times do we have to fucking honey pot you until your asshole gets sore? Another win for the toe. And by the way, we're 105 away from another win for the toe. So that even erases whatever you thought you got yesterday. Blow me. All right, Johnny, let's get to this. I feel like I'm doing better today.
Yeah. I've been reading stuff, compound fire sale. So compound media is closing down?
So the compound thing is complicated. And I've spoken to Keanu. I haven't spoken to Gino yet. He's been very busy. He's basically been streaming all weekend or getting things ready to stream all weekend. And what happened with and also he's my buddy, so I'm not going to say too much, but it's a tough thing for him. He loved, I don't think anybody embodied compound media or loved compound media like Gino Bisconti did. Gino was, if there was a mascot for compound media, it was Gino and In Hot Water. He loved that place. He loved having a studio. He loved all of it. And one thing he certainly loved was Garrett and Steve, the guys in the booth. And they helped make In Hot Water a really, really good show. And that level of production with the TriCaster and the green screen and the lighting and the studio, I mean, that's going to be hard to replicate. But, with Compound now merging with Censored.tv, some changes had to be made. So, Johnny, you're familiar with Gavin McInnes.
Yep.
Gavin started Censored.tv after all the Proud Boys stuff and after all the, let's bring it back to us while we're waiting here. After all the Proud Boys stuff and all the controversies that he got into, he started Censored.tv. And he launched a lineup of shows. It was kind of like Compound Media. And
Well, he came from Compound.
He came from Compound. Yeah, the Proud Boys got started on Compound. And so Gavin starts this Censored.tv, and it's kind of inspired by Anthony's Compound Media. Compound Media doesn't get enough credit for how groundbreaking it was and what it started. You wouldn't have Riotcast. You wouldn't have Legion of Skanks and Gas Digital without Compound Media. I mean, Anthony really revolutionized things in a big way because when Anthony got fired from SiriusXM back in 2014, you just tried to either find another gig in Sirius or in radio, or you were done. And instead, Anthony goes, I'll just build my own ship. I mean, maybe you could argue that Adam Carolla did it first, but Anthony really dug in and made a whole schedule and got all these shows and charged people a subscription rate, and he ran it for 10 fucking years. Think of how much the podcasting and money landscape has changed from 2014 to 2024. And he made it through all of that. That's amazing. Now it's kind of like the game has shrunk a little bit, and now it's like the breakup of the Roman Empire. Instead of one really big empire, you have a shitload of little barbarian clans, little small YouTube channels, and they're all taking super chats, and they're all getting donations from their audience, and they're doing it that way. It's not these big subscription services anymore.
Right.
So Compound Media ran into some problems where this was getting to be a really fucking expensive thing to run. So Compound Censored comes along and says, we'll take it all. We'll take Compound Media. We'll bring them both together. We'll combine the two, and we'll combine all of our assets, meaning all of the subscribers to Compound and all of the subscribers to Censored come together. Everybody has a lot more money. Only Gavin says, I don't want a studio. I don't want so many booth guys. This isn't old-timey radio. We don't need as many producers. 2 people can run this show nowadays. You can have one guy running all the tech and one guy being the host. And that's all we need. So Gavin came in. He's going to be the new boss at Compound Censored, or whatever they're going to call it. Anthony gets to just do a show, which is what Anthony's always wanted to do. And as far as what happened on the inside after Gavin took over, we finally have a first-person view of that because Garrett and Steve started doing a show. And I think they're doing a show. They were doing it on Chrissy Mayer's channel yesterday, and then they were on a Garrett and Steve channel. So I don't know if they started their own channel or if they got somebody else gave them theirs, and they got to use it. And they're trying to get their streaming hours up now so they can take super chats and shit like that. Well, Garrett and Steve did a show together and described what happened when Gavin came into Compound Media and announced that they were merging. And I'll be honest, if you put yourself in Garrett and Steve's shoes, it sounds fucking heartbreaking, to be real with you. And by the way, my personal opinion, Steve Conti is one of the funniest guys on the internet. He's a really, really funny dude.
We're on her channel. We've got fired from Compound. I don't even know how to explain it.
Should we just explain it the way it was explained to us? Here's how that meeting started. Okay, so the long and short of it is, I don't want to waste time. You guys, we're shutting everything down, and you're all fired. And we were just like, that's a good one. Wait, really?
Yeah.
And I just sat there and got sad at first. And then as the meeting went forward, because, it was Gavin was there in person. Anthony was on Zoom.
That, by the way, that does sound like if you've ever watched Gavin or listened to him, that does sound like a very Gavin way to do it.
Not going to fuck around. Look, here's a simple.
We're taking over Compound. You guys are all fired. And you know what? I'm thinking about it. I don't think I've ever been fired from a job before. Like in the laid off sense. It's always been like I've caused some grand controversy and things fucking blew up and fell apart. That was the only.
I always torched the place when I left.
Hey, Conti, let me give you some advice. Blow the fucking bridge up before they can throw you off it. That's what I always say. Just fucking lay the thing to the ground. Blow it to smithereens, Steve Areno. Well, anyway, that does sound like a fucking... It sounds heartbreaking. It sounds like a sword to your back. But at the same time, I feel like that would be a nicer way to get fired. Someone just comes in, hey, we're taking over. You guys are all fired. Rather than those weird conversations where it's ending in breakup or it's ending in firing.
Yeah.
Like I
You
came,
know it's gonna happen. You're waiting for it, so you decide to fuck it up first.
like I came home. April's clothes were all out of the closet, and I thought, well, at least I know it's over. Then I get fucking weird texts from her. We're like, we can still do this. We can still put this together. We just have to move into the other house, and we can rebuild the relationship. And I'm like, no, you came in and you took all your shit and you fucking left us. Like, it wasn't just me. There's 3 kids here. Like, you just fucking up and grabbed all your shit and left. I'm not, like, when someone grabs all their shit and leaves, I'm not following them to the next place. Like, I'm taking that as a sign that I'm not wanted anymore. So those weird long conversations that end with "you're fired" when it's like, we really love what you do here. No, you don't. If you really loved what I do here, you'd find a way to keep me around. You'd let me stay and work here. So don't go like, we value what you do. We like what you do. We think you're great. Because then all the person does is goes, I never get called into your office to hear how much you like me. So
Yeah. Where's the other shoe and when's it going to drop?
Exactly. So obviously this is going to get fucked up at some point. There's bad news coming. Like you said, where's the other shoe? There's something about the idea of Gavin coming in and going, hey, we're taking over and all you guys are fired. It's like, punch him right between the eyes right away, and now we can give him the details. Have you ever watched the movie Moneyball?
No.
In Moneyball, Brad Pitt plays the GM of the Oakland A's, a baseball team. And I'm not trying to insult you or call you retarded. I'm just, for anyone who doesn't know who the Oakland A's are. Baseball. Did you know the Oakland A's were a baseball team?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was aware Moneyball was about baseball.
Oh, okay.
So
So Billy Bean, Brad Pitt's character, is teaching his assistant GM how to cut people, how to fire them. And he just sits him down in the chair, and right between the eyes, he goes, like if it's Jeremy GM, he goes, Jeremy, you've been traded to the Philadelphia Phillies. Jan in travel has all the information. The GM there is named Steve. He's a good guy. He's waiting on your call. And that was it. And he teaches him how to cut people and trade people. And it's like, perfect. And even Jonah Hill's character goes, hey, we really appreciate what you guys. He goes, there's no need to do that. It's very simple. Here's what happened. Here's the information. Wish you the best. And I think that is the best way to let people go. I can't imagine what a fucking gut punch it is, right?
yeah, what does building up someone's ego about how great they are matter before? Like, dude, you're the best person ever. It's the greatest thing in the world. Now get lost. I want nothing to do with
Right,
it.
great.
Like,
I'm the most talented unemployed guy there is. Thank you so much for telling me how wonderful I am while I have no paycheck and I'm wondering how I'm going to feed my family. I bet you most people come out of being laid off or fired going, why didn't you just drag me in, yell at me, tell me I'm worthless, and fire me? Like, why didn't you just bring me in and go, fuck you, you're fired, and then let me walk out instead of buttering me up? So apparently Stephen Garrett did not get that when Gavin came in the compound.
Odd thing about the meeting was that Anthony didn't even know what was happening that day.
Yeah.
And until like 5 minutes before, he was just on Zoom after the Wednesday show. He's like, all right, kids, I'll see you later. And we were like, you're not staying for the meeting? And he's like, huh? What are you talking about? I'm assuming.
That's not surprising, though. Like, he's like, the surprising thing is Anthony didn't even know. That sounds like Anthony. Like, everything I've known about Anthony, listening to him over the years and having 1 or 2 conversations with the guy, Anthony's very laid back. Anthony likes just doing a show. That's why I think the compound censored thing is best for him. Because
he doesn't have to do anything anymore. He just does a show.
Exactly. Anthony now just gets to do a show. He doesn't have to worry about running anything. He doesn't have to worry about budgets and spreadsheets and studios and all of that. Somebody hits a button, he starts talking. That's what he wants to do. So I think this works out great for him. And as far as Steve saying, Anthony didn't even know we were having the meeting, I'd believe that. Anthony's down in South Carolina. He's having a great time. And he did his show. And they're like, are you staying for the meeting? He's like, what meeting? And they're like, yeah, Gavin's coming in. And Anthony's probably like, oh, shit. Because Anthony also has said many times in the past, he hates confrontation. So he doesn't want to be there when people are getting fired.
Especially the group of guys he put together that he's had for a while. Like, I mean,
right.
It's not going to be fun to be like, hey, guys, we've been doing this thing forever. It's been awesome. See you later.
However, I will say you should have maybe given the guys a heads up. You know, you maybe could have given them a heads up that Gavin might be making an announcement sometime soon. I mean, that kind of threw him to the wolves there on that deal.
They talked like, hey, Gavin, do me a favor. Can you just fire my staff? That conversation probably happened, I'm sure.
And Luby stood up for you and I really hard and told them they're making a mistake for getting rid of us. And
she was begging on her knees, begging both legs on the floor. She was like, you guys got to keep Garrett and Steve. She was really a trooper, trying to fucking, save our jobs.
Yeah.
She even was like, you don't need to hire me. I'll be a fucking intern. I don't care.
Oh, poor Luby. See, that's one thing I would hate about running something like that. It's like someone like Lou. I don't know if you guys don't know who Luby is. She's this cute girl who worked at Compound. And it's like when a cute girl's sad and she begs you for something, you feel like a bag of shit. Like, honestly, if you're a decent guy with a heart, and this has happened to me so many times, if there's a pretty girl and she starts crying and begging, you will, honest to God, reverse the decision you wanted to make in your heart because that person is crying or begging, and you'll feel terrible.
But what if it's not a pretty lady?
Oh, then fuck them. Get those trolls the fuck out of there. They're cancerous to your life. Like, there's manipulative cries, and there's pleading cries. Manipulative cries, I'll be honest, I've had those before. They make me angry. Like the cries that are like, you're in a fight and someone's saying horrible shit about you, and you like fire back at them. And then they cry, and they're like, why are you doing this? Like, wait a minute, you fucking started this. You started calling me a piece of shit. Now I finally, argue back, and now you cry. That's not fair. I can't keep yelling at you now because you're crying, but you fucking... Like, there's women who pull dirty moves like that. But when
Most of them.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything. But then there's women where you tell them, like, bad news, or like, I've broken up with women before. And they'll start crying and like, you don't need to do this. And I'll be like, all right, I'll stay. Like,
Yeah, that's happened. Yeah. That's happened to me. I've done that before.
I've literally delayed breakups because someone cried at me. So with Luby going to Gavin, this just shows you what a kind of a badass Gavin is. This really pretty girl is like, no, you got to keep Garrett and Steve. I'll work for free. I don't care. He's like, I said what I said. Compound censored is happening and you're all fired. It's like, woo. That's brutal.
But you can't let these guys go.
I immediately, like the second he said, basically you're all fired, I was just like, I don't want to say any, like there's nothing to say. What's the point?
I turned into the fucking biggest little sap in the world. I got all sad, and I was like, well, are you sure?
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh no. I liked Steve. And I've talked to Garrett very briefly a couple times, calling in and like doing guest spots on Compound and stuff. But like, I want them to go out like badasses. I don't want them to be like, are you sure? Can we maybe stay? I want them to be like, oh yeah. I want these guys to do the wild thing Ricky Vaughn in Major League when he thinks that the coach cut him when he didn't. And he goes, I got news for you, Mr. Brown. You may think I'm shit now, but I'm going to catch on somewhere else. And every time that I pitch against you, I'm going to stick it up your fucking ass. I would love if they went out like that and then threw the baseball against the locker. But no. Do you have to do that? Can we stay? By the way, somebody wrote into the Steel Toe text line, the show text line, and said, when do you start your Amazon route? Fuck you. I like this shirt. I don't give a shit. You know what? I'm texting my neighbor and seeing if he'll go golfing today.
Man, isn't Prime Day coming up soon?
Fuck you too, Johnny. You're not helping. You know what? Suck my dick. Here's what I'm doing. Where's my neighbor? There we go. Golf today? I'll show you guys a fucking Amazon route, you bastards. All right,
let's the 16th through the 17th. All right, so there we go.
So here's more details of the Compound Media deal.
And we all got to be fired. Are you sure? We all got to be fired. Maybe there's someone we could grease. Can I grease you? Maybe we all keep our jobs. I get a little grease.
Yeah, Gavin, a multi-millionaire who helped co-found Vice. Hey, Gav, how about I slip you a 20? Hey, Gavin, I know you think I'm fired, but what does Mr. Franklin have to say about all this? What
I
if,
believe when you listen to my references, Mr. Washington and Mr. Lincoln.
George Washington couldn't tell, or Abe Lincoln couldn't tell a lie. And they're like, I think it was George Washington who couldn't tell a lie. Oh, you drive a hard bargain.
Didn't want grease.
No.
He wanted to fucking, which that's got to be fun. Going to someone else's company and going, hey guys, you're all done.
Think of all
Fired.
the times Gavin's been fired
Right.
from high caliber jobs. He got it back in all one round. Like, I'm getting 6 or 7 people here. Here we go.
And that's the problem with Compound Media, is that in today's landscape where people aren't paying a monthly service as much anymore, they're, throwing super chats and shit like that. He had 4 or 5 people in the booth, or 5 or 6 people in the booth, and that's just, it's too much overhead to carry. So Gavin slashed all of that. So you got to think of what Gavin's getting. Gavin's getting all of the Compound subscriber base, which has got to be at least 10,000 people, in my opinion.
Right.
Paying $10 a month. So $100, he's getting over $1 million a year in new revenue and has to do nothing for it. And he slashes all of the jobs except Anthony, Chrissy, and Gino. So you got Anthony, Chrissy, Gino, and another probably $2 million, let's say $2 million a year in new revenue. Pay Gino and Chrissy, I don't know, pay them $50,000 a year, then let them do their own little side projects. And then Anthony will get $500,000, and then you just walked away with over $1 million in new revenue for yourself. Fucking great job, Gavin. Great acquisition. And now the people who subscribe to Compound are going to be thrilled because look at all the new content they get. Now they get Gavin McInnes. Dude, I think Owen Benjamin does a show on censored.tv.
Yeah, you said that last time we were talking about this, that Owen Benjamin does a show over there.
So you're still paying $10 a month, but now you get Anthony, Gavin, Owen, Gino, and Chrissy. That's a pretty fucking stellar lineup. So, I mean, great acquisition for Gavin.
It was at least 4. It was me, you, Drew, Luby.
True.
I don't know who else got nuked.
E-Rock.
I don't know. E-Rock, I think, might be. I'm not sure, because at one point on one of Anthony's shows, he said he's not sure what he's doing with E-Rock.
Let me tell you something. Anthony just didn't want to comment on it. E-Rock's gone. Anthony just didn't want to reveal too much, and Anthony didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. E-Rock's out of the Compound Censored thing. Gavin runs his operation a lot more modern. He's got a producer, he's got himself, and that's what he's going to stick with. You're going to have Ryan Katsu Rivera, and you're going to have all the people doing shows like Gino, Chrissy, Anthony, Gavin. So, I mean, if you look at what that schedule might look like, let's take a traditional morning radio schedule.
How is that going to that's going to change in hot water a little bit though, because it's always been like Gino and a couple people on a panel. He's not going to.
Well, I mean, could Gino pay people out of his own pocket to help him out? Maybe.
So is he going to bring him in on Zoom meetings and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How much does he know about setting up tech? I mean, I know he's a funny wop bastard, but come on, man, does he know how to put together a computer and camera and lighting?
Well, here's what I've got for a schedule. So in the mornings you got Gavin, in the middays you got Gino, in the afternoons you get Anthony, and then in the evening you can have Chrissy's show. I'm guessing Chrissy won't be on every day because Wet Spot was on once a week. And then you'll have a rotating cast of evening shows. So, I mean, again, I feel like Gavin got a really good deal with this Compound thing.
So I'm not sure what his role is. As far as I know, though, from E-Rock, I heard he's fired.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that changed or if that's the same. I don't know what the hell the deal is with that. But yeah, months before.
So that's another thing. If you're Garrett and Steve, if the main guy, if the GM gets cut, you're fucked.
Yeah, everyone else below him isn't really worth keeping. Unless the head guy really, really fucked something up and the rest of you weren't related, no, you're going. Yeah, you're going. Bye-bye.
You're out, ski.
John Jameson and Mornin had been cut.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought that was going to be the end. Okay, that's what they needed to trim.
Yeah, the thought was, if they're just cutting 2 shows, I guess we're safe, because why wouldn't they just shut it all? why pay the rest of the shows for 2 more months?
You know what I'm learning about the final days of Compound Media? It sounds nerve-wracking as fuck. I mean, you're just sitting there going, all right,
Who's running this thing?
Don Jameson is gone. Mornin's gone. Well, we must be good. We're going to roll along like this. And you know what's funny is I texted E-Rock. I'm like, if you need anybody to replace Mornin, April and I talked about it. Like, April and I would do, our show and then do like a 2-hour show right after. And what we were thinking was we would do our morning show, go on Compound. They pay us just enough so we can stop doing evening shows. And then we do like one big 6-hour show every day.
And then have the rest of the day.
And have the rest of the day off. That's what April and I were thinking of doing. But, E-Rock was like, yeah, we're not looking to replace them right now. We're just cutting them. And I'm like, oh, well. So these guys are watching all these shows get cut, and they're like, I think we're fine now. And then this happens, and they're all fired. Oh, what a fucking nerve-wracking place to be those last few months.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, it just seems it wasn't entirely figured out until it was already happening. And
Totally.
Yeah, that's the way I picked up on. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, like Gavin didn't even know we were off this week from Compound.
Is it just me, or is Steve's mic not actually hooked up?
I don't know if it's not hooked up or it's not balanced right, but yeah, it sounds like he's coming through like a
computer
cloth or something.
Yeah.
Like he was like, so when's the studio closing? And we were like, this was after the Wednesday Compound Censored show, and we're like, tomorrow. And he's like, what? Like, yeah,
that's another thing where I'm like, is that on purpose? Like, did he ask you when's the studio closing because he knew exactly when it's closing? He was just making sure you knew when it was closing.
He seemed shocked and then was like, oh, well, I guess we got to get people
How
in
is he
here.
shocked? He's the one who said this is your 2-week
Well, I'll tell you why. Because he
thought someone would have talked to you about this already.
Well, maybe he thought Anthony would talk to him about it. Yeah, but also he doesn't give a fuck about the studio because he don't want the studio. He's not keeping the studio.
Yep.
So he doesn't
That's
give
a
a
whole
shit.
big cost he doesn't need to pay for.
Oh God, I think it was Midtown in New York. He ain't paying those prices for that little studio. At least I would say $6,000 a month. It's expensive.
I don't know. I've never paid New York real estate prices.
Oh, I'm a real estate mogul. I know all the prices in all the 5 boroughs.
Because it had been up in the air since Anthony finally firmly moved down to South Carolina that we were like, okay, are we all actually keeping our jobs? Or is he kept saying he's keeping the studio open, so we're like, we have no reason to believe otherwise.
All right. Well, and Anthony did keep the studio open for a while after he moved to South Carolina. Like Anthony, I do believe Anthony treated those guys pretty well. Anthony was pretty generous. Like I said, the media landscape had changed and Anthony still kept everything the same. He moved down to South Carolina. He kept the studio open. But no matter how nice of a guy you are, and Anthony is a very nice guy, no matter how nice of a guy you are, there will always be business realities.
Right.
There will always be the fact that, look, at some point, it becomes money in, money out.
I'm your boss. I'm not your friend.
Yeah. It becomes a question of money in versus money out at some point. By the way, thank you, Orange Boy, for the $4.99. He says, we got your back covered with a tarp because you're so big. Thank you. Reichsmarshal Klaus Barbie with $2 says, is it okay if make all the Jews shower? Thank you for your generosity, I suppose. By the way, we've knocked out today's goal already. If you guys knock out yesterday's goal, what's left from yesterday's goal, we'll do an extra hour. We'll go until 11 today. We're only $105 away from that. So if you want to chip in, go ahead and chip in. Let's do it. Thank you guys very much for all your contributions and your generosity today. Thank you very, very much. Let's see how the mods are doing in the YouTube chat. Seeing if we can, let's go in there. Pud says Gino would have answers to these questions, but he doesn't like Aaron anymore. That's not true. Gino's my buddy. They're saying Brian says easily $10K a month for that studio. Ooh. Yikes.
So this had been a thing that Gino and Kiki had joked and talked about before, especially at the last anniversary show when Gino found out how available Windsor is around here. But he's not tethered there, so is he going to move out here and the two of you can hang out more often and they can enjoy Minnesota country living?
I was texting Gino and Keanu, and I was like, now that you guys don't have that studio, or anything like that, it's a lot cheaper to live here in Minnesota.
And there's a house right next to me that's available, and you could just move into that.
Yeah, come on in. Why not? I did. I told him, I go, God, here's what I pay every month, and that's a mortgage. That's you own the house. It ain't even renting. So, I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them head down to South Carolina, though. I mean, if you're moving from New York, anywhere's cheaper. Unless you move to like San Francisco or something,
And at this rate, after everything that's gone down there, yeah, I wouldn't want to stay in New York. I don't think the future is bright for the city and state of New York.
I don't think so. Trevor with $1 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Again, you guys, thank you very much for your generosity. If you're just joining us and you hate our guts, you lost already today. You lost already. If you're going to throw around, we already decided if you're being slanderous and you're being disingenuous and gross, mods, ban them, get rid of them. If they're not fans, fuck them. That's what I say. If they're not family of this show, if they're not fans of Steel Toe, if they're here to fuck around, bounce them. Like I said, I'm going to a better place. Like I'm working on myself. I'm improving. I don't need to listen to retards who want me dead. I just don't need it. So bounce them, get rid of them. And then also, we already fucking beat them because we already knocked out today's goal. And we're only $105 away from knocking out yesterday's and doing double overtime and going until 11 today. So I'm sorry. Eat my ass. You lost already. Apologies. And about 1,000 people hanging out watching Steel Toe right now. Thank you very much. On a holiday week. It's a fucking holiday week, and we got 1,000 people hanging out. We ain't even doing drama today. So I got to tell you, it's coming up roses for me. Horseshit for you. Good for Johnny. We got a lot of news coming up today. I've got Joy Reid melting down over Joe Biden. And I will tell you this. People can hate Joy Reid, and people named Joy in general seem to be named ironically. I don't know if it's something that happens when you get that name, that you just become a remarkable cunt. But Joy Reid is one of the most fun people to watch for me because it's just always a meltdown. Like, these news commentators, and it's mostly liberal ones, and probably just because there's more of them than conservative ones, but the liberal ones, just everything seems to be the end of the world. Every new thing that happens is the worst thing ever. Like, nobody jumps to Hitler faster than a lefty commentator. Everything's going to be Nazi Germany. Everything's going to be Adolf Hitler. I think Gino was saying on the show the other day that he was watching some documentary about the Third Reich, and the people commenting, like the people in the documentary, were like making subtle Trump references and making these little comparisons to like the rise of the Third Reich and the rise of Trump.
And what Donald Trump might have said or done. Yeah.
Yes, they were kind of sneaking that shit in there. Well, Joy Reid, a little bit later today, we're going to play this clip where she's having a meltdown about Joe Biden and the debate performance. And it's wonderful. I absolutely love it. By the way, Bronson Maverick says, have you ever watched Alex Jones? Everything is the end. I find Alex like oddly hopeful for a guy who has his worldview. Because you got to remember, Alex's worldview is everything's a conspiracy. Everything's being taken down. There's fucking aliens, and there's goddamn Nephilim and lizard people, and they're going to gouge our goddamn cocks off. But he'll be like, but it's still a struggle between good and evil, and we can fight this thing, and we can win it. Like, at the base.
He believes we can turn this ship around, even in this shitstorm.
Right. Like, Alex Jones, to me, is the most positive, negative guy I've ever watched, because everything's clandestine, everything's deep state, everything's this fucking game that's rigged against you. But he's still convinced we can beat the game. So amidst all the crisp popping and wristwatches, I just sit back and just watch and just get nauseous. Walk around with an empty bottle of Remy Martin, starting shit like a 26-year-old skinny Cartman who's anti-Backstreet and Ricky Martin, whose instincts to kill in sync. Don't get me started. These fucking brats can't sing and Britney's garbage. What's this bitch retarded? Give me back my $16. All I see is sissies in magazines smiling. Like, whatever happened to wilding out and getting violent? Whatever happened to catching a good old-fashioned passionate ass whooping and getting your shoes, coat, and your hats tooken? Sorry. I kind of followed a vein.
Yeah, I see what you.
I followed a vein, and I apologize for that. But Alex has this worldview that is tragic. But it always comes back to, and we can beat these bastards. And it's like, Alex, how many times do we have to get kicked in the dick by these fucking people before you realize it's fucking over, buddy? Let's have some fun. But no. Alex still thinks we can do this thing. God bless him. So we'll get to the Joy Reid thing and some Biden stuff a little bit later. But first, I really wanted to show this because Europe has been having this problem lately with climate protesters. You know, they'll go into the Louvre and they'll throw like tomato soup on paintings.
Yeah, destroying artwork and other shit to prove how oil is bad.
Yeah. They'll go to like airports and they'll glue themselves to the airports or the tarmac at the airport. It's just
they tried to vandalize Taylor Swift's plane. They just caught some random rich person's plane.
Yeah.
Painted it orange.
Just vandalizing shit. Yeah, painting it full of stuff. And I don't know what it's supposed to do to stop climate change. I don't know what it's supposed to do to bring people to your side. It's like blocking traffic to protest racial injustice. It's like, I don't care what color you are. If you make me late for work, I hate whatever you are. That's just the new thing I hate today. So this climate protester decides to protest on someone's farmland because apparently feeding people is bad for the environment. Now, I understand they're talking about like the water they use and the pesticides and all that, but like if you're going to use water and consume energy for anything, you would think that the last thing you'd want people to take away is the energy in producing the food that keeps us alive.
That's one of the weirdest things about the like end oil now thing. Like, you realize the first thing that starts is mass starvation because food can't make it from point A to point B. We can't run a lot of the stuff we need to run to power the things that keep the food stored. So again, a lot of us, unless you've got a very sizable garden in your backyard, are about to go hungry. Yeah. So, I mean, it's always weird. Like, end oil now, but like, so do you just want to go and just should we give you a gun and some bullets and you can just go shoot all the hungry babies you're about to create, or what are you gonna do here? Because you have a really interesting solution to a problem I don't understand, but it creates a whole lot of problems at the end of it too.
Well, that's the thing is like they find their little pet protest, and then when they find their little pet protest, they don't consider any of the ramifications. They haven't looked into any of the counterpoints. It's just, I found something I can be passionate about. I found something I can be upset about. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. So this person goes to somebody's farm and decides they're going to protest farming and what it means for climate change and energy. Well, the problem with that is farmers have a lot of tools at their disposal to blunt protesters. This farmer decided to use one of the most fucking disgusting tools in his Batman tool belt to stop this particular protester. Remember when they hosed down Janusz in Ghostbusters 2 with the positive slime?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, replace positive slime with shit. And you have our next story. Real quick, somebody writing into the text line, if Gavin asked you to bring the evening show to Censored, do you? Yeah. I ain't exactly waiting for that phone call, but fuck yeah, I would. I'd love to work with Gavin. All right, here we go. This is a farmer who's had it with the fucking protester lurking in his cornfields. There they are.
Tell you what, these were just set up anywhere. They do not give a flying. They will go anywhere.
He's Dutch, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think this is a climate protester.
Oh, I thought it's a.
I think this one's a camping thing.
Oh, trespassing camper. You're right. I'm sorry. I thought. Okay, dirty, smelly hippie doing something. How's that?
Yeah. The best part is there's available campgrounds very nearby. He just set up right here because he wants to.
Okay, so he's a camper. I'm sorry. He's not a protester. I apologize.
Well, I'll tell you what, chap. Have a bit of this. Because I'm off.
I think you're gonna cover in time. Oh no.
If you guys don't know, he's just launching shit at him. That's a
liquid shit.
It's a manure spreader that he's driving, and he's got the tank behind him, and he just decided, I'm throwing shit at this motherfucker. So liquid shit is just being thrown at this guy who set up camp in this guy's farm. Perfect. I see nothing wrong with this. The guy's
that tent is never, ever going to be usable. I'm sorry. There's no way that thing doesn't reek of shit for the rest of its life.
Yeah.
Burn it.
I don't care how fucking homeless you are. I don't care how much you're used to the smells of homelessness. You're never getting used to that smell.
Oh.
Ever. Oh, and he parked. He parked and he's just saturating. He's just launching liquid shit all over this guy's stuff. Oh, this is beautiful. This should be legal everywhere. You should be able to go to downtown Minneapolis and just all the homeless encampments. You boom, hit them, fuck them.
Just riding that bike out of there. The seat, the handlebars, the gears, just all reeks of shit.
It's just all covered in diarrhea. Oh, and he's backing up. Why would you go hide in the tent where all the shit is?
Actually, the tent probably has the least amount of shit in it. It got hit early, but it's been covering more than anything else.
Run into the cornfield. Get the fuck out of there. Abandon your stuff. It's covered in shit anyway.
I feel like he's going to abandon camp pretty quick here.
I feel like he will be packing up. And if he doesn't, he deserves to get hit again.
Well, he won't go in anyone else's field again, will he?
It's a good conclusion to come to. The camping thing, to me, it reeks of some weird psyop sort of deal. You know, like it just started happening one day.
Where people just decide they can camp wherever they like, just set up a tent and I can sit here.
It feels like some kind of weird Klaus Schwab, George Soros psyop. Yeah, I can't, I come on, I say stuff like that. I don't know what these other people know. I'm totally full of shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. But, at the same time, it just doesn't look right. If you asked me, as I sit here and I go, man, this homeless encampment stuff and homeless people just all of a sudden getting Coleman tents and pitching them all over the place. This seems like a psyop, Build Back Better, Agenda 23, Agenda 21, or whatever it's called. See, I don't even know what the agenda is called. It just sounds like that, just, destroy and demoralize kind of stuff.
Where did they get all the tents?
Right, but then if you go to me, all right, Aaron, back that up. I'd be like, no. That's literally all I think. I don't know anything else. I'm full of shit. But I could be right. You ever have those things where you feel like you're making it up on the fly, but you're also like, this sounds good. I think this might be right. But then someone goes, show your work, and you're like, no, I can't. I have nothing. I can't prove this to you. It just, how was it one day in 2018, fucking bums just discovered camping? I don't believe that. I believe that this got started somehow. Bums just used to sit on the street and beg for change. Now they're they got a tent and a hot plate, and some of them got a TV, and they're hijacking electricity. And
can't they just go and camp in the woods? Like, I don't know if you understand this, guys. Camping isn't meant to be done on the sidewalk. It's meant to be done out in nature. Like, why don't they just go find a forest and go rough it out there?
Yeah.
Go set up your tent where nobody will bother you.
Just, go take care of you. Go be a bum somewhere else, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Go be a bum elsewhere. But they want to be a bum right in front of you. Don't be a bum in front of me. It's fucking depressing. That's where I am. That's my attitude on homelessness. Aaron, why do you want to get rid of the homeless? Because they bum me the fuck out. That's why they call them bums. They call them bums because they bum me out. So no more homeless. Aaron, don't you have compassion? Not really. Like, the older you get, like you have kids and stuff like that, your compassion for you stop having compassion for people who aren't making an effort, you know? Like, if you're not putting in an effort, I don't fucking care about you. But people who struggle, for some reason when you have kids, you watch people struggling and you're like, God, I hope that improves for them. Like, even the people that I was involved with, I'm like, God, I hope they get better. I don't want to see people to go down. And then when they go down that road, you're like, fuck these people if they're not willing to put in the work. But when they put in the work and they struggle with it, you're like, God damn, I want to help these people. The problem is the fucking tent people just pitch a cock-sucking tent outside a mall and then go, what? This is where I live. No, it's not. This is not where you live. This is a place where you put a fucking tent because some old Jewish financier somehow started it.
And a lot of times in these situations, these people do have resources available to them, but they have to give up the booze and the drugs or whatever, and they're not willing to.
No.
People who want to get out of that situation find a way out of that situation. Like, you don't stay in that situation because there is no way out. No, there's a way out. If you're looking for one, you're going to find one. But you're not staying in that situation unless literally you're making that deal, that Faustian agreement, so that way you can have something you want, whether it's freedom from responsibility or the ability to smoke crack every day, whatever it is.
Smoke crack every day. Honky says, this is how the French Revolution started. Secret societies fomented the dissent. Damn. Bigot on socialist media says, it's socialist governments giving out the camping gear to bums. See that? I'm not going to check.
I believe it.
Yeah, I'm not going to fact check that because that sounds good. I'm just accepting it. That's how America works now.
A bit rich, but
no, I am a real American. Believe everything as long as I agree. I think that's how the song goes.
Okay.
Like Bill Burr says, just go to imright.com. Perfect. It's like, hey, great example. People who hate this show. Some dumb thing came out over the weekend. Of course it's not true. Everybody who watched us together knew it wasn't true. But they want to believe it because they've made me the devil in their eyes. They've given me that power. So they're like, well, fuck it. I don't want to look into it or hear from anyone else because I don't want to know that it's horse shit.
Well, consider the sauce.
Consider the sauce. Fauci's Pangolin says, I could donate more if I can live in your backyard as long as you have a bird bath. Well, I mean, now that you put it that way, if it can benefit me. All right, fine. Oh, by the way, speaking of donating more, King Kong Dong with $5 says the homeless don't deserve our compassion. They burned too many bridges and hurt too many people to get to that point. I think if someone's homeless temporarily and they're working their ass off to get away from it, good for them. But let's be honest, there's a lot of professional homeless out there, and those are leeches. Those are bums. Chevmatic with $2 says, came for Ricada info, stayed for the awesome content. Thank you, buddy. Steel Toe is gaining fans left and right. Thank you. Pushing 1,000 people watching the program right now. Thank you very much. The Onion doesn't get 1,000. Just saying. I'm just riling them up because I've got them on their heels today. I'm sorry. I'm just riling up because I got them. I apologize. Maybe if you didn't make your life all about me and sit on the internet all day worrying about me, that wouldn't upset you so much. But we just ban a few of you in YouTube and you guys lose your fucking minds. It's kind of fun for me. It helps my recovery to fuck with you. So guys, keep banning them in the chat on YouTube. If they're saying fucking terrible, nasty things about people they used to say terrible, nasty things about, fuck them. Get rid of them. Somebody just sent into the text line, Supreme Court upheld Oregon ban on homeless people sleeping in public. Another win for the toe. Yeah, the Supreme that conservative Supreme Court's fucking going to town this year, aren't they?
Yeah, they've made a lot of. I don't know, like I don't know how I feel about that whole decision they made with the Trump thing yesterday and the president and the not you can't hold him accountable for things he does as president. As president, I sent SEAL Team 6 to murder this guy. Like, all right, we can't hold you accountable whether that was right or wrong because you did it as the president. Like, that's not
right. That one to me was a little fucked up. People were celebrating that one, but the thing is, they were celebrating it like Trump fans were. The ruling doesn't affect the 2020 election stuff.
And even if it does help Trump at all, it's just a really bad door. Like, this is one of those things where why I'm against Biden. I'm like, this is a really bad door to open. You have someone who's using the Justice Department to pursue their enemy and cover up their own shit and everything. This is a bad idea to give this kind of power and put that out there. Because regardless of whether or not we can trust Trump with it, which I don't think so, what can we do with the person after if they've also got this leeway now as president?
I agree with you. That's what I always think. Whenever the president gets more power, I'm always against it because I don't give a fuck who the president is. I know I'm going to hate one very soon.
And he's going to have that power.
And the guy I hate is going to have that power. I don't want it. Absolutely not. By the way, Bigot on socialist media says Patrick is a PDF file. Dude, the way he talked about my daughter and those tweets he sent about that 14-year-old that one time, yes, I think Patrick has, in my opinion, Patrick Melton has serious problems with underage sexual comments. Very serious problems with it. And his whole act is projection. His whole act is just him trying to exercise whatever demons he's working on. His comments about my daughter, that tweet about that 14-year-old that he deleted years ago, Patrick does have a history of making sexual comments about underage people. And that's usually, I'm just saying, in my opinion, that's usually indicative of people who have problems controlling themselves in that arena. Thank God he's so fat and unattractive that no one goes near him or he can't leave the house. But, I mean, that's a...
And they can easily outrun him.
That's a fucked up guy, man. That's a really fucked up guy. That's why I kind of let him have his self-soothing sessions with Steel Toe every day now that we've kind of kicked his ass. This whole, the whole underage kid comments thing, you don't usually don't have fun with people like that. Don't play around with people like that. Let them do their thing, but he's got a serious problem with comments about underage kids. He really does. So
if he doesn't, I have a problem with his comments about underage
kids.
I
mean, I certainly do. I wouldn't want to be on that side of things, but hey, I mean, you don't think him saying all this stuff about me now is projection about the stuff he's actually done that we can document? Can't document my shit. It's third party. The two parties that were involved have addressed it and talked about it months ago. It happened 2.5 years ago. I'm sorry, buddy. You're on camera saying sexualized shit multiple times about a 10-year-old girl. And you sent tweets years ago about some 14-year-old girl. So, no, I mean, it's been documented. Patrick's made sexualized comments about underage kids. People who do that tend to have problems in that arena. So, if that's the guy you want to hitch your wagons to, and I'm the... Look, if people who hitch their wagons to that think I'm the bad guy, then I feel pretty good knowing I'm the good guy and that I'm on the right side of things.
The weird part is they want to hitch their wagons to that, but that guy just covers you. So, if they hate you, why are they... That's something I don't understand. We hate Aaron. So you're going to watch a guy whose entire life is talking about Aaron.
Yeah, you're obsessed with me. Just be honest. You're a fan of me, and you can't admit it because there's something about my personality that rubs you the wrong way. But you do love me.
I think it's the moobs.
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's an obsession there. That's why you watch someone else with bigger ones, because you're trying to get over me somehow. I don't like it, guys. You fucked up. You're fucked up in the head, but it's all right. I'm still going to be here being your daddy. $100 away from yesterday's goal. Now, we've got a half hour of overtime today. Our audience has already knocked out today's goal. So if you're a hater of this show, your narrative yesterday failed terribly. Now, your whole thing from yesterday is about to disappear. Because if we knock out the 100 from yesterday, we're doing an hour of overtime today. So there you go, guys. The links are in the chat. $100 away. Thank you very much. We have Biden stuff now. And one of the Biden things we have is Joy Reid for 3.5 minutes. Like, I saw an article that said Joy Reid loses her mind and goes on unhinged rant. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
well, I was like, please don't let this be a 1-minute thing. And I clicked on it, and I knew it was a holiday weekend, and I knew we were going to be in good shape because it was 3.5 minutes of Joy Reid losing her mind, not even on her TV show, on fucking TikTok. Imagine being someone who has a nationally televised, worldwide televised TV show every day, but you
can't get your thoughts out enough, so you have to tweet.
You still have to
Or
go
go
on
on
TikTok and do a 3-minute rant thing. Oh, my God. First, you want to play a clip? This is rich, of Joe Biden warning people about the Supreme Court's immunity ruling, warning people about the power of the presidency.
Okay.
This is a guy who is actively trying to have his opponent in the election thrown in jail. And he's going to go, we got to be careful. I love how these guys, when they're at the end of their term, now they're worried about presidential power. But when they were bombing countries and funding rebellions and, trying to have their opponents thrown in jail and all that shit, they weren't worried about presidential power back then.
No.
But when they're about to leave and another guy's going to kick the shit out of them, now all of a sudden they're worried about presidential power. This is what you and I were talking about a little bit ago. Be consistent. Stop making your moral judgments on party lines. You don't want Trump to have all this immunity and all this power because Trump's only there for another 4 years. And they're probably going to get sick of whatever he was. And the way America works is they're going to go to the polar opposite thing the next time. We went from Clinton to Bush, from Bush to Obama, from Obama to Trump, from Trump to Biden, from Biden to Trump. So you're probably getting Gavin Newsom in 2028. America just does that shit.
He's just going to walk in. He's going to handle it just like comp. All right, guys, you're all fired.
You're all fired.
You're all
Get
fired.
the fuck out of here. So we have this this Joe Biden clip. And before we get to the Joe Biden clip, apparently the polls came out from after the debate.
Yeah, but do we have some with English-speaking people?
Oh, yeah, yesterday, if you missed yesterday's show, go check it out. It's doing very well. There was a poll that Newsweek did, and they said, oh, the opinions of the people in this poll think Joe Biden won the debate, and the people on the poll think that, Joe Biden is going to win the election. And then they were like, the poll was all non-English speaking people. And
12.
and there were 12 of them that we asked. It was so fucking brutal. Here's what we've got. Morning Consult poll, Trump up 1%. June 29th, that was Saturday, so this is after the debate. Trump up 2 and Trump up 4 with registered voters. Whoo boy. Should we? Yeah, and then there was a New Jersey poll that said that Trump was ahead in fucking New Jersey, a Republican ahead for the first time in since 1988. Oh my God. You look at some of these swing states, dude. It is not going well. Trump up 10 in Arizona.
That's why I don't think you can switch at this point. I don't know who you could put in that people aren't going to be like, well, this was a last-minute effort to get somebody that could beat Trump. But what about, running the country? That's the one thing I was always complaining on Bill Maher's show that he did, that personal show he does, where he kept pushing Gavin Newsom. And, and the other guy's like, yeah, but why do you want him? Why do you want him? Because he can win. And it's like, yeah, but what about governing? The part that comes after the winning part.
Right. Trump's killing in Florida. He's killing in Georgia. Iowa, let's see, that's another swing
He's
state.
a mass murderer.
Oh, my God. June 15th, Des Moines Register poll. Trump up 18 on Biden. in
That was on
Iowa.
the 15th. So
Holy.
how are we doing after the debate?
Right? How about Minnesota? What's the latest Minnesota poll say? Trump up 1 in a poll June 19th in Minnesota. Fuck. Michigan had a poll come out on the 27th just before the debate. Trump up 4. So he's, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't see a world where you don't get rid of Biden. Like, otherwise you're just like writing this one off as a loss and going, because, well, here's the other thing. If you get rid of Biden, and then let's say you put like one of your stars in there, one of the people you think is good, like the Democrats think Gavin Newsom is good. Let's say you put Gavin Newsom in there and he loses. Now you've damaged him for 2028.
Well, not only that, I don't know how many, like, I know the Democrats might think Gavin Newsom is good, but at this point, California doesn't think Gavin Newsom is good, and most of us watching California don't think too highly of Gavin Newsom. I mean, if you look at, first he was like, what, the mayor or whatever of San Francisco?
Yeah.
And then he became the lieutenant governor and then the governor. And it's just kind of, San Francisco is divulging into the ninth circle, and or devolving, not divulging. And the rest of California is following pretty quickly behind it. So I don't think he can win, because I think literally too many people are going to be like, I'm sorry, all I've been hearing for the last few months are people saying they don't. Michael Rappaport,
Michael
Rappaport left California, and he won't say it's because of Gavin Newsom. He just said like, "Oh, I wanted to move back to New Jersey, but yeah, it sucks in California." And then the other lady that did Bill Maher's show was very critical about it. But was it Adam Carolla recently? Like, he talked about how he's leaving or
he's hated California forever. Yeah.
No, he hasn't hated it. He said he grew up there and he loved it there.
No,
but
he's hated what it's become.
Oh yeah, what it's become. Yeah, and that's literally what he said. He's like, at every turn when they could right the ship, they just kept doing the wrong thing.
Have you ever heard, this was years ago when he was mayor of San Francisco, have you ever heard Carolla's interview with Gavin Newsom?
No.
Oh, he fucking smoked him. It was really bad. Sam Show says they're going to ride this out. They have to. I mean, nobody has to do anything. They don't have to ride this out. But you're right. I mean, they might. I think they should. I think you fucked yourself. You picked Biden in 2020. He doesn't want to leave. You're stuck. You made your Faustian bargain. You got your 4 years. You got Trump out of there. I think now you ought to just live with what you did. Write it off as a loss and try to come back stronger in 2028. You'll have 4 years of calling Trump a Nazi, 4 years to find a new disease to release to stop him. You'll figure something out.
Well, you don't even have to stop him. In 4 years, he'll be done, unless you really think he's going to take over the government and not relinquish control. And I'm sorry, but I heard that in 2016.
Yeah.
So it's weird to hear it a second time.
He hasn't picked a running mate yet, has he?
I think he's like hinted at people, but yeah, as far as I know, there's been no official announcement who his running mate is. But then again, we might not be sure who his opponent is, so maybe he should hold off too.
I'm gonna say I'm a Tim Scott or Rand Paul or DeSantis guy. Those are my 3.
I wouldn't mind Vivek Ramaswamy.
Ooh, Vivek.
Yeah,
the pill pusher.
Yeah, and then he could just come out as just call him his little 7-Eleven employee or anything.
Oh, all right, everybody, look. I've got an Indian vice president. I looked around. I said, it's an Indian vice president. This is amazing. And the only guy to have an Indian vice president, it's Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's welcome him, everybody, with welcome, may I help you? He says something fucked up. All right, everybody, my running mate didn't bring Slurpees. I looked around. I said, there's no Slurpees. I just copy Shane Gillis's Trump impression. He gave the roadmap. He goes, here's how you do a Trump impression. And he goes, just observe something, and then right after that, say you observed something. And he goes, that's a Trump impression. I'm like, you know what? He goes, you don't even have to get the voice down. He goes, just make an observation and then observe that you observed the thing. Like, I think Shane Gillis's thing is he goes, wow, look at this big room. I walked in here today. I said, wow, what a big room.
I'll have to work on that then.
The country is in terrible shape, folks. I looked at the newspaper today. I said, everything's in terrible shape. So we got, all right, finally, fucking Joe Biden talking about presidential immunity. I'm sorry, but I don't put a lot of faith in the sitting president shitting on presidential immunity when you know he's just talking about Trump.
And he's definitely going to want it for himself after he's done. He's going to want immunity from everything. He's
powerful.
Done, so.
Oh, yeah. Like hey, what do you know about Burisma? I know that I have presidential immunity. That's all I know. So here he goes. This is Biden speaking about the Supreme Court Trump immunity ruling.
Office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that tests your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency.
Yeah, and you know, presidents are known for being really good at that.
Yeah, respect some limits. How's that funding to Ukraine going?
Yeah,
Senator?
right.
Limits.
How's keeping the Israel-Palestine war going single-handedly? How's that working out? How's giving money to Pakistan for fucking LGBTQ plus fucking services that they're definitely not using? How's all that? How's bringing Iran back into the fold? How's that going? I'm glad we're testing the limits of presidential. No, but, Biden and presidential immunity, like, I just wish these guys would have the wherewithal to be honest and just go, I don't want Trump benefiting from this.
Yeah, I don't want this guy to have this power, but I'll take it.
I have a feeling that this would be a lot less of a problem if Biden was up by 5 points in the polls. You know?
Probably. But we all saw that debate. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
Scarface writing into the text line says, it's too late to change Biden out. In swing states like Wisconsin and Nevada, it's too late to change candidates unless Biden dies. Biden would still be on the ballot. I feel like politics is so fucking dirty, they'd find a way around that. And
they'd find a way to make it okay.
Yeah. That's just
because
like
all of those laws and date set things, I'm pretty sure were built more around a time where you had to mail stuff in and things had to move through the post office. Now in the digital age of 30 seconds later, I emailed it to you. You got it. Like, I think they might find a way to work around it.
Well, and also, like, the same thing goes if like a third party candidate ever gets the polling numbers they need to be in the debate, they'll find a way to keep them out.
Yeah.
Or
look at RFK.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if RFK's at like, what do you have to be at, 5 or 15% nationally? I think you have to be at 5% nationally to get in the debates. But
This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America.
There might not be kings, but I go to the inner city quite a bit, Mr. Biden, and there are plenty of kangs. So I don't need you speaking about royalty, homeboy.
How can there be no kings? I keep seeing all these ladies who insist I'm queen.
Yeah,
like,
there's got to be kings running around if there's all these queens out there. There's queens, there's kangs. Oh, by the way, remind me, since if we do another $100 today, we're doing an hour of overtime because we've knocked out today and yesterday. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, whatever. But remind me, I've got this clip of Kamala Harris at the BET Awards trying to talk.
Oh, Jesus, no.
It's fucking awesome.
She tried to be...
She did. She tried to be what it be, and it be bad. It be really bad. But anyway, Quains, Kangs, fucking immunity. Let's go.
Us is equal before the law. No one is above the law.
Says the guy who had fucking classified papers in his goddamn garage next to his Corvette. Says the guy who did dirty deals with Burisma and is getting away with it. Are you fucking... Says the guy who had his son take the fall on a gun and drug rap so that they wouldn't go into the Burisma shit that's on his laptop. You're going to really sit there and say that nobody's above the law? You fucking sphincter. You douchebag.
That's the worst part. Like, everybody that's on Biden's side is going to be on his side no matter what, so he can say this shit with impunity.
Right.
But the rest of us that are watching it, we're like, come on, motherfucker, you are not the person to make this argument. Oh, boy. You are the patron saint of, like, hey, I'm dirty, I'm corrupt, and I've been enriching my own family through my political office. And like, no president is above the law. If that were true, then lock him up.
You could have thrown every single one of our last few presidents in prison for different crimes, like Biden, Burisma. Trump, well, they're trying to throw him in prison already. Obama, Anwar al-Awlaki.
That one alone.
George W. Bush. I mean, do we even need to count Abu Ghraib, Iraq in general? Clinton. Clinton, another guy. They tried to throw in jail. Bush 41. You could argue that using depleted uranium shells in the Persian Gulf War was a war crime. I mean, if you wanted to go after these guys, you could. I don't know if presidential immunity really matters other than on paper. Because
I just don't like the idea of it existing in general. Just the off chance that we ever do try to go after a president, like, legitimately.
Well,
like,
right. Like you have Nixon, right? They wanted to try Nixon for crimes. But Ford pardoned him. So Nixon was fine, even after he got out of office. But Nixon, technically, under presidential immunity, would Nixon not have gotten away with Watergate?
That's hard to say because Watergate, again, was that an official action?
No. What happened was, in my opinion, Watergate was a CIA operation to try and fuck Nixon over and get rid of him, and it worked because a lot of those guys that were the Watergate burglars had CIA and FBI connections. So I think a lot of that was to set up Nixon, and it worked. But, like, the Watergate burglary happened. And then those guys got caught, and then Nixon tried to help them out. Like, Nixon tried to run cover for them and pay legal bills and cover the whole thing up. And, you know, if Nixon would have just said, it was these guys, Your Honor, take them away, Nixon would have been fine. That's that line in Frost Nixon when he says, I cut off one arm and I cut off the other, and I'm not a good butcher. Like, that's where that line comes from. He's like, yeah, maybe I should have just turned him in and said, haul him away, take him to jail. But I'm not built that way. I knew these men. I knew their families. So it was Nixon's loyalty to, like, Ehrlichman and Haldeman and these other guys that were covering for the burglars. Haldeman and Ehrlichman covered for the burglars. They worked in the White House. Nixon covered for those two, and that's where he got fucked. He was covering the cover-up. So you could argue his argument, like, the Supreme Court basically made the Frost-Nixon argument. They said, I'm saying when the president does it, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
That's what presidential immunity says. That agreed with Nixon. That as long as you are performing your duties as president, as long as you're acting in an official capacity, you can't be tried for it. That's pretty fucked up.
It's still not a good idea. That's a bad rule to have.
No, I don't like it. But again, I'm being cynical, I know, but I think we had presidential immunity before the Supreme Court ruled on this. I just think we had de facto presidential immunity. We just treated it that way. Until the status quo didn't like what Trump was doing, and then they tried to throw him in jail.
Not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed for all practical purposes.
Bro, you know how fucking happy you should be right now? Do you know how fucking pumped you should be that presidential immunity is a thing? You're in the clear, brother.
Everything you did with Ukraine was officially a presidential action, and you can't be held accountable or in trouble for any of it, even if it finally comes out that, like many of us believe, that this has been, kind of a one hand washing the other scheme.
You're home free, brother. I don't know what you're so upset about.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Well, that's good, because I trust the guy. Wait, you're telling me that the only limits I have on my own power are the limits I place upon myself? Yeah, you guys can totally trust me with that. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. I'm getting this fucking fly. It's been bothering me all morning. Ah, suck my dick, bitch. You're dead now. You fucked around and you found out. The only thing I abuse are flies. Should have headbutted him. If you think I fucking headbutted somebody, you're the biggest retard who ever lived.
This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation. From gutting voting rights and civil rights.
What?
To taking away a woman's right to choose.
What?
To today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation.
Did I miss a Supreme Court decision that stopped letting black people vote? I missed that one. Did I miss the Supreme Court decision that stopped letting women go to places where abortion is legal and getting an abortion? Did I miss that one?
No,
it's weird.
I don't think so.
I mean, I know there was a decision that removed some antiquated, like, what do you call it? Like affirmative action. I know about that one. I also know that Roe v. Wade was overturned, so now that states can decide how they allow abortion. But I don't remember any of the things this guy's talking. I didn't know black people couldn't vote anymore. Huh.
Well, I mean, his party does believe they're not smart enough to get IDs.
That is true. That's a good point. So maybe, yeah.
Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful...
Whoa! I mean, that's kind of a lot.
When did this happen? I never heard about this.
I didn't know that your predecessor... Really? I was not aware that your predecessor sent a violent mob to the Capitol. I feel like I would have heard about that.
Wait a minute, Biden. You're saying you worked for Ray Epps?
Wait a minute, Joe. You worked for the CIA? Well, I guess being president, yes, he did work for the CIA. By the way, someone's saying in the show text line, Biden being replaced by Gino Bisconti. Great. So now we have one old doddering fool who can't keep his thoughts together replacing Joe Biden. I'm teasing.
Transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police.
Which is why we know you're lying.
Ransacking.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I watched it. There was a guy in a goat helmet who got a tour of the Capitol from the Capitol Police. I
watched an incredibly understaffed police force have to deal with a mob that they were nowhere near equipped to handle. I watched actual cops say, I think we've been set up.
Yeah.
And more importantly, I watched Ray Epps start and lead everything. The whole, like, Donald Trump sent these people. If there was an actual video or a clip or any actual proof that Donald Trump asked this group to go there, we'd never stop seeing it. It would be blasted on TV constantly. Remember when he assaulted democracy? All right, I need you all to go down to the Capitol. It's a very nice Capitol. I've seen it. It's a very nice Capitol.
Yeah. Try the Shane Gillis way.
Yeah.
You know, I think people should storm the Capitol. I looked at the dome of the Capitol. I said, somebody should storm that. I don't believe that happened, but okay.
At the Capitol. A mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi.
What?
Gallows.
Wait, what? I didn't know we were hunting down Nancy Pelosi. I know the only thing Nancy Pelosi did on January 6th was she denied the request for more police. But
she denied the request for more police, and then she, I think she tried to equate, or wait, was the hammer thing before or after the 6th? Hammer thing was after the 6th, I think.
Might have been after the 6th.
Yeah.
Directed to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
I don't know. I've seen some dark. I would say not even top 10, but all right, cool. British burning down the White House, pretty bad. Pearl Harbor.
9/11 wasn't that great.
9/11 was a rough one. I would say the Kennedy assassination, all the presidential assassinations. What have we had? 3 or 4 of them? Those were all bad. Yeah, I would say January 6th. I would say the 1929 stock market crash was probably worse. The sinking of the Lusitania, probably worse. But
2008 housing market bubble burst. That
The
was pretty
housing
bad.
market collapse, sure. You getting elected president. There's a lot of tragic things that have happened.
I stubbed my toe
Now the
this
man who
morning.
sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I found some weird shit on my dick when I was 17. All of those I feel like were worse than January 6th. My balls smelled funky one time before I had a date. All of those. Don't get me wrong, fixable, but all worse than January 6th.
Is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th before they are asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely.
I'm bored. I get to that place with Joe Biden sometimes. I'm bored. I'm out. I know my problem is I know I've got the what do you call it? I've got the Joy Reid clip coming up.
Right. And you're anxious to get to it.
Yeah. Bigot on socialist media says, I'm sure Biden could have found 100 things more productive to do than talk about this. You know what? I wouldn't bet that. I bet he doesn't find a whole lot of things worth doing these days. Labglass says, luckily Joe has immunity so he can get slander charges. The burning of Black Wall Street, says Los Tejas synthesizer. Yeah, good point. Good point. Honky says January 6th was a let-off. They're lucky it wasn't Romania in 1989. Oh, who doesn't remember that? Johnny, what happened in Romania in 1989?
You're the history guy.
It was probably some communist shit. I'm guessing communist shit happened. Los Federales with $2 says, what drug are they giving JB so he can perform for the camera? That's the scariest part, right? Is that he's probably doped up and that's still the best he can do.
Yeah, but like he has a teleprompter and everything to lead him on this, but even in this moment, he looks way more like put together than he was on the evening of the debate. Like on the debate, it's almost like someone doped him up and he was just
right. Yeah. Somebody says the Golden Corral Wars, says Hobo Chili Recipe. D. Gulag says, yeah, but Charlottesville. I don't know. There's all kinds. There's coming up with a list.
Oh, no.
They're coming up with lists of what was worse than January 6th. Some Constitution nerds went on a tour of the Capitol. Oh, no. Meemaw seemed jazzed about it, says Sam Show. All right, guys, we are $100 away from doing double overtime today. Sorry if you came here to hate me and tell lies about me. By the way, mods, ban them in the YouTube chat. Fuck them. They're dead to us. We do this show for fans. And plus, they're going to die. Like Johnny said, they lose their fucking minds when we don't give them access. It's very pleasing to me. Then, if we do $100, we're doing double overtime because I'm sorry if you're getting here late. We already beat you today. We already fucked you up. We've only got $100 until we knock out yesterday's goal, which that's going to be fantastic. Almost 1,100 people watching the toe right now. Fuck off. Eat my balls. Suck my dick. They knew you were lying from day one, you motherfuckers, and we knew we'd fucking get your ass, and we did. $100 away. Fans, friends, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Knock out that last 100, and let's go till 11 today. Thank you very, very much. All right, Joy Reid, not happy. With a name like Joy, it's a wonder. But When's
Life's greatest irony.
right? When's the last time Joy Reid was happy? Between Joy Reid and Joy Behar, I can't find a single ounce of joy anywhere. I can find 500 pounds of joy between the two of them, but I can't find an ounce of joy. None. MSNBC's Joy Reid has completely snapped. Watch this unhinged rant. By the way, there are very few things that I will just copy link address and put into the show prep without even clicking on the link.
Yeah, normally I give it a taste so I know what I'm in for.
That headline, I will always just copy paste and go, I'll see it tomorrow. MSNBC's Joy Reid has completely snapped. Watch this unhinged rant. You know, if I ran one of these TV news businesses, I would be so pissed when my talent does shit like this on like TikTok or Twitter or YouTube. I'm like, you couldn't have that meltdown on the air?
We could have used that, man. That's content, motherfucker.
Right. You couldn't say this shit when you were on TV? You decide to do it fucking on TikTok because you can't control yourself? God damn it, Joy. Well, here she goes. First of all, she's looking really cancerous these days. Like, she's starting to look like an African warlord. Like, she looks like we're about to give her an iced tea, so she'll tell us where fucking Mohammed Farah Aidid is at the beginning of Black Hawk Down.
Oh, no.
She's like this. She's about to say, what do you need from me, General? Mr. Hutu, we need to know where your weapons go. I am but a humble merchant. All right. Let's see if she knows where fucking Mobutu is hiding. This is Joy Reid talking about, guess what she's talking about?
What?
Immunity.
Immunity?
She's not happy about it. You know what's fucked up about these people is these liberals are all fucked up over this presidential immunity thing. They're like, they do understand this is about shit Trump might do if he's president again. This doesn't impact any of the charges he's currently facing.
Yeah, this isn't making it. It doesn't make it okay for him to have instigated January 6th, which again, I really need to see the proof of that.
Right.
But yeah, that doesn't make anything he's done complete, and it doesn't necessarily make anything he will do completely immune. It's just if he's doing something as the office of the president, like on behalf of the country as a president, I'm ordering this or whatever, then yeah, he's not prosecutable.
He does, though. He did say he wants his bribe conviction, or not bribery conviction, but the conviction he just had may be overturned because of this ruling. But I think the Supreme Court even said in their ruling yesterday, this doesn't apply to any of his cases regarding the 2020 election. So there is that part of it.
Yeah, but isn't the current conviction that he's suffering from about misusing campaign funds?
Right, but wouldn't that be as a candidate and not as
not a president? So that wouldn't count for immunity either.
I don't think that would count for immunity. So all these people are losing their fucking minds and they don't even know what the goddamn ruling is. They're sitting there losing it over this, and then you go, you know this doesn't have anything to do with what he's being tried for, which means they're looking at it and going, we're going to lose the election. He's going to be president, and then he's going to do a bunch of shit that he's going to get away with, and we're not going to be able to throw him in jail. They're mad they're losing one of the ways that they can overturn the election. They're mad that they're losing one of the tools that they were going to use to try and get rid of this guy once he's democratically elected president. And it's amazing that this is coming from the people who wanted free and fair elections, and you shouldn't try to overturn elections, and you should respect their outcomes, and it's all about democracy. And now these people are crying because the Supreme Court said that they can't use the courts and try to charge him with a crime so they can overturn the result of the election. Fucking bravo. Let's watch Joy Reid lose her mind.
This election is no longer about the old guy that's in the White House now.
Oh, yeah?
Like, all the op-ed pages and the New York Times can run around and opine about, what Joe Biden should do. And, y'all have fun with that. Enjoy yourselves, intellectual thought leaders.
Yeah, fuck you, egg-headed smart people. I want to lose my mind about some other shit. When you're sitting there going, good luck, intellectual thought leaders, and your nose is this close to the fucking camera and you're wide-eyed as all hell, I don't think you're looking like the leader that you think you are.
Something with her face paused this way makes me think if we just put antennas on her head, she'd look like she's out of the movie Ants.
That's true too. I was also thinking the way her face is going, she's going, well, you see, the thing about presidential immunity is now Trump can put some Spanish fly in the drink and stick his penis in a passed out girl's mouth. Joy Cosby.
I no longer care.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to take my pills and I'd like to put them in Melania's drink and I'd like to scissor her while she sleeps.
Doesn't matter to me anymore.
Oh, yeah?
It's above me now. It's above me now.
Oh.
There's a Waffle House next door.
That's kind of racist. That's playing into stereotypes a little bit. There's
And after that, I got to stop at Popeyes to make. Oh, you're just hitting them all now.
Why are we doing this? Then I have to be 15 minutes late to a meeting and steal somebody's clothes.
There's a Best Western next door as well. It's above me now. It's above Joe Biden now. Don't care about Joe Biden's age.
Not only is there a Best Western next door, this is going to piss Joy Reid off. You know what I heard they did also?
What?
They paved Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Oh, no.
She's going to be really mad.
Infirmity that he shuffle when he walk. I don't care. He could be seated for the rest of from now to election day and never get up off a chair. He could sit down. He could roll around in a wheelchair. He could be on a skateboard, seated. I don't care.
Wow. You know what? I'm glad you care about this country so much. He could be all retarded and shit and be missing his dick and balls and whatnot. I don't give a fuck.
He could be a complete vegetable on an iron lung that they roll around from place to place, making decisions by the number of beeps he puts out.
They could have his brain in somebody's midsection like Krang from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't give a fuck.
He could walk out with a small child literally almost surgically seated on his, and I still don't give a shit.
Stop reading Patrick Melton's diary.
I'm sorry.
It's but it's covered in barbecue sauce, unfortunately, so it's hard to read.
That's why the pages are sticky, not the reasons you would think. But.
Yeah, it's him fantasizing about 10-year-old girls and eating barbecued ribs. That's I think that's the 4th of July weekend for old
dude,
Patrick.
gross. These pages are stuck. Oh, wait, never mind. It's just honey barbecue. It's not the other grosser option.
It's probably that too, but we just see the honey barbecue. Fatso.
Donald John Trump cannot be allowed back into the White House.
Bro, we're not even calling him Donald J. Trump anymore.
She brought out the middle name.
We're using full middle names. What happened? Did he not clean his room? Donald John Trump, you get in here right now. I think my room
Your father gets home.
I think my room is clean. I looked in my room. I said, that's a clean room, Mom. Donald John Trump, you overflowed the toilet. I took a poop and I flushed it, Mom. I even looked at the toilet. I said, I flushed the poop.
Because if you combine that madman with this court,
we have the greatest fucking end times movie ever, bro. I am here for it. Let's fucking do this. If you combine this madman with this Supreme Court, hey, dummy, we already have. He's been here before. He had a Republican majority on the Supreme Court. Or a conservative majority, whatever you want to call it.
He had a lot of power while he was in office. The idea that this guy can't be trusted with another 4 years is the weird part, because we can't trust him for 4 years. Like, yeah, but we did, and it kind of, again, remarkably mid in terms of what happened. Nothing.
Somebody in the text line saying, when you dip your toe into the river of immunity. Thank you very much.
2 of whose members are insurrectionists, one of whom flew an upside-down flag at his home and blamed it on his wife, who's also crazy.
Well, maybe his wife is a fucking retard. Did you ever think about that? Honey, you put the flag up upside down again. That means anarchy in the nation is in distress. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I was busy baking pies and cleaning barefoot that I'm so stupid I forgot to put the flag up right.
Joy, I get why, but you don't need to lean so hard on defending women being called crazy. I know it's a personal thing for you. It happens a lot, but just let it go.
I got to say, in this pause, she looks like Booker T. Can you
Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, we coming for you. Can you dig it, Republicans. Do a spinaroonie. Do a spinaroonie.
The other of whom's wife literally was part of the insurrection, and they ruled in this. They put themselves in the Leonard Leo 6. They went ahead and ruled on this with no shame. You combine this court, two of whose members are going to immediately resign, and put 30-year-olds in there, including probably the guy who wrote the opinion in the beaters case, meaning that beaters should be able to get machine guns, which, by the way, they have now.
Oh, man. I can't wait to get my machine gun because I'm such a beater. Fucking retard. I love this. She is losing her mind. She's like, he's gonna get elected, and then the old justices are gonna retire so they can put 30-year-olds in. I bet you Clarence Thomas watched this rant and he went, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, we could just all vacate and then.
That's, you know what? That sounds nice. So I get a retirement and they get to put a conservative back in. This sounds fantastic. By the way,
do I get to pick my replacement?
People on the text line saying that's a very ugly looking man. Another person says Michael Clark Duncan looks rough. Joy, what happens when we combine this court with this president? That's the way it is every day. That's the way it is all over the world. What'd you do to the election, Joy? I took it back, boss. I took it back. Joy Reid's laying there with Biden's head in his lap. Like, I tried to take it back, but it was too late. I couldn't take it back.
Dude, they're coming in. Joy, did you hear that Joe Biden? A lot of people think he can't handle the office. Whatever, motherfucker.
Joe, if you go in there and lose that election, I'm gonna break all your arms.
Hey, meat drapes. It's Madropides, sir. Why doesn't it sound like that when I say it? Meat drapes.
Coming up next on the Joy Reid program, I've got Guy Meat Drapes. It's Madropides, Joy. How come it don't sound? Are you gonna cry, Guy? Loosen up your tie, Guy. You want to get socked in the eye, Guy? Oh, Joy Reid is in there like, if he don't win the election, I'm going to use his nuts for cufflinks. Joy Reid told me one time, she said, Aaron, did you know that the maraschino cherry was named after the boxer Rocky Maraschino? And I said, Joy, isn't it Rocky Marciano? And she said, whatever, motherfucker. One time, Joy Reid screamed. And she went, I'm sorry, but her soup face scared the shit out of me. My voice is not that high. Oh, shit. I said, Joy, you kind of surprised me with that rant. She goes, I wish you would have told me about it. She goes, well, I wish somebody would have told me that Nina Gutierrez was going to sock me in the nostrils in the fracas in Caracas.
Now arrogated to themselves the power to decide all federal rules.
Oh, man.
Everything, whether your plane that you fly in is safe, how much carbon can be in the atmosphere, how much.
Shoot, I hope they say that a shitload of carbon can be. I love how these people think that the rest of us who don't think like them think that we just want to destroy the planet. Like, oh man, I hope the court says I can do nothing but release fucking carbon into the atmosphere.
Hey guys, they overturned Chevron deference, so that means we can all roll coal, baby. Woo.
Yeah. The only thing I don't let burn coal is my woman. See, it's having sex with.
Yeah, I just
going to say I'm never sharing again. Don't share my toys anymore. It ends up bad.
Filth can be in your water.
Oh, so I have bad news about Slam Piece.
I fucking
after
lose,
your party,
I lose the love of my life. I lose the love of my life and my entire future and my partner, and it just goes really bad. People writing into the show chat, as God is my witness, I thought George Floyd was dead. Another person writing in, can the real Slim Shady please shut up? Oh, wow.
They said agencies that have experts can't decide that. They will decide that. So they are kings.
Excuse me, they're kangs. Joy?
Joy, I don't know if you know this or not, but that's technically the way government was set up in the first place.
Right.
Was that government would make rules, and then the courts would decide if those rules were to be applied to citizens. Again, the government's not supposed to just come into your life and go, do this because we say so.
Right. The Chevron deference ruling was all about these organizations would make regulations, and then instead of letting the court check the regulations to make sure they're constitutional, they just had to let the three-letter organization go, oh, trust me, they're fine. And the court's like,
we're
"Oh,
experts, so
yeah.
you believe us.
I guess it's fine then. They said it's fine, so nothing we can do. So yeah, spare me with the Chevron deference criticism. That was a good fucking ruling that brings back a little bit of checks and balances to this joint.
And Trump is king. You put him in the White House, combined with this court and a Republican House and Senate.
Oh, guys, we got to stop the show for a minute. I just came. I'm really sorry about that. That's going to interrupt things a little bit, and that's my bad.
We're done, y'all. All the rights that were won in the 20th century, the hard-earned rights of women, laborers, workers, the rights of children. Remember, child labor used to be legal. The rights of black folks, forget that.
That's right. Back on the boat, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding. Does she really?
No, dude, not back on the boat. How could you say that? We still have plenty of fields, all right? There's lots of work needs done.
Can you drive?
And we're going to have the blacks and the kids do it all.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to get a second chance at it. Kids aren't safe this time either. How fucking stupid does she think people are? Because I don't believe that she believes this. I don't think she believes that like civil rights is being overturned or that women's right to vote are being overturned. She's trying to scare the shit out of stupid people so they'll do what she wants them to do.
Yeah.
But like, shame on you if this works. I mean, it's so fucking lame. Like, it's so panicky and ugh.
That the rights of non-white immigrants, forget that.
Shit.
All of the 20th, they are trying to repeal the entire 20th century, and they're doing it fast.
What? They're trying to repeal the entire 20th century, not the internet. This is fucking clown shoes.
Does this mean we're going to repeal like smart cars and stuff? Because I really don't like the whole like the dealership can lock you out of your own car
right
thing. So
they're going to bring back Glass-Steagall, y'all. Well, that actually sounds pretty good. That's a good safeguard on the economy. That's not what I meant. They're just going to they're going to get rid of all the good shit from the 20th century.
They're going to put the lead back in the gasoline, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, man, you wouldn't believe it. You know what they're going to do? They're going to put smog on the national flag. It's going to be terrible, y'all.
Between them and these crazy Republican governors, they are repealing the American century, the 20th century, because they don't like it and they want back the 19th century.
Yeah, you know, as a matter of fact, we're going to make swastikas cool, man. Fucking A. If you look at a Joy Reid and you go, do you think there are people out there unironically that look at Joy Reid and go, she's my favorite one out of all of them?
Yeah, because she'll tell me the truth.
Did you know? Imagine going to like your family and going like, guys, did you hear the terrible news? What? They're going to get rid of the 20th century. What, you mean like the movie company, like 20th Century Fox is going away? It's
no, like the entire thing.
No, like the entire 20th
century. Going to
century.
repeal it.
Who told you that? Some crazy lady with her face right next to the camera who looked like Booker T. And she seemed trustworthy.
I couldn't be sure. I thought it was one of the California raisins, but I was wrong.
It could have been. I think it was Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man, but I could. It could have been. It could have been Simon Phoenix, but I don't know.
At the end of the argument, she said, "Illuminate, deluminate."
The century when super rich white men,
yay,
unchecked and untaxed, amassed great wealth, passed it down with no taxation to their descendants and
yeah, fuck those rich white people for not having their money, not having their fucking pockets robbed after they die. Jesus Christ. What an this is, you know what? Unhinged was the perfect word for this, because she's sitting there going, "Oh, you really want a century back where when a fucking poor frail old man died, they couldn't rifle through his pockets and take the money that he was leaving to his children?" Jesus Christ, imagine hating rich people so much that you sit there and go, when he dies, as soon as he flatlines, you're digging through his pockets trying to grab 10%. You fucking vulture.
Oh, by the way, Joy, I hate to remind you of this. You're a rich person.
You are rich. And you're black. So that's like double awesome.
You're like a unicorn.
Yeah. Like a really scary unicorn.
That hair dye job, though, makes you look like a burnt match. I just, like someone struck it.
I don't know if I can read this one. Holy crap, a talking orang, a what?
Whoa.
You and Melton can have a fight set up. Call it Showdown at the Golden Corral. Winner takes all of the buffet. Good luck, fatty. Thank you.
Well, now Melton's going to fight like he really means it.
I would fucking kill him in a fight. I'd fucking kill him. If we
Just
got
for potato wedges.
I'm going to say this right now. If we had a sanctioned boxing match, if he and I had a sanctioned boxing match and it were legal and I could put hands on him, I would try to hold him up and carry him and keep him through as much of the fight as possible because it would be nice to injure him. It would be, and if he dies in the ring, fine. If it's legal and it's in a boxing match and I kill him with my bare hands in the ring, I feel like it's justice. I feel like it's comeuppance for him. So if he wants to have a fight, if he wants to sanction a fight, let's fucking do it. And then I'll try to hold him up as long as I can. And if he dies, he dies.
Pretended that they had earned it on their own, that they were just masters of the universe. They want that era back. They think that the 20th century was an abomination and they are dismantling it.
Imagine just making this shit up. Imagine just pulling this out of your asshole. She says, like, this is unhinged. When they called this unhinged, that was perfect. If Trump and this court and the Republicans, if they all get together, they're going to get rid of the 20th century and they're going to replace it with the 18th century. And they're going to, says the people who are trying to put us on a form of energy that would basically have us tethered to our hometowns. Says the party that's like, all right, look, we want you to stop being able to drive cross country. We want you to have to plug in for 3 hours at this station every time you drive 250 miles.
We want all of your vehicles and your finances and everything in a nice digital format that we can control.
Yeah. You know what? I would say to Joy Reid, of course you want the 20th century back, but you want it for one reason. You want to go back to 1984, the novel. Let's go to the text line. Why is this tennis ball looking bitch telling me this through a Ring door cam, and why is my dog barking at it? Well, that last one I can answer. Your dog's a good judge character.
They're coming for every single one of our rights. They're not done.
What?
They're not done.
You mean I'm going to have to give British soldiers quarter if these Republicans get elected? Every single one of my rights? I'm going to have to house British soldiers? Motherfucker.
Well, now I have a question. If they're coming for every single one of my rights, just like war of attrition style, how far do I have to suffer to get them to repeal certain things, like say the 19th? Like how far do we have to go? Because I'm like, I might be willing to say,
Don't
amputate a whole leg to get rid of a gangrenous foot. You know what I mean? Like,
don't joke about that. She's already saying that you're going to do that if you get elected.
well, if I get elected, the first thing I'm doing is making ramps illegal. Fucking wheelchair people need to fucking learn to figure that shit out. We've had years.
Someone's saying in the text line is lighting up, by the way. Can we replay World War II? I want a few changes. Aaron, you ain't killing nothing in the ring with those cotton candy coochie lips you call fists. It ain't going to take much to hurt Patrick Melton. He's a fucking bitch. He's a little girl who doesn't leave his little basement because he's too busy talking sexually about underage children. Weirdo.
If you love having your freedom, having the freedom for contraception, LGBTQ rights, that's going too. If you
neither of those, I don't really give a shit. I can't be on the pill and gays can't get married. That's fine. I'll just dump it on your tits. How's that?
I'm firing blanks. I don't give a fuck.
Right. I've had a vasectomy. I'm good to go. You don't get any plan B, bitch.
Also, like, while there are plenty of LGBTQ people that I think are totally normal people that are fine, there have been a lot of them that have gotten way, way too out of hand. Case in point, San Francisco last week. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know about all their rights, but they definitely need to learn to, tone it the fuck down.
I tell you what, this Man in the High Castle sequel she's making up is lit.
rights, that's going too. If you don't think they're coming for Obergefell, if you don't think they're coming for all these rights,
I don't know who Obergefell is. Don't give a fuck about him. Never met him. It's fine.
then you are.
I have this Obergefell, man.
Obergefell? Is Oberga okay? Oh, I gotta replay this next part.
If you don't think they're coming for all these rights, then you are delusional.
Yes, as you go wide-eyed and look like Simon Phoenix and stare into the camera, we're the delusional ones. You've been going on for the last 3 minutes about how they're going to Men in Black flashy thing the last 124 years. But you're right, we're the crazy ones, Joy.
They're coming for all of it. They're dismantling the 20th century. They are repealing the 20th century. This ain't about Joe Biden anymore, y'all. It ain't about his policies. There are a lot of them I disagree with.
That's right. He hate black people too, y'all. Everybody hate black folk.
Lot
Look,
of them I disagree
I think Joe's terrible. I think he sucks. I don't think he should be in charge of a fucking 7-Eleven. But this isn't about that, y'all. We need to vote him in anyway.
So wait a minute. So you're saying we need this guy who sucks because the other... But if Donald Trump doesn't... Isn't that just the president? So now, don't we need to... one, we have to elect Joe Biden. Don't we have to elect Democrats sweepingly all over the place then?
Yeah,
By that logic?
Then they'll protect Obergefell.
Yeah.
Then it'll be Oberga stand. See, because Oberga would have never fallen if the Democrats take over. Wait a minute. If the Republicans take over and undo the 20th century, wouldn't they be undoing the suffering from both world wars?
I mean, technically.
Right? The Titanic never sinks.
We don't have the Dust Bowl.
No Vietnam War. I mean, no. I was going to say no 9/11, but we missed that one. Whoops.
No great Wall Street market crash, the first one that happened.
But you know what? No Monday Night Wrestling Wars.
Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I can let it go, but I don't know about you.
I don't think I can.
disagree with deeply.
No Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm voting for Biden. I didn't know that she was trying to get rid of Hulkamania and Stone Cold. Fuck Donald Trump.
Oh fuck, we lose X-Men from the old 1990s X-Men cartoon. Screw it, I'm back on board with Biden.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, shit. We need the turtles.
Shit. Yeah, we can't vote for Trump, guys. We can't lose it all.
That'll be his new slogan when he comes on stage. TURTLT Biden. TURTLT Biden.
Ninja, rap. Don't say it wrong in front of Joy Reid.
Oh.
Morally. But it's not, it's above me now. It's above him now. You cannot allow Republicans to control the White House, the House.
Watch me. Yes, I can. Maybe if you guys hadn't fucked up, we gave you 4 years not to fuck it up.
And the Senate and the Supreme Court and all of these states. You're now voting for your life.
So wait a minute. All of us born in the 20th century, if Trump wins the election, do we all like turn to dust like the Thanos snap?
Yeah, do I return to being just a puddle of oops from my dad?
No, because your dad's gone too. Your dad was born in the 20th century.
Oh fuck!
You don't even get to be
out,
dude. You don't even get to be jizz.
Actually, like, no offense, like he's kind of a bastard, so that might not be a bad thing.
Bastard from a basket.
You must vote. Listen to Taraji P. Henson, y'all. Project.
I never listened to Taraji P. Henson. Don't you ever fucking tell. I don't even know who that is. But don't. No, that sounds like a Muppet character.
I think if I'm not wrong, wasn't she on?
It's a she.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was on that Empire show.
I don't need to listen to Taraji P. Henson. I need to listen to Taraji P. Henson like I need to listen to Sean Hannity, which is not at all.
Taraji P. Henson, y'all. Project 2025. They've now just implemented it from the court. You don't even need it now. You have this court plus Trump.
Yeah, I was right.
Plus the House. Plus
Take that, actor and actress noticing motherfucker.
I didn't even
I saw
know
her name and I knew the face. I went, you know what? I don't even watch Empire, but I was just like, yep. I maybe have a mild crush on? Maybe. But the point is, I knew who that was. So, I finally got one.
Plus all these states. Y'all better vote for your lives in November.
Oh, shit.
I'm gone. Y'all be good.
You know what? Here's what I say. Yeah, you guys better vote like your lives depend on it in November, because apparently they do. They're trying to Thanos snap you guys out of existence. I didn't know that about Trump. I'm glad Joy Reid's here.
I think it'll be even funnier when Joy Reid like puts that out there, and then like the country and the world as a whole look at her and go, "Yeah, we agree," and they're gonna vote the other way. And she's gonna be, "What are you doing?" We're like, "We're fixing the problem."
Los Federales with $2 says, today is Aaron's Auschwitz with all the bans. Fucking do it. If they're calling me a beater and shit like that, fucking ban them. I'm not. I fucking defended that shit yesterday. It's all people who wanted me dead anyway. Fuck them. It's all they got. Cut them loose. Mods, get them. Grand Poobah, I love watching him seethe over it. Grand Poobah with $5 says, Joe Biden says January 6th was one of our nation's darkest moments. Does he even know that 2 years ago St. Cloud lost Bonanza? He doesn't. He doesn't know the regular people. Aaron's period pill becoming a baby boot. Thank you. Camel Toe says, hey, buddy, did you get my PayPal yesterday after the show? Wish I could give more, but building a house is expensive. I did, Camel Toe. Thank you. And I put it to today's goal. Dr. Silverwolf with $5. Thank you. Brett Mack with $2 says, Aaron and Johnny, can I interrupt real quick? Yeah, Brett Mack, 320-204-5713. Go ahead and give us a call. We'll put you on. That's $15 towards today's double overtime goal. We're only $85 away from doing double overtime today. John Myers with $4.99 says, if we take away prep and rubbers, the LGBT thing will take care of itself in a decade. Johnny, comment?
I mean, I want to disagree with him. I do. I really, but facts being what they are.
West Coast Patriot Girl says Tajari P. Henson is on every black show.
Yeah, she was also in Scary Movie. That's where I really took a liking to her. I thought she was good in Scary Movie.
M. Koo says Chris Tucker looked more feminine in The Fifth Element. Honky says Joy Reid looks like a soccer player named Ibrahim Ba. Look him up. You won't regret it. All right. Ibrahim Ba. French footballer. Image it.
Oh, no. Oh, God. It is.
It's fucking Joy Reid.
Striking.
No, he might be a defenseman. I'm not sure. Striking.
Oh.
Doing a thing.
Just get it? He plays soccer.
Bigot on socialist media when it comes to Patrick says, shouldn't give that pedo or his fans attention. No, we're not. Cutting them loose. They need me. Bird Collector says, can you imagine being this fucked in the head and worrying this much? I don't know. Like, I'm not convinced she's really panicked. I think she's trying to panic stupid people so they vote. I don't think Joy Reid is really this panicked. Oh, boy. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. I got to. Oh, shoot.
I was
you know what?
confirming that Taraji P. Henderson was in Scary Movie because I might be wrong about that. But while doing so, I found out she was apparently in the 2010 movie Forehead Titties.
Is it really Forehead Titties? Brett Mack, call back in 60 seconds. I got to hook up the phone. I told Brett Mack he could call in, and we're in between topics right now, so we can fuck around a little bit. We'll take his call. I didn't set it up today. My bad. All right. Brett Mack can call in anytime now. By the way, if you guys want an extra hour of show today, we're only $85 away from knocking out yesterday. Dan Akers with $2 says $5. Wait a minute. I don't think that's how it works. But thank you very much. I appreciate your generosity. A lot of things coming into the text line right now. I'm going to try and keep up with these. Oh my God. Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints writing in. That's too long. Someone says, hey, one of your mods just banned me for posting the steel toe text number. Text me your YouTube name. I'll unban you. Text me your YouTube name. There we go. and we'll be good. Then one person writes, white people dog whistle, blacks dog bark. Jesus Christ. Oh, you guys. All right. Let's go to the phones here.
Is Brett Mack?
Brett Mack, what can we do for you, buddy? You've been very patient. What's up?
Oh, no, it's all good, man. I greatly appreciate it. I'd like to start by saying I'm a fan of both yours and Johnny's show. Great content.
Thank you, buddy.
Always making me laugh.
you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
I'm calling on strict business relating to tunes.
To tunes?
Yeah, man, tunes, friggin' jams, songs.
All right.
You know, bopping around.
What do you got?
Well, I've been plagued, man. I got this song stuck in my head. I was down at my local watering hole last weekend, hitting on honeys, you know, bopping around, doing my thing.
Look
and I
at
hear
Brett
this one
Mack
jam come on.
around. Go ahead.
You know, I'd be bopping around, hey, man. I'd be bopping around, brother.
All right.
But,
what happened when
there's
you
a
were
song.
bopping?
Man, I was hitting on honeys, disappointing hella. But there's a song, dude, and it goes like this. Let me see if I get it right. Boop beep boop beep boop. 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 It's been a week now, Aaron. I can't get it out of my head, and I just don't know the name.
I think Brett Mack, I believe it's called The Caller's a Retard.
Damn it. I've never heard that one.
Oh, man, don't worry. You know what? Call in again sometime. I'll play it for you again.
Much appreciated,
All
brother.
right.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Jolly good show.
Thank you, Brett Mack.
Adios, amigo.
All right. See, we were between topics.
I know we were promising that extra overtime and stuff, but I think I'm gonna go.
Dan Akers with $5 says, bro, someone made an animated video of you. Lots of people do. Some of them are very funny. Thank you for the $5. $80 away from double overtime today. We've already knocked out today's goal, and we're only $80 away from yesterday's goal. So if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, etc. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Let's go to the text line. Tajari was in Hustle and Flow singing It's Hard Out Here for a Pimp. So there we go. Now I know that. $80 away if you guys want to chip in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you so much for your generosity. You guys have fucking killed it today. And you're only $80 away from making up for yesterday, which I'll tell you this, it's going to make a lot of people sad. Thank you, David, for $1. You'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. I appreciate it. Keep her going. Let's call her a win today. Well, we already can call today a win, but let's call yesterday a win as well. The New York Times is reporting that Joe Biden's family is urging him to stay in the race.
Of course they are. They're making money.
They hate his guts, I think. I think they despise Joe Biden. By the way, I'm going to let you guess. Who is the family member pleading the hardest for their family member to stay in off or to keep running, stay in the race?
It's a toss-up for me. I'd say either Jill or Hunter, but
they say it's Hunter.
Yeah, because Hunter needs protection,
and Hunter's going to make some money if Dad stays president. If he's not president anymore, why does nobody wants anything to do with him? So apparently Hunter and Jill both want Joe. Like, do you just not give a fuck about this guy? Do you just not love him and not care about him?
No.
Because or maybe, you know what? I'll defend him this way. Maybe they think if he doesn't have the presidency, he'll just die.
No, not even a little.
You think they're just using this poor fuck? Like, I'm starting to feel
Hunter
bad.
referred to him as was it like Pedo Bob or something in his like journal for
Pedo Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you don't refer to your dad that way if you care about him.
That's a good point. It's just, I mean, the fact that they still want him to go. Dude, you just don't give a shit about your dad or your husband or again, you either think he's going to die if he doesn't, or you're making some fucking dough off the guy. That's for sure. By the way, 1,000 people checking out the show on a holiday week. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you very much for your generosity. This has been amazing today. You guys are the absolute best. So, President Biden's family is urging him to stay in the race and keep fighting despite last week's disastrous debate performance, even as some members of his clan privately expressed exasperation at how he was prepared for the event by his staff. Look, if they're trying to pin this on his staff and say that they didn't prepare him properly, I'm sorry, but that staff has the most impossible job in the world. That staff's job was to make a fucking vegetable talk and walk and move and speak and make points and sound cogent. They were set up to fail from the beginning. So don't sit there and try to blame this on fucking Joe Biden's handlers. Could you imagine being one of Joe Biden's handlers?
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying. Oh, yep, I did find it. I actually have a video that's been leaked about Joe Biden's prep. Have you seen the leaked Joe Biden prep video?
Oh, my goodness. No, I have not.
All right, well, let me get it on Facebook and send you the link.
Oh, my
Dude,
goodness.
I've seen this. It's completely safe to play. But there you go. That's the debate prep video.
I've not seen this yet. Oh my God, leaked Joe Biden debate prep footage.
For a week, you got this. All right, number one, the dude's convicted felon. Say Trump's a convicted felon. Over
Every
over.
answer, all
Convicted
of them.
felon. All right, Russia bad. Russia's real bad.
Real bad.
Who win?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Ukraine good. Zelensky more money. Billions to Ukraine.
More money.
All right, our border is secure. What is he talking about? Wide open border. What are you nuts? Aliens are cool. LGBTQAI plus. We love the gays.
Can't
Joseph.
get enough
We
of
love
them.
the gays.
You're gay.
I'm gay. You're gay. We're all gay. All right.
I'll be honest with you. This would confuse me.
What do you mean?
I would be overwhelmed if I were Joe Biden. Maybe it is the handler's fault. This is too much screaming in my face.
Yeah.
Joe, focus.
Hey,
Focus, all right? Shiny thing.
Remember the plus.
Yeah, Roe v. Wade, abortions, have them. Everybody have them. Wait, Joe, wake up. Hey, wake up. Joseph, don't fall asleep.
See, they're overwhelming him.
He's not ready. Yeah,
No.
it's that.
Wow.
You can't take all of this at once.
It turns out I was wrong. He really was ill-prepared for this debate. Oh, my goodness. How was I supposed to know? I feel terrible now. I was, oh, my God.
It's the
That's
number one on the list.
Give me the adrenaline. Give me adrenaline.
More?
Yes, we need more. This guy's a freaking passing out old fuck.
All right, Joe, wake up.
Adrenaline shot is ready, and boom. There we go. Daddy likey, huh? Daddy likey, huh? All right, Joe, focus. Continue.
Okay, that's the only part of this bit that I've thought might not be exaggeration.
Yeah.
They might actually be
much.
pumping this guy full of adrenaline. That part I'd actually kind of believe.
All right, don't talk incest. You didn't shower with your daughter at an inappropriate age.
You were conserving water.
Yeah,
for the
you're going
environment.
green, okay? Don't slip and fall. Do not slow your words. And listen, if Hunter comes up, he's amazing, all
He's
right?
the smartest man
you know. And do not say the N-word, Joseph.
We're live. We can't call it
I know
this
you
time.
love it. And guess what? If you don't say the N-word, you get a little treat.
Double stuff.
Double stuff Oreo cookie. Last but not
You know what? This is Patrick Bet-David's thing, valuetainment, I think.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny. They ended it with the joke about him crapping his pants. But yeah, it was, I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny, but I guess, it's not for everyone.
It's okay. It's really, you know what it is? It's a little like in my face. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little like, okay, dude,
Right.
I would have got a little subtlety here. Like, there's something about like when comedy doesn't trust its audience to like get the premise. It's like, yeah, no,
Yeah, Aaron, they make entertainment for the internet.
Good point. Fair enough. You know what? Say no more. You're right. I'm wrong. I take back everything I said. Over 1,000 of you watching Steel Toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, throw a couple bucks in. $80 to go until double overtime today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. I know we're going to get there. It's a matter of when. I'm very excited. To knock out yesterday and today would be a really fun way to piss some people off. Like you said, it's fun when they get mad when you don't do. They hate you, they despise you, but then they get surprised when you don't do what they want you to do. It's like we're enemies. You understand this, right? Like, we're enemies. I don't like you. You don't like me. I don't like you. Biden is worth much more to his family dead. Insurance, life rights, etc. Someone says. Whenever you're, I got a interesting text. Whenever you're, please, you can please announce that the next steel toe merch item will be featured in your summer line. Ooh, what's the new steel toe item in the summer line? Interesting.
Who's this from?
Someone I'm working with.
Oh.
Someone I'm working with. I think there was supposed to be a picture with it, but I don't know. I want to throw a thank you to my David. Hold on. It's coming in here somewhere. There we go. Thank you, David, for the $2. I appreciate it. Very nice of you, sir. Very kind. Mr. Biden huddled with his wife, children, and grandchildren at Camp David while he tried to figure out how to tamp down Democratic anxiety. While his relatives are acutely aware of how poorly he did against Trump, they argued that he could still show the country that he is capable of serving for another 4 years. So I would so want my family member, like if that was my loved one, I'd want them out of the public eye after that.
God, yes. For so many reasons, I would have wanted him out of public office a while ago. The stress of the job alone is just, you can't put somebody that old under it. I don't like the idea that we'll be putting Donald Trump into that position again at his age.
Right.
And the only comfort I take in it is that like when he is at the end of his term coming out much like Biden did, there's not even a like possibility of him running. Like, no, he's done. He is done.
They are
Tampa's going home.
They're going crazy in the text chat. How much for Red Bar to sing N-word DuckTales if he comes to the anniversary show? That'd be funny. Somebody sent us a picture of a chicken eating a pizza. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Jess Wig says, I do like the honesty of I don't like you and you don't like me, so cool, fuck off. Yeah, that's kind of my attitude towards the people who want to come in, watch the show, and talk shit on YouTube and, like, say untrue things about me. It's like, well, you clearly don't like me. I don't like you. I'll just cut you loose. Fuck you. I don't like you. I don't want you here. And then they get mad. And it's like, well, what? What do you want to do? It's like, I want to be able to say mean things about you, Aaron. You're too important to me, and I love you too much. And it's like, well, no, I don't want you to. Because, like, here's what I find hilarious.
I want you to allow me to engage in my abusive relationship. Why won't you let me hurt you emotionally?
Here's what I find hilarious. I shut everybody down on that stupid document yesterday, and now they're all fucking coping with it. Because what they're trying to wrap their head around, I'll admit to doing drugs. I'll admit to bringing my children to that house where there was a giant drug bust. I'll admit to swinging. I'll admit to all these terrible, awful things. So obviously, I'm going to tell the truth about anything bad about me. I'm sorry that I've been knocking it out of the park and telling you what's going on for the last however many months, and you're having a hard time handling it. I know that you want to get me on something every other day, but you're coming off as too desperate. I'm sorry. You're even going back 2.5 years. Do you want to go back? Like, would you like to go back to when I was in high school and when I mooned my graduating class? Like, you want to go for that one too? Or no, you don't? You're getting tired of getting your dick kicked in? Well, you're going to really get your dick kicked in because we're only $75 away from yesterday's goal as well. Lady Godiva with $5. Thank you very much. Again, someone says you admit to violating protective orders. Right. I admitted that I was like, I had to negotiate with the person who has this protective order on April and I. Just in order to talk about it yesterday. So I had both arms tied behind my back, and I still got the truth out there. So yeah, if you don't like me, I don't like you. Suck my dick. You're out. I'm sorry. I know you're used to something else, but that's the way I do things. And the more and more I get back of my swagger as I continue to improve, the more fucking crazy I'm going to drive you. So get used to it, sweet cheeks. All right, let's go ahead and let's talk about Hawk Tua Girl.
Yeah.
Apparently, Hawk Tua Girl broke her silence. That's weird to me because I thought she's been talking.
Well, she's been spitting.
She's been too busy spitting on dicks. That's the problem. You just spit on those dicks so long, you got no time to talk. And really, she's kind of said it all at this point, hasn't she?
I don't know what else there is to
There's
say.
not really much more to say. I mean, it's not like I want to hear her take on the Middle East. But she went on Brianna LaPaglia's Plan Brie podcast. That's kind of, hey, you know what? That's not a bad name.
Plan Brie.
Plan Brie. I don't hate that name for usually podcast names can be corny, but Plan Brie's pretty good. Let's go ahead and watch Hawk Tua Girl. I'm sad that this clip's only 1 minute and what is it? 1 minute and 15 seconds long. I wanted another Joy Reid sized clip. But then again, like you said, what's this girl going to tell us that's going to be that earth shattering?
Yeah, I don't think there's not a whole lot of depth to this one.
She's famous for saying she likes to spit on dicks. I mean, once you're famous for spitting on dicks, I don't know really where you go from there.
Did you delete all of your social media?
God, she's a cutie.
Yeah. What's up with the arm though? That's scary. Is that a tattoo or is that a
this here?
Yeah.
That's
like
a burn mark from spitting on a dick and then
she's spitting hot fire on a dick and it's splattered.
On a dick and it's splattered, yeah.
Okay, so I deleted all my social media like 6 months ago due to like personal reasons. I never really got on it or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
By the way, good for her. Because, like, if you're just a normal person with an everyday thing, social media doesn't do anything for you but cause you stress, depresses you, bums you the fuck out. Get it the fuck out of there, man. Just go and live your life.
Well, that's great for her. I'm glad she did all that. But then how am I supposed to contact her? Because she's single, right? Like, we can make this happen.
I don't know how single she is. I mean, she's single, but I feel like there's a line. Like, you're not on the roster. You didn't make the cut.
Once again,
there's a difference, Johnny. There's a difference between being single and being alone.
Oh.
She's single. She's just not alone.
Oh, I thought you were about to say she's single, you're alone.
Well, I mean, you gave that game away. I didn't say anything. I was trying to be nice.
Anything to do with this?
Oh no, I was long gone before that.
Oh, so you were already gone from social media, and everyone thought that you deleted your social media because you were like scared of all of this blowing up, but you were gone.
I've been gone from it.
So
people in the show chat saying Aaron's third wife. Yeah, I don't think I don't think we have a lot in common. I'm a Menard's dad.
Are you going to come back?
I think we're working on that right now.
Where? Do you hear that? I think we're working on it right now. This fucking girl, all she said was Hawk Tua, I'll spit on a dick. And now she's got a fucking team. It's an amazing time we live in. Like the fact that you get famous because you go Hawk Tua, spit on that thing. You're talking about spitting on someone's boner, and now all of a sudden you have a social media team. God, it's a great time to be a hot chick. There has never been an easier time to be a beautiful woman.
A lower bar.
The bar is so low for beautiful women, it's insane. You literally go, I'll spit on a wiener, and they go, you're the queen of the castle. Welcome, madam. We've been waiting for you.
And don't tell me that this Plan Mia girl is getting her audience entirely because of the quality of her content.
She's a great broadcaster. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Leave her tits alone.
It's really weird the no table open mic like backstage setup thing and
she's
and
sitting
then again.
Yeah, they're sitting on chairs that wrestlers hit each other with. I mean, that's their studio setup.
You have a full management team. You have a manager now. You have a shooter. She comes in with like this big ass camera. Like she's the real deal. Already, this happened like a week ago.
She has no discernible talent. Again, they went, what drives a guy nuts? She's like, when I spit on his dick. And now, all of a sudden, like you've got managers, you've got social media. You shouldn't be saying that and like celebrating. You shouldn't be saying that and like, oh, it's great. You have a team. It's like, no, you should be going, what does it say about the time we're living in that you just went, I'll hawk a loogie on your cock, and now all of a sudden you're being followed around like it's Beatlemania.
Just what? How sad is it for? I'm sorry, but a lot of that's because she's got a huge male following. I'm guessing now, because she said she likes to spit on a dick. I know we say like, oh, it's not fair, or what kind of crazy time that that women can do this, but we do kind of allow it. I mean,
yeah. Now I kind of want my girl to spit on my dick. Like she's kind of gaslit the country into thinking they like their dick spit on. Like I didn't think I would like my dick spit on, but now I'm like, I don't care. Like it's fine. Like,
has it happened? Have you had someone spit on your dick?
Like, no, I've had the spit in their hand. and stroke the dick, but not like the spit directly on the dick. You know?
Maybe it's that extra level of degradation where there's no like in between.
You just that fucking, you're a third baseman in the bottom of the 6th inning and you just need to get this one out and just right on a dick. Don't have to get my hand dirty or anything. Just spit right on his.
Snowballed my balls.
What were you doing for your job?
Well, I have to sit up and get ready for about 30 minutes, and then I'll just go on and go get me something to eat for breakfast, and then I'll go into work. But I worked in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because
Or a
everyone said that
bartender.
you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say.
Uh-oh.
I'm just
She is Aaron's third wife.
I'm just a young girl who likes spitting on cocks. You know, I got me a job, but really my passion is just being 21 and shit and just spitting on wieners. Oh, you show me a wiener, and if I've had enough water that day, I'll spit on a motherfucker.
Every part of the interview that she just did sent her numbers up so high.
Right?
So many that, oh, she's young and she likes spitting on dicks. This one's a keeper.
What do you think about the election, Hawk to a girl? By the way, do we even know her name? Oh, yeah, we know her name. What do you think, Hawk to a girl, about the election? She's like, well, I don't like to comment on politics because you understand in the community that likes having its penis spit on, some of them are going to vote for Trump, some of them are going to vote for Biden, and I don't want to alienate anyone in the dick spitting community.
Look, some dicks you spit on are Democrats, some dicks you spit on are Republicans. All dicks suck and come the same.
That's right. I mean, the Democrats, it's a little weaker, but it's the low T.
I was going to say, because you're 21, I'm like, this is illegal. Who are you teaching?
Exactly.
So you work.
I know who I'm teaching. I'm teaching a whole generation of girls how to get themselves a husband.
I'm teaching ladies how to hoe down.
That's right. I'm wearing this cowboy hat because we had a Zach Bryan concert, but I'm going to turn it into a hoedown in the pit. I call it the spit pit. Now get over here and show me your wiener.
Or a teacher.
Or a bartender.
So
Either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher.
My father is so far from a preacher. It's crazy.
My father's the one who taught me how to spit on an erect penis.
Damn it, I was about to go there.
Everyone thinks my mama was a hoe, but my daddy's the one who said, girl, you want to get ahead in life, you got to make sure you and you spit on that thing. And then he said, now get out there. Here's your one chance, fancy. Don't let me down. Oh, I love her. She's just so like that. You know what I mean? Like she's not
fake. She's not full of it. She's just, yeah, I like spitting on dicks. I'm having fun. I'm not.
You understand? She's not trying to walk it back. She's not trying to like recraft an image. She's just like, I got famous for spitting on a dick, and I hope that someday y'all kind of see me as more than just the girl who spits on dicks, but I guess for right now, I'm just spitting on wieners and you guys are loving it. So let's enjoy the ride. Am I right? God bless her. Everyone. So there she is. Old Hawk-Tua girl, Haley Welch. That's her name. Haley Welch. Oh, God, we got more clips? Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. She said more. This one's going to be a little disgusting.
So funny.
Okay, so they're in on
They
it.
know how I am, though, because, you can never tell what comes out of my mouth.
I know what goes in it.
I mean, we could tell what comes out of your mouth considering what we just emptied out into it. I mean, it's pretty safe bet.
We know what comes out of your mouth. It's that fucking Hawk-Tua when you're spitting on cack.
I mean, it's a hit or a miss what comes out of my mouth. I just talk out of my ass.
That was a hit.
Yeah,
That was a
time
big
it
hit.
was. The one time I say something like that, of course, there's a camera in my face.
It's like the biggest thing ever. But I've also seen a lot of controversy surrounding it. People feeling bad for you that you've gotten turned into the hook to a girl and kind of I don't know. It's kind of creepy. Like, do creepy guys message you? Is it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You just said that you'll hock a loogie on a dick. It's not like it's going to be an army of winners coming into your DMs. It's not like
me and my Fortune 500 company saw your video and we thought, I'd like to make you my wife. So how about we start with me courting you over several several months with nice dates and luxurious vacations. We just take this slow.
I'm usually neck deep in hookers, but I figured I wanted to make you a wife. You know, I heard you make that real guttural sound, and I thought she doesn't even need the Tua. I understand. I get it. She's mine. She's just a 21-year-old trying to have her slut days. Go on, get dick. Whatever. What are you going to get married at 21? Do your thing. But I mean,
yeah, wait till you're 28. It's a better time.
I mean, or 26.
Oh, okay.
Were you referencing my situation? Because she was 26 when we got married.
I guess I didn't count very well.
I married a 26-year-old when I was 34, 35 or so. Yeah. Because she turned 25 when we met. We met, she had just turned 25. And I had just turned 33. And then we got married a year and a half later. So, yeah, that would have been 26 and 34. And then we made it almost 3 years. We had a good fucking marriage, man. It was all right. But it all fell apart at the end, unfortunately. What do you do?
Scary? Are you like, what the fuck did I do?
So the guy that does my hats, he got offered $600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell it. That is revolting.
Fucking do it. Like, what are you,
God,
retarded?
yeah.
Jesus Christ, it doesn't even have to be your spit. But I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's just spit. Here you go. Mail it to that fucking creep and give me my $600. Dude,
Why wouldn't you take that deal?
You take that deal, Udovich? I'd take that deal. Hell yeah, damn good deal. Oh, my God. All right, Brett Mack, what do you have for the show?
Dude, I'm in that same age bracket. I could be like the male Hawk Tua, only for eating coochie.
Oh, you're 21 and you want to, well, we'll get you in touch with Haley Welch. Maybe you guys can just cover each other in saliva until one of you fucking comes.
You can Hawk
I'll
Tua
cover her
her
in
hole.
something, I'll tell you that.
Oh,
She's
well.
Hawk Tua, and I'm gonna be hawking something. I tell you what, my
Fucking
brother,
take
you
it
know
easy with your cum before you get AIDS. Thank you, buddy. There's Brett Mack. Felt like calling into the show again. Somebody writes in the show chat, AOC could be the liberal Hawk Tua girl. I don't know. This girl's fun. She's a good time.
Like AOC's attractive, but if she talks, we have a problem.
Yeah, this girl's great. Also, if you're not spitting in that jar for $600, if the next words out of her mouth are "I didn't do it," you're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm surprised that we still have 1,000 people listening to the show and we're not doing drama or anything else. I'm so happy with that. That's great. But like, I thought once all the drama shit was done, I was like, we're going back to 700-800 people. We're going back to what we had before. And we didn't. We picked up a lot of new fans. Subscribe. But like, she's got to understand that like, Hawk Tua does not have legs. You know, I mean,
I don't know. They look pretty nice from where I'm
they're
sitting.
Beautiful legs. What I'm saying is Hawk Tua, the concept, like your fame, doesn't have a lot of time. So every jar that gets put in front of you, you hawk a loogie in it and ask for $600-700. Fucking do it.
Well, she's got a whole team now that are apparently going to grow the Hawk Tua brand. You know,
for a month and a half until they all go find a new fucking whore that said something on the streets of New Orleans. So let's see, 600. I bet you could get at least 1,500 guys around the country to ask for a jar of Hawk Tua spit, right?
Oh, God. I hate to say no, but
$900,000. Just keep spitting in jars, homegirl. You'll become a millionaire. This is great.
Well,
you can tell the podcaster chick is like, just like, fucking $600?
Yeah.
I'd queef in a can for that kind of money.
She's sitting there going, I have my tits on display constantly throughout my entire show. I'd die to spit in someone's drink for $600.
And sell it. That is revolting. Like,
Oh
that's
my
just disgusting,
gosh.
is it not?
That's crazy.
And I was like, should I do it? And I was like, no,
You
don't
should
do
just
that.
like pour.
What? Come on, you
Oh,
stupid.
come on.
Now you're above it? So wait a minute. You'll stand on the street and tell a perfect stranger into a microphone that the best way to drive a guy nuts is, oh, I spit on his fucking cock. Rock and roll. But then someone goes, hey, will you spit in a jar for $600? Oh, what do you think I am, classless? Like, I don't know. I see spitting in a jar for $600 is less demeaning than going out into the street and going, yeah, I'll spit on a dick. And for free. You're just sitting there for free telling people that spitting on a cock rules, but you won't spit in a jar for $600? You know, think of how us on the other side live, you selfish bitch.
We spent a lot of time and a lot of effort racking up that $600, just hoping to get a jar of that spit.
And what do? You call us creepy, you bitch.
Pour water in it.
Yeah,
or
they would
fucking
never
send
know.
it. Yeah.
That would be funny if that was like they make a documentary years from now and they're like the rise and fall of Haktua Girl. And the downfall is when she refused to spit in a jar for $600. Her audience, who at one point thought she was so grounded and so normal, now saw her as a bit of a nose up in the air elitist prude for not spitting in the jar. Why deny yourself $600 enrichment as a college girl for a young man who just wants a jar of your famous saliva? This is where Haktua Girl's demise began.
But
That's like the OnlyFans girls that fart in jars.
and sell it.
And sell them. But
No,
they're
it's not. Farting in jars is weird. That's where the poo-poo comes out. That's a weird thing to hook your butthole up to a cur jar and go, that's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but dude, like I said, if guys are disgusting, they'll do this shit. Like, you're always saying fucking scammers should be revered. Like, hey, take down a sucker. If you're willing to send somebody money, I don't care if it's a pretty lady or a fat bearded dude in a basement. If you're willing to send somebody money for a can of cutie patooties or Mersh's ass gas or whatever the fuck it's called, you're the sucker. All right, that's you.
Dude, pickle jarring farts is a bridge too far for me. I'm sorry. Like,
I can't pay for this until I can have its authenticity verified. We have to have someone check the methane content of the air within this jar.
I don't know, man. I think there's a difference to me between spitting in a jar and farting in one. Ugh.
I love that you have this weird line that's like, no, if they'll buy the fucking jar of spit for $600, sell them the jar of spit for $600.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
is there a difference between sticking your dick in someone's mouth and sticking your dick in someone's butthole?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, so there's a difference between like half pooping.
But I'm not saying I'm opposing either. Like, I'm saying they're just different.
Good point. I lost that one. Oh,
Yeah.
I got to take the L on that one. You're right.
There's a total difference. One of them has teeth, or at least it better only be one of them.
All right, I lost. You're right.
Whole new meaning to donkey punch when you've got to avoid the chompers.
They are different. They're just people aren't objecting to them.
They're different, but they're the same.
There's something about spitting in a jar to me that's powerful, and there's something about farting in a jar that's demeaning. So, like,
and again,
if someone,
I'm just saying,
spitting is a dismissive thing in general. Like when you're dismissing someone, you're like, fuck them. But like, you take a jar, you go, oh, $600 here. It's like a quick dismissive thing. But if you go, oh, $600, hold on. Well, give me another one. I spray farted a little, or would they like the spray fart better? I'm just, like, this disgusting.
I'm just saying $600 is $600. You know, spitter ass gas. It all spends the same. You know, like when you're buying that car, they aren't going to be like, did you spit for this or did you shit for this? Which one was it?
Rough crowd, spitters and
shitters.
Actually fart in jars.
Yeah, or they're dirty drawers. That's just disgusting.
That's crazy.
That's why I don't even wear them.
Yeah, I wonder, like, I bet there's a lot of creeps that are trying to, like, message you and be around you and stuff. But also, I think majority of people just think it's a hilarious meme.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, what do you do now? Because now you have management, now you have a team. What are your plans moving forward? Like, do you want to still be the hook to a girl, or do you want to?
She's trying really hard to be nice and go like, do you want to be more than a fucking piece of shit? Or are you just cool with being a hoe?
So, have you answered the multiple requests to perform on OnlyFans and PayPal and Pornhub? And
do you work with donkeys? Is what we're trying to ask.
I don't really want that to be like my image.
Yeah.
Like, hot to a girl. I don't see that being like
A
my
forever
thing. You
thing?
know? Yeah, I don't want to be known as that.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. And you're also.
Well, maybe then you don't lean into a microphone and get really excited about talking about your affinity for spitting on dicks.
I don't really want to be known as that. Well, then I have bad news for you. Too late, because you have nothing else to offer. I'm sorry.
I really want my singing career to be the
Jesus,
focus.
No. I swear to Christ, if in 2 weeks we're gonna hear about how Hawk Tuah Girl has a guitar and just a whole lot of heartfelt country goodness, I'm like, oh, go fuck yourself.
Right?
Go fuck
I
yourself.
love how the chick who does her show with her tits like all the way out is like, well, you don't want that to be your image because that's shallow.
So, do you want to be more than the Hawk Tuah Girl, or do you want? Because I don't know if you want to be like just a physical piece of meat for a bunch of weird dudes. I wouldn't know what that's like at all.
It really is just fucking. It's so odd. It's bizarre the times we live in that you just have a woman going like, you need to be careful of your reputation. As she sits there with her fucking tits out and her arms all tatted up. It's like, yeah, listen to her. Lady Godiva with $5 says, if you want to get ahead in life, you need to know how to give good head. I mean, I always see it as a nice bonus, but I'm a fuck man. Nobody likes onions with $1.99. I'm not reading that because it's funny. You guys all hate me and think I did this thing I didn't do, but meanwhile, you've been calling that woman that thing and like trying to get her to K herself for a year now, and now you're gonna act like you ever gave a fuck, so you lie. Ugh, what really disgusting pieces of like, just what an awful human being to do something like that. Ugh, I'm just glad I'm better than you. We are $70 away from yesterday's goal, so now we have today's knocked out. We're $70 from yesterday. If we knock out yesterday's, we'll do an extra hour today instead of an extra half hour. Someone just wrote, Hawk Tuah Girl will be a presenter at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. I refuse to believe that. But
That would be hilarious.
I wouldn't doubt it. See, that if that person's making a joke, it's difficult to tell if they're making a joke. Because, like, the world we live in, I could see Hawk Tuah Girl being a presenter at the
I don't know. She's kind of old for them, though. She's 21. Like, I mean, I feel like the Nickelodeon people would like if Hawk Tuah Girl were 14, like then yeah, Nickelodeon would be all over her.
I do want to say, talking about people who have been really fucking cool. I mentioned Keanu and everything else, and everybody else, and a lot of messages I'm getting. Alyssa Clips sent me a really sweet message. I'm not going to read it. It's between her and I, but Alyssa Clips sent me a really nice message. That's cool. It's good. I haven't seen anybody outside of haters of this show that have like given this any credence at all. Like anyone who's even like middle of the road to my friend, like that over has gone like, yeah, this is total horseshit. Like, and there's a lot of guys who have like been through, and I can't talk about it, but there's a lot of guys who have been through a similar like third party, like kind of deal. And they're like, yeah, I fucking totally get what you're going through. And it fucking stinks. But you know what? It's over now. We're done with it. I beat back all the criticism and I'm very excited that we can move on and do the show. Let's go ahead and open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. While we do that, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care have the trucks and wreckers small enough for motorcycles, big enough for heavy-duty equipment. So use our friends at All Care Towing when you go in the ditch. You lock your keys in your car, you get a flat tire, no matter what happens, nobody's there faster than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Our pals at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, suppressors, NFA, tactical gear, and so much more. Go check out our friends at Midland Armory today. That's midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy know all there is to know about firearms, the questions you might have, no matter what your experience level. Our friends at Midland Armory, nobody does it better than them. midlandarmory.com. Go ahead, check out the shop, check out all the selection. midlandarmory.com. Thank you, guys. And, of course, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Hey, man, there's no rule against selling out that anniversary show really early. And right now, it seems like we might sell out that anniversary show really early. So go to eventbrite.com. It's the 10th anniversary of Steel Toe with all the people targeting us, all the people coming after us. We're still growing. We're still getting bigger. We're still out there. And we've got the big 10th anniversary show with the roast of me. Johnny's going to be doing it. Matt, Keanu, Chino. I've got a $1,000 spot that I still want to fill. I want to bring someone out. I know Chad Zumach said he was open to it. I would love to have Chad on that roast. We're also going to have some of the Aristococks doing some roasting. Oz is going to be there. Oh, it's going to be a great time. I still want to get Adrian and Corey out. I haven't heard back from them yet, but it's going to be an awesome show. We've got the Cornhole Tournament at 3 o'clock. Showtime at 8 p.m. Stoney's in Rockville, Saturday, August 10th, the 10th anniversary roast of me, and it's going to be a great party as usual. $30 for the roast on eventbrite.com, $10 for the Cornhole Tournament, $35 for both, and if you just want to come party during the day, that's free. Just come on out and do it. Come hang out with us. Rocky Wig Snatch with $199. Thank you very much. I mean, not the funniest comment in the world, but you did try. Thanks for the $199, buddy. Appreciate it. $70 away from doing an hour of overtime today. By the way, did you notice, Johnny, that I cut back on my caffeine intake this morning? Oh, sorry, I muted. Now I'm the one fucking up the muting.
Yeah, see? Dickhole.
It happens.
It's really easy to do. So you cut back on the caffeine, so you're just drinking water?
I did a 12-ounce Coke this morning instead of that fucking Celsius shit.
I thought you told me you were done with that stuff. You said no more.
Caffeine content? More. Okay, you know what the caffeine content in Celsius is?
I don't remember. It was like 250 something?
200 milligrams. All right? You know what it is in a 12-ounce thing of Coca-Cola?
20?
34. So I'm cutting way the fuck back. That's good. Was somebody say, wow, they don't miss a beat. Regular or Diet Coke, Loaf Piggy? My celebrations are always short-lived on this program as long as our audience gets a hold of it. Thank you, guys. $70 is the number. Let's finish it off. Go to that PayPal, that Streamlabs, and everywhere else, and hammer out yesterday's goal, and we are doing good for the week. Thanks, guys. And then tomorrow, I don't know if Gino's doing the show tomorrow or not. I don't know if it's going to be Rumble Friday, Wednesday, or if we're just going to roll through and just do it all on YouTube. I think tomorrow will probably be our least watched show of the week. I think people are probably taking
Yeah, I already
off.
told people on my show yesterday, I'm like, yeah, if we get it, because my funding's into today, so it's like, yeah, if we knock out the second, if we knock out the third before the end of the second, I'll come on and do a show. Otherwise, I'm just moving the rest of it over to next Monday and taking the rest of the week off. Because I'm an afternoon show, and I get it. The weather's not as nice, so people might not be going out for the 4th and stuff. But it's still gonna be nice tomorrow.
I'm actually trying to get the schedule with my kids switched because it was supposed to be yesterday, which I'd had yesterday, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm trying to switch it to tomorrow, Thursday, and then well into Thursday night instead of doing Friday because the weather's going to be shitty. I want them to stay overnight because we're going to the lake. We're going to the cabin.
Yeah.
And I want the kids to be able to stay over Wednesday night, not Thursday night, because Thursday night's going to be shitty. So Wednesday night will be the big stay over, and then they can stay all day until it's dark out on Friday. or on Thursday, and then we'll just call it for the week. Because if it's going to be a dog shit week, that would suck. You know?
Yeah.
Or a dog shit weekend, I should say. Like that, you're just sitting around waiting for it to stop raining.
Everybody's just stuck inside. Just give them all tablets. They'll be fine. Stare at your screens.
Isn't that the solution now? Jess Wig says, everyone is taking off Wednesday until Monday. It's vacay time, kids. Yeah, I mean, we might have some people hanging around tomorrow. So
I've had a few people tell me that they're going to be working tomorrow and that they're going to be working on the 4th, and they wanted me to do a show, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Look, I mean, we're $70 away from yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
We knock out yesterday, and then we knock out tomorrow. We had a perfect week. It's fucking awesome. So why not? We'll do a show tomorrow. Another sharpshooter to the old pancreas, someone says in the show text. Oh, the Coca-Cola? Yeah. I don't know. I think I'll probably do YouTube and Rumble tomorrow. If Gino does the show tomorrow, I'll do Rumble Friday, Wednesday just for him. But if he doesn't, I think I'll probably just stay on YouTube. So anyway, guys, $70 away. Let's knock that out. This is a bizarre story. We're getting into some of our news stories now. We're done with Hawk Tua girl. We're done with Biden.
News
shut up. We're done with all that stuff. Now we're getting into some of those goofy, quirky local stories.
Okay.
This next one, a guy was really mad at his wife because he felt the dog, like the dog was more loved than he was. And unfortunately, I don't think that's a rare thing in some people's relationships. I didn't have that problem. I mean, April and I, fucking, like I said, until disco came around. Like even at the beginning of disco, we were fucking cruising. We were having a great time. And then as disco got more disco and dramatic, it fell apart. But like, it was never, like Gordy was never, I can't imagine my dog being a wedge in the relationship. Gordy was our little boy. But this guy thought that his wife loved the dog more. So he decided to show her his frustration.
What did he do to the dog?
Well, that's where we hit play.
Now to another story topping our news on this Saturday night. A Pomeranian left dead after a Fort Bend County man allegedly flew into a jealous rage. He's accused of slamming the dog into the side of a doghouse, and the Precinct 1 constable's office said it was caught on camera.
Oh no. So, I mean, this is the treatment you save for when you find out your wife's fucking a dude. You know, you smash his head against the wall and you beat him half to death. I mean, that could be understood if not condoned, as they say. But like, what, did he catch the dog eating peanut butter out of his wife's snatch and he decided to fucking smash it? I don't know.
I mean, you don't, like, it's not the Pomeranian's fault that he's just a cute little fluff ball and your woman is just that susceptible.
Right.
Spiking him against the side of the doghouse, you killed him with his home.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
I'm just not sure that spiking the Pomeranian to death is really going to make her love you more. I don't think that's going to solve the problem you're having.
The end zone dance didn't help either.
No, the fact that he did the fucking dirty bird afterwards, that was a little, when he did that was a little too much.
A bit fire.
When he did the fucking St. Louis shuffle where he spun the dog on its head and then started going like when he threw the dog up like a grenade and when it landed, he flew backwards. People felt that was a bridge too far.
This happened yesterday at the man's home on Splendid Sunset Trail, and ABC 13's Luke Jones has the story.
He's facing an animal cruelty charge, a third-degree felony that carries up to 10 years in prison. Tonight, he's in jail, his bond set at $10,000. The violent attack he's accused of, leaving investigators working the case sickened. This tiny...
Like Caligula, he just fucking smashed its head on a rock and just tossed it. Jesus.
Oh. And again, the poor dog didn't do anything to deserve this. Like, yeah, your wife or girlfriend or whatever might be a total piece of shit, but the poor dog.
Don't get me
He's
wrong.
A good little boy.
Don't get me wrong. It's the ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen. Fucking Mikey Two Milk sent me a Snapchat. It says, "What you doing?" And he sent me a pineapple that he bought. You fucking dick. Pineapples are triggering to me, you cunt.
A teacup Pomeranian defenseless against the alleged wrath of a grown man. Yesterday, the Precinct 1 constable...
Oh, boy, I'm surprised he
no.
didn't fucking make it into Mushu Chicken afterwards. I had to do it before somebody else did.
Yeah, me. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm surprised. Are we going to call him...
He wasn't murdering the dog. He was tenderizing the meat, okay? That's all he was doing.
Does he call it General Toast Pomeranian? Oh, boy.
I thought that lady had a Pomeranian. Yeah. She did.
You got to make the beef and broccoli somehow. Oh, man, this is a really good Chinese burger. Oh, you see any cows down here? What's this made out of? Pomeranian. It's good Pomeranian burger.
office.
Why did he have to be Asian? This wasn't necessary. Why did the man who brutally murdered a dog have to be Chinese? This wasn't you didn't have to
because
do
it's
this.
in their culture, Aaron. Because it's in their culture.
He smashed the dog's head, threw him on the ground, and then dismissively tossed a fortune cookie on top of him. How are those sugar puck donut things Chinese? I ask.
They're not.
Right. Fuck them. God, I want to go to fucking China Star now.
This 31-year-old.
I want to eat a dog. You guys got Pomeranian.
God, I
on the
can't
menu.
wait to cook up a fucking dog and eat it. God, this story's making me hungry.
I need Mushu bark.
Beat the dog to death at his home on Splendid Sunset Trail in the Candela subdivision. The dog, his wife's, but according to deputies, he felt she loved it too much, more than she loved him. They say he responded.
Boy, I can't imagine why she'd love an innocent dog more than a level-headed individual such as yourself.
You make such amazing, rational decisions. Why wouldn't anyone love you?
Yeah, I'll show you why you should love me. Arr, 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 whack. General Toast, someone says. That joke. We can do better than that.
Responded by grabbing the dog by its rear legs and swinging it over his head. As the couple.
I mean, in fairness, that is the leverage point you want if you're going to smash a dog against a hard surface. You do want to grab it by the hind legs. You can get more torque in the swing. More torque for the Mushu pork. It's too easy. Why did he have to be Asian? It wasn't necessary. Frozen, is that you?
Surveillance cameras rolled. He then allegedly began slamming it into a doghouse and then dumped it in the yard.
And now he finds himself in the doghouse with his wife. Why'd you take it to the vet? Why didn't you take it to Why didn't you take it to fucking China Star? Delivery!
Doghouse and then dumped it in the yard. Deputies met the couple at this Cinco Ranch urgent vet where the dog was pronounced dead. It's here they say they watched the surveillance footage on the wife's phone. A deputy noting in his report that he never wanted to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, watching a poor little Pomeranian get swung by its hind legs into a doghouse and then watch it go limp. Yeah.
And then him just dump the corpse. Yeah.
I mean, look, look, Chief. I've shot an unarmed black man 14 times and riddled him with holes and watched him struggle for his last breath. I could watch that all goddamn day. But that poor puppy, Sarge. That poor goddamn puppy. He wasn't selling crack to school kids.
She showed him the video, and the cop just said, of all the fucking days to not have my drop gun. Fuck.
I got some coke. Yeah, but I didn't take it out of evidence. It's mine. I might get in trouble.
And now, no one will. That's because deputies say Xi deleted the footage, a decision that may earn him a tampering charge.
Oh, boy.
Constable Chad Norville releasing this statement, quote, "This just leaves me speechless. I'm glad we were able to put him in jail and that he'll face justice for his horrendous actions." In Fort Bend County, Luke Jones, ABC 13, Eyewitness News.
It does, like, in a weird way, like, smashing a dog against a doghouse and killing it does seem like one of those weird things that people in prison would have like some weird code with.
Yeah.
And like they'd be like, yo, you in here for smashing a little puppy dog against a house? We gonna fuck you every day of your life, bitch. Oh, no. Bigot on socialist media says if it was a pit bull, it would have been all right. Well, I think if you can pick a pit bull up by its hind legs and swing it hard enough to kill it, I mean, you kind of deserve that kill.
If you can grab the pit bull by its hind legs and it doesn't turn around and murder you, then yeah, I think you've earned that victory.
Winning a fight with a pit bull, I mean, that's straight up. Straight up. He beat me. Guy needs to be headbutt and strangled, says Blitz League. Oh, shit. Lander says if his name is Wong, I am walking out of my job. He might as well have been. Lander says swinging the dog, screaming shit about the Great Wall and the goddamn Mongolians. One person right, goddamn Mongolians. If only the cops cared this much about illegals R-ing and killing kids, we'd be all right, says Landers. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, that is the case. Jesus Christ. That story ended up being a little too perfect. A little too on the nose, that one. Hey, guys, you want to finish up that goal from yesterday for us? Please do. $70 away. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. We're already doing 30 minutes of overtime for you guys knocking out today. But we'll do an extra hour if you guys knock out that last 70 from yesterday. Thank you guys so much. If we don't knock out the 70 from yesterday, we will apply it to tomorrow, though. He was making pureed Pomeranian pate, one person says in the show text. But just throw in part of that 70. We'll knock it out. We'll go till 11 today. Thank you, guys. This is kind of like my... And by the way, we're not doing evening shows this week. We have no Matt, and it's a holiday, and it's going to be one of the last nice days of the week. So you guys fucking enjoy yourselves. But, yeah, I kind of... with today's show, doing an extra hour, it's kind of the last day I have of the week/weekend where I kind of have nothing to do. So I kind of thought, you know what? If we do an extra hour today, no fucking skin off my wiener, as it were.
Yeah.
So you guys want to knock out that last 70 and do a whole hour today? Why the fuck not? We'll even let you request. We got plenty of shit to talk about and get to, but if you got things you want us to get to specifically, I'm telling you, I am jonesing and itching to knock out yesterday because so many people yesterday, well, by so many, I mean like a dozen, were cocking off.
Chat.
Yeah, they were cocking off after the show like, hey, fucking lost, get used to it, blah, blah. And then we knock out today's goal in the first half hour, which, haha, sucked my dick. And then I was like, you know what? If we knock out this last 70, fuck those guys. That's like the biggest win we could post. So help us out. Fuck these people up. Get them. And knock out that last 70. Thanks, guys. Do you want to hear about the San Francisco Pride Parade and what was in it?
Yeah. Don't show a video, though.
No,
Or at least,
no.
Have you checked all of your video?
I'm not playing any of the videos. In fact, all of these
had a
on
video that I thought was safe that was an interview, and they did a cut quick, and I had to jump off of that screen like you wouldn't believe.
Oh boy, yeah. Like we'll play some of these that are like people reporting on it.
People reporting on it is safe. Yeah,
like we'll play Sarah Gonzalez's clip and everything else.
But there was a guy who did an interview of a person on the street, and the on the street interview seemed safe for like so much of it, and then they cut to a second. It was no.
I want to find libs of TikTok on Twitter. They reported something yesterday. Remember that story we told you about that Maryland Democratic operative LGBTQ activist who got picked up for being creepy with kids?
Yeah.
Was it child pee or was it actually physically?
I thought it was just the stuff.
Oh no, they got Chris Hansen, Alex Rosen. Remember Alex Rosen?
Oh yeah,
Chris
they got
Hansen
caught trying to meet up with someone.
Arrange something. Yeah. So I read this on libs of TikTok yesterday that LGBTQ activist who tried to arrange a meeting with a 15-year-old got caught by Alex Rosen. Alex Rosen put it up on Twitter. And what I read yesterday was that Alex Rosen got banned from Twitter for posting that, which is really, really strange to me. Oh, by the way, speaking of libs of TikTok, yeah, they're charging people with felonies, these people who are going into the gay pride murals, the sidewalks, that they're making in these different cities. Yeah. They're charging them with felonies for doing donuts on pride murals. Like this Christian Meyer guy, this 18-year-old who's just fucking around being silly. Felony criminal mischief for doing donuts on the pride mural painted in the middle of the road.
Again, you put a pride mural in the middle of the road. What did you think would happen? This is putting a kick me sign on your back and getting pissed when someone takes you up on the offer, man, motherfucker. You range this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is I'm not finding the Alex Rosen thing yet. I mean, Libs of TikTok posts a lot. Or maybe it got reversed. Maybe he's not banned. That would be awesome. 18 hours ago, 14 hours ago. I would really, maybe he did, yeah, it looks like it might have got reversed.
That would be good because, again, I really feel like out of everybody involved in that, Alex Rosen might not be the person.
Oh, no, here we go. This is 21 hours ago. Breaking. The account who exposed the chief of the LGBTQ Dems of Maryland group for allegedly texting and trying to meet up with a 14-year-old for sexual activities has been suspended, most likely a mass reporting campaign. So, yeah, Alex Rosen got suspended from Twitter.
A mass reporting campaign, and I'm sure that was all just a whole bunch of straight people who couldn't stand that this guy was doing such a heinous. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I bet it's a whole bunch of.
So, yeah, apparently the LGBTQ community rallied around their boy, apparently, regardless of what he did, which, oof. Yikes. Jess Wig says, felonies ruin your entire life, career, reputation. That's some total BS. Yeah, for doing donuts on a pride mural. That's
the stupid hate crime stuff. It's a hate crime. You know what I find is a hate crime? The fact that only one group gets to have murals put on the streets and the sidewalks whenever they want. There's when have we seen the Israeli flag or the Palestinian flag anywhere? Have we seen the American flag in a crosswalk anywhere? I don't think so.
Right, you can set an American flag on fire, but you can't do donuts on a pride flag crosswalk. That's interesting.
It's almost like the people who put the fucking pride flag crosswalk out want someone to fucking do donuts on. It's like, we're victims and we're hated. We need more protections.
Dude, that's just what I'm thinking. Like, they almost put it out there and go, I fucking dare you. And then when someone goes, oh, that would be funny. Yeah, I'll do it. They're like, throw him in jail. He's a piece of shit. It's like, what a fucking dickhead move. Crash61M with $30. Thank you very much over on PayPal. Benjamin says, sorry to hear about the accusations. Dude, it's 2.5 years ago and it's a bullshit thing. It's nothing. It's desperate for people to grab onto. It's amazing how much less of a monster healthy people seem to think you are. Thank you. Yes, I've noticed that too. Even more amazing how drama is going to keep happening to those people, even though they got rid of the quote, bad guy. Stay strong. Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. Yeah. Normal, well-adjusted, healthy people understand it. They get it. Psychos who have been obsessed with my life for over a year need to hang on to it and need to grab onto it because they just can't face reality. Thank you guys very much for that. So that's 45 off of yesterday's goal. That means we're at $25 away from double overtime, and you guys giving 2 wins for the toe on one day. Can it be done? $25 left. Go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, all of it. Just $25 until it's over. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get into this San Francisco Pride thing, which, by the way, that Alex Rosen thing is total bullshit. Although, wait a minute, hold on. Somebody texting and saying Alex Rosen got his account back while on Revenge of the Sis yesterday. Okay, good.
Okay.
Good. I'm glad Alex got his account back. Yeah, he's kind of picked up the Chris Hansen mantle and is now doing that whole thing. So good for him. San Francisco's Pride Parade last weekend involved a fetish zone where you could pee on people and receive sexual acts in broad daylight on a public street during a massive parade. Do these people not know what the stereotypes are around their community and they just want to fuck it and burn it down? Like, you understand the people who you claim are trying to kill you or get you or whatever. You understand that their arguments are they commit mass degeneracy in public, they're irresponsible sexually, they engage in all kinds of fetishist degeneracy out in the open. And what do? You hand them their victory. Fucking behave. You're gay. Great. You like to fuck dudes in the butt. Do it at home. Pissing on people, doing shit like that. Are you trying? Dude, it's like you said with the crosswalks. They're trying to get people to hate them by doing things that make them hateable so then they can claim that they're victims of hatred.
Right. But the thing that we hate is the fact that on literally a San Francisco street, one man could be seen clear as day blowing another.
Right.
Like literally. And that's the thing, too. San Francisco has this stupid fucking law with the Pride Parade where men are allowed to be completely nude because it's not seen as a sexual act. But when these completely nude men start engaging in sexual acts, that apparently isn't a violation of the law.
Dude, it's literally
again, none of them were arrested for it. There were cops around and everything. Nobody was arrested because, again, they were practically having an orgy in the streets.
And it's just like San Francisco's literally just become a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm not even a religious guy, but like it's literally.
But I want to see the ending.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
People be pissed too.
Like, it's not even a fucking gay thing. And if you're going to make this a gay thing, if the LGBTQ community wants to defend this and make it a gay thing, do you really want to have that discussion? Do you really want to have that fight? Because you're going to be surprised how much of America lines up against you. If you're going to sit there and protect it and go, pissing on people, fetish zones in public, guys blowing each other in front of God and everybody, yeah, we're standing by that. That's LGBTQ. Then I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to cry victim when the rest of us go, then we're against you because that's fucking degenerate and disgusting and we're not putting up with that in public.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that going down if it was a guy or a girl. And like I said, the whole thing, even the fetish zone, like the fetish zone was 18 plus, but nobody was checking an ID.
Right.
They didn't have security. There was a Twitter article or someone tweeted out something about when I was 14, all of the gay men I hooked up with knew I was 14. And it's like, yeah, you don't realize how that's not helping your community right now.
Right, exactly. Like, you guys just talk about this shit openly. And then when we go, wow, that's fucking degenerate and disgusting, they go, oh, so now you're homophobic? I'm like, do you really want being gay to be associated with that? Because you're going to get a lot of people being quote-unquote homophobic by your standards then. Woman urinates on a man on the sidewalk. Man slaps a woman's butt while people watch. I mean, that seems tame compared to the guy blowing another guy in public.
Yeah.
I just want to see if I can play this one.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions real quick. So, what is going on?
That's the one where they cut away after a couple of minutes and show him standing, like, from the other side of the street, where he's just standing there smiling and waving, just completely
naked. The naked guy?
Yeah.
So I can play this for a little bit, or you would skip this one?
You could play it for a little bit, but they will cut away in a second. So, I mean, you could play the audio for a bit after they cut away and come back. It was
so there's some gray-haired man who's naked in front of fucking God and everybody at this parade in the middle of the street, and this guy's interviewing him. That's the visual.
Going on with you being naked? I mean, is there something?
Oh, it's
wrong
legal
with
here.
You, I know it's legal here, but you got kids all around you, and I noticed I've been sitting across the way reporting on the event, and every single time kids walk by, you're enthusiastically waving at them, trying to get their attention.
Not really.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but all the people who do this are suspect to me.
I don't even need him. Like, oh, not really. It doesn't matter if you are or aren't trying to get their attention. There are children here. Put on some fucking clothes.
Yeah. We just need to start setting hard and fast rules. I don't care about the abstract concept of whatever you're thinking. Are there kids there? Put some fucking clothes on. Shorts at minimum. At minimum, you have to wear shorts. I don't want you in your underwear either. If there's fucking kids there, you cover the fuck up. And if you've
got a gut, you put a shirt on, goddammit.
Well, that too, yeah. I mean, be like Latinos in swimming pools. But like, if you get to charge a high school kid with a felony because he's doing burnouts on a pride sidewalk, then you've got to put on, you got to cover your fucking cock when there's fucking children around. Who are you, Patrick Melton? You like that kind of thing?
You're on camera, dude.
Not really.
You're trying to get kids' attention. You're waving at them. You're trying to talk to them.
No, I'm not. I just wave at everybody. They just happen to be there.
But it's okay for you to do this in front of kids? You're comfortable with that? You think that's something they should see?
A lot of people are doing it.
Wow.
He's not even saying it's okay. He won't even say, like, no, I think this is okay. I think children should be able to see my naked body. Like, he isn't even able to say that. He's, what? A lot of people are doing it. What? It's fine.
Everybody's doing it.
He's talking like someone who knows deep down that this isn't okay and you shouldn't be doing this. But what everybody's doing, it's fine. Like, no, you know you're being a piece of shit. Stop being a piece of shit.
So it just makes it okay?
But it's legal. Okay.
Honey, it is natural, honey.
I'm asking him a question, not you.
I'm his friend. So, look.
Does that guy have Down syndrome?
I think so. Did they already do the cut from across the street and come back?
Yeah, where he had the underwear on?
Well, he didn't have underwear on when they cut across the street and showed him just stand there with his dick out.
Oh, no, this one where he had a little thong thing on.
All right, well, I cut it so fast, maybe I didn't see that. But at any rate, I didn't see it go back.
Who you are and what you are. And look, you see all this? And it's love always wins.
So you're you've brainwashed people with fucking Down syndrome into being one of your mascots. You fucking pigs. God, San Francisco really is just a pit. It's a hive of, what is it?
It's a den of scum and villainy.
Scum and villainy, San Francisco. And again, if you're gay, it's easy. Just say this isn't okay, and you're fine. But if you're gay and you're like, well, they call themselves LGBTQ, it's Pride Month, so I have to show unity, so I have to... No, if you're defending a kid with his if you're defending a guy with his dick out in front of children... That's not supporting LGBTQ. That's supporting pedophilic behavior. So don't hide behind your fucking rainbow flag. This is
And if
fucked
I'm not
up.
mistaken, love is love. Isn't that the slogan of NAMBLA?
Right, yeah. You guys want to jump on the NAMBLA bandwagon and have the same fucking slogan. Go ahead.
So it always wins. So you can just be naked in front of kids, try to talk to kids. You don't think that's weird? You don't find it?
That guy just said exactly. Don't let that fucking guy talk on the microphone. There's something wrong with him. I don't know if it's Down syndrome for sure, but like, he's slow.
Yeah.
He's slow.
He's not your friend.
Yeah.
Anything wrong with that?
No. I'm not talking to kids. They just happen to be there.
They just have you're on the front row with your dick out.
It doesn't matter.
You got kids right here. Literally one over next to you.
Well, I didn't notice that.
Oh, well then it's fine, you fucking pig. God, I hate that. This just makes me fucking mad.
I didn't notice that. Yeah, but you knew that would be a thing. You knew that would be a thing.
I just want to check and see.
Waving at.
I want to see if there's another cut. I'm just going to skip ahead, guys, just to see if we can play the rest of this. Yeah, we're good. All right.
You're on the front row with your dick out.
It doesn't matter.
You got kids right here. Literally one over next to you.
Well, I didn't notice that.
But you understand you're making me like think a ginger is cool and really good and a real human being right now. That's how fucked up you are, that I think this guy's normal, which I'm sure he's not, because they're all weird and their skin is different than ours and they're just
he just looks too big. Also, by the way, I didn't notice that. That's not a defense. In fact, that's almost more incriminating. You don't notice when there are children next to you when you're naked. That's not a good thing.
OJ didn't know that Nicole Brown's throat was in front of him when he was practicing his knife slashing techniques. It's not his fault.
You've been waving. When the Boy Scouts of America came by, you're sitting there waving at them.
I'm waving at everybody, not just them. They just happen to be there.
But so you just think it's fine for nudity in front of kids?
If there's nothing, as long as you're not doing anything, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but can we cut to the part where multiple places around this Pride Parade, people were doing something?
Right. Pissing on each other, blowing each other. God, if you take your fucking kids to this, I want them removed.
No offense, man. As soon as you're like, oh, I want to be naked, I'm like, well, then it seems like you want to be sexual because there are plenty of places where you can go to be a nudist. We've had nudist colonies and nudist beaches and nudist things in this country and all over the world for a long time. So the needing to be out in public just naked on display, that's a sexual thing for you. Like you can go somewhere to be where like-minded people think bodies are bodies and we don't need to be covered.
Yeah.
But you can't do this in front of kids, man.
You want to be where you can see your troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you want to go where everybody knows you're gay.
Well, you're in San Francisco. You're there.
Sexual at all?
No. I'm not nothing sexual. They just happen to be here, that's all. It's with everybody. Kids, adults, and everybody.
Let me ask you something. Do you see everything around this? I don't want to cuss, but
yeah, you'd hate to. Oh my God, I don't want to cuss. Yeah, you'd hate to be inappropriate in front of kids. Hey guys, that ship has
I don't
sailed.
want to use bad words. Look at my dick.
I don't want to use bad words in front of children while my asshole's out, or while I'm pissing on somebody. I don't want to say, "Oh fuck," the kids might get the wrong idea.
I don't want to say a bad word while I enjoy a cool breeze on my scrot.
Yeah.
fucking thing around this goddamn California. Look at yourself.
I'm not the one that's naked in front of little kids.
No, he's natural. It's natural. It doesn't matter.
It's natural. Okay. How about
By the way, look around California. Dude, if we look around California, it's, again, just more confirmation bias. You're a better argument for our side than your side, my friend.
Right, yeah, you're working for us. You just don't know it. By the way, somebody writing into the show text line, Tom Chilstrom looks like a stick of string cheese dipped in Frank's Red Hot.
Landers just said, is that Jim Brewer's gay fat brother?
Oh, yeah, we got to get Tom Chilstrom for the roast as well.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it.
Look at yourself.
As long as you're not doing anything. And I wouldn't do anything with that. They just happen to be there.
Okay.
They just happen to be there.
I think that's all I got for you.
Yeah, that's it.
right.
That's nothing wrong with that.
All right.
So don't go accusing me of stuff like that. I don't want to.
No,
No,
you of anything.
Yeah.
He just said you're naked in front of kids. You think that's okay. Do you think that's okay? And your answer is they just happen to be there.
Right.
That's not painting you as anything. You're saying that you're okay with being in front of kids completely naked because, well, they just happen to be there. So if by that logic, if the kids walk in on a porn setup, well, they just happen to be there. No, it's not okay, buddy. It's not okay.
By the way, none of
Put on
the
some
people
pants.
none of the people around him are defending him either, except for Stevie from Eastbound and Down.
No, I don't
clearly
care,
made
man.
an observation of you talking to kids, waving at kids while you're
It doesn't
naked.
matter. I'm
Doesn't
waving
matter.
at everybody.
Okay.
I'm waving at everybody.
Okay. Man, what about you? I mean, obviously you got a kid right next to you. Is this not weird?
Well, I didn't know there was a kid here.
They were on the other side of the street, and you said they just happened to be there, and I didn't know there was a kid here.
Well, then it's fine. If you
Yeah.
sorry, sir. We've been arguing this whole time. I didn't know that you weren't aware that there was a kid there. Well, I'm sorry. That changes everything.
I mean, he didn't just tell you 2 seconds ago in the interview there's a kid standing right there. He didn't say that to you twice.
Jesus.
You didn't know there was a kid there.
Yeah, but you've been talking to him. You've been like literally waving at him in the
I
parade.
wave everybody. They just happen to be there.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
So, as you saw, he just happens to be here, not trying to get kids' attention. But you see, if you go to like other reporting on Tennis page, he's clearly waving at kids enthusiastically.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I don't doubt him at all. Not for a minute.
I bet he's waving at everyone enthusiastically, but yeah, it's totally gross that he has zero problem being completely naked around children. It's not good.
Yeah. We've got San Francisco Pride. This is Savannah Hernandez. I like her. Let's see what she had to say about the whole thing.
Okay, I feel physically ill after spending the day.
Could be pregnant. Just
God, I hope not. I want that baby to be available.
At San Francisco Pride. Now, I've been to quite a few Pride events, but this one was by far the most disturbing, and it was because there were nudists there that were fully erect in front of children, standing in a way to make sure that everybody saw their fully exposed penis.
Well, at least you know it wasn't Patrick Melton. I doubt he can get hard, even around kids. It's just a circulation thing. When you're that fat, your dick doesn't work anymore.
There were adults grabbing other people's genitals and other adults masturbating. There was a fetish zone in which people were peeing on each other. So again, too, I'm shocked and horrified after experiencing this. Keep in mind,
like, are you trying to turn the rest of the country back to Christian conservatives? Because that's how you're going to get someone like me to be like, all right, fuck it, Jesus is in. Like, if this is the only safeguard to this degeneracy, it's either this or Islam. I'll go with Christ.
Like, honestly, the LGBTQ community, and I've been saying this for a while, needs to start calling out the bad actors unless they want to get lumped in with them.
It's kind of like the Islam thing, right?
Yeah. At a certain point, you have to do something, or all of this just looks like you're complicit. And
Remember when like Charlie Hebdo happened and all that, and you'd have Muslims hemming and hawing, like some of them would go, well, you have to understand, they feel like their prophet was insulted, and you're like, nope, I don't have to understand shit. You don't get to go into a magazine for expressing their free speech and mow them down.
You don't get to kill people because they insulted your invisible man. That's not how it works.
Not how it works. So, you're like, and until you guys speak out about this, it's not going to get better for you. Same thing with gay people. Why are people so trepidatious about us? Why are people saying bad things about us? Because you look at your Pride events and they're fucking pig shows. They're disgusting. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. It's degeneracy. And we would rather piss you off by criticizing that than have to pretend that we endorse it just so you don't get mad and call us names. It's too far.
That this is an all ages event. There were children present. The fetish zone was an 18+ area, but there were no IDs being checked. And again, there were adults essentially having sex in public. I am sure.
And by the way, I don't care if kids are around or not for that. Like that, you can just, cut that shit immediately, no matter what.
Yeah, even according to Florida's incredibly stupid, San Francisco's incredibly stupid law, the whole thing ends at sexual activity. Like, you can be naked in front of people, but it can't be sexual. So you shouldn't have a boner, all right? Because I'm sorry, that's you being sexually aroused. And there's a breeze on my dick and it feels good. Well, then put on some fucking pants, because apparently your dick can't handle the open air. So this whole they were blowing each other, there was a fetish zone. It sounds like the law that's in place in San Francisco is already being ignored anyway. So yeah, this stuff needs to stop.
Yeah, it's just fucking piggish, and their own community doesn't call it out enough.
Shocked.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are gay who are just like, happen to be gay. They don't really see themselves as part of a group, so they're like, why the fuck do I have to say anything about it? I guess that's fine, but like, if you're part of like activism or part of an LGBTQ community or whatever, you do have to say something about this and at least let us know, because we watch this get celebrated and we go, well, all of you must celebrate this. So you do have to kind of stand up and be accounted for and say, I'm not down with this shit.
I've never experienced such a vulgar display of promiscuity. I mean, I don't even know what to say in terms of this. I'm shocked and horrified, and I don't think I'm ever going to cover Pride ever again.
Bro, I was in a fucking polycule where we were fucking had wives and girlfriends and all that shit. And it looks like a normal, it looks like fucking Ozzy and Harriet. It looks like the honeymooners compared to this shit. Like, it makes me look back at that and go, did I really do anything that bad? And you're like, oh, no, these people are just fucking insane. I
kind of feel like The backlash needs to be like we officially take Pride Month off of the calendar now, and we let everybody know it's because of all of the in San Francisco and their inability to keep their shit together, and just let that community go at themselves. Like, I mean, they won't, but it'd be nice to believe that finally they went, could you just stop each other in the streets for 5 goddamn seconds?
Yeah. Like, oh, it's Pride Month. It's like, that doesn't mean you get to cornhole each other in public. Like, the rules are still the rules.
And by the way,
Pride Month doesn't make your butthole the purge. You know?
And isn't the whole point of Pride Month celebrating your lifestyle? So you're saying your entire lifestyle revolves around sex. You know, most most straight people, if their entire life revolves around sex, they're usually called a sex pest, a sex addict. It's usually a sign of a problem.
Yeah.
If you're a straight person whose entire life revolves around sex.
Rusty Grammars just says what he took from that is Savannah is a dime. She is very pretty. Absolutely. Guys, we got a half hour. We're just about to overtime. We've knocked out today's goal. So we've got 30 minutes of overtime. You guys are $25 away from getting an extra half hour on top of that half hour and us going to 11 o'clock today. So if you want to keep us with you a little bit longer, we're only $25 away from it, and that's yesterday's goal. So that means you'll have knocked out today's and yesterday's. Now, Johnny, what's the rule on that? If they come up with that 25, do we reinstitute the streak or no?
See, I'd say yes just to piss people off. Just be like, no, you lost that day. Be like, yeah, but we made it back. Yeah, but it doesn't count. Like, yeah,
well,
no, I'd say, yeah, do it.
I've got news for you. They're going to have to figure out how they cope with it. They're going to have to figure out how they deal with it because Alex Jones just said, double overtime, please. Prove it and confirm it. Double overtime, Alex. $50 from Alex Jones. Well, guys, now we're $25 into tomorrow also. So Steel Toe has definitely crushed it this week. Sorry about your damn luck if you're here to hate our guts. We fucking got you again.
Cue the copers.
Every time you think you've got it, we fucking smash you into the ground. God damn, it feels good. All right, we're going until 11, guys. Anything you guys throw in from here on out goes towards tomorrow's goal. And no, I'm not adding any more overtime if you knock that one out. We'll knock out tomorrow's tomorrow, or we'll knock out part of it today. Boy, thank you for that text message about when the purge should take place, but I cannot read that or I'll be thrown off the air. I appreciate it. Sam Show writes, fake Alex Jones, fake donation, busted. Oh, yeah. If you guys contribute to the goal at all and you go on PayPal, make sure that you say it's fake.
It's a fake dono.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so we are now 3:25 away from tomorrow. Thank you guys very, very much. And thank you to Alex Jones for knocking it out for today. All right, here's what I'm going to do, Johnny. I've done reads and everything. I'm going to go pee.
Oh.
And then we're going to do this last hour here. We've got Kamala Harris at the BET Awards trying to,
be black.
She's trying to prove she's from the streets, as it were. It's so good. I'll be back in a couple of minutes here. Hang out with Johnny. Let's enjoy another hour of Steel Toe.
The only streets Kamala Harris is from are the ones where she convicted black people of crimes and sent them to jail. Sorry. Kamala Harris is from the mean streets of sending other people to Compton, like that, or not Compton. Fuck, I screwed up my own joke. Compton's a place. Not. All right. The fetish zone clearly got him in his feels. Yeah, I don't know. Aaron did not care for the fetish zone. But we are doing a show for another hour, so I guess the Kamala Harris thing better take a while. Otherwise, what else? I'm not giving him more. I can't talk about what I'm doing on my show. Every time I do that, he comes back, and then he takes what I'm talking about on my show and uses it as content for his. He'll have to wait. He'll have to wait until my show is done. Oof, another hour. Well, then if it's going to be another, if that's a big problem for you, then Bilbo, you can move on out. It'll be fine. We don't want any unhappy campers in here. Because he has zero respect. Oh, that's mean. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have any ramps in his house, and he always makes me park a block away and walk. Like I'm John. Yes, I am content hoarding. Goddammit. Why should I do prep work for my show? Why should I do prep work for his show? I don't get paid enough for that. That's not how this thing works. Good thing there aren't any campers here. Yeah, we'll spray him with shit. I want an extra hour of Johnny's show, says Ned Pepper. Well, my show does an extra half hour if the time is met, and if we meet the goal tonight, we're doing and if we meet the goal for tomorrow, we're doing a show on tomorrow afternoon. I have a thing going on tonight. I can't stay late anyway. That's a good question, Johnny. Do you get paid extra for the overtime? No, I'm a paid person to do what I do. It's just what it is.
Oh,
I'm also not expected to do overtime. It's my choice.
yeah. I did say today. I said, look, if Johnny doesn't want to do an extra hour, he doesn't have to do an extra hour. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, hi, haven't been here for a few weeks. How's it going, gay F words? It's going pretty well, I gotta say. Oh, thank you, David, for the $1. David's thrown us like $5 today, like a buck at a time. Thank you, pal. Hey, guys, hit like, hit subscribe. I appreciate it. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you for knocking out, I mean, Jesus Christ. Knocking out today and yesterday is huge. It means a lot. Thank you guys so much. And now already being into tomorrow's goal. And for what's been a very fun show, too.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we knock it out and I'm like, I don't feel like we're really hitting today. But like, not only have we been hitting today, but like, haven't mentioned the goal all day either because we knocked it out.
We should change the board because it still says restarting.
We're
now 2 in.
Hold on.
We're on 2.
Are we on 2 or are we on 18?
We're on 2. Fuck that. We got it back. We're on 2.
Okay. Hold on.
MSO still got his win.
Okay.
Like he got his win, but we're on 2.
Let's see. Boom. I'm gonna write. Oop, that's a Sharpie. Perfect. This will drive him nuts. Perfect week streak.
After this, he's going to become a teacher because he's so good at writing on boards.
There we go.
Just going to go.
Perfect week streak at 2. I just love writing that because you get people in the chat going, no, you're not having a perfect week. Knocked out yesterday and today. Don't know what to tell you other than sorry. Another win for the toe. All right, are you ready for Kamala Harris to try to prove to the BET Awards that she's really fucking cool?
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to work out so well. She's going to look so good. I mean,
she ought to know how to represent the hood. She's locked up enough people from it.
How dare you? She's a nice lady.
Yeah, she had nice conviction rate.
Well, here we go. This is Kamala Harris at the BET Awards, and I tell you, there's just nobody better. And also, oh wait, no, maybe it's not the B. Oh yeah, it is the B. Why are the BET Awards on Comedy Central? Actually, that makes a lot of sense. That's actually, yeah, that actually checks out. It says paid for by Biden Harris, so their campaign even had to pay for this spot. Oh, God, they paid to have a sketch on. Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm ready.
No, Taraji. Now, you know I wouldn't.
Oh, that's her, right?
Yeah,
That's
Taraji P. Henderson. Yeah.
That's the Taraj lady?
Yeah, dude, she's look, I don't know how I feel about her politics on everything, but yeah, well, not fucking sexy little bitch. I like that lady.
Because she straightens her hair like a white girl?
And she doesn't have to.
Okay.
No, Taraji. Now, you know I wouldn't do that, especially not to a fellow bison. The real HU, you know. So what's on...
The real HU, you know. Oh, I got to hear that you know again. If she's going to do a whole thing full of slang, this is going to be too fucking good. I'm going to pause too much. Okay.
The real HU? You know.
I keep it 100.
If she says I keep it 100, I'm gonna shit right on the floor. I'm just gonna shit down my
I thought you
legs.
took care of that already.
Oh no, I peed and I let the dog out.
Okay.
Gordy had to go out, so I had to take care of that. Because I'm alone and I don't have a wife anymore. Taraji is smoking hot. Someone's saying in the show text.
Yeah, she's fucking hot as hell.
So what's on your mind?
Oh, Madam VP Harris, I'm worried about the election. Women's reproductive rights are on the line. Our Supreme Court is on the line. Our basic freedoms are being tested, Madam VP.
This sounds like a really natural conversation, by the way.
Yeah, because I feel like as a vice president, you take phone calls from Hollywood actresses who have to just talk to you about how uncertain they are of the political landscape going forward.
There's nothing like a woman wearing claws on her hands going, I'm just worried about abortion in the Supreme Court because what if I take some dick from somebody tonight and they blow it in me and I got to kill the fucking thing? Should abortion ever really, like with the Plan B pill, shouldn't that technically kill the need for convenience abortions?
Kind of.
Like Patrice O'Neill once said, birth control is a woman's responsibility. And what he meant by that was you guys have the ultimate say. Like it's on you at the end of the day. So like if you take a load, which, hey, nobody here is judging you. Sometimes you meet someone, it feels risky and dangerous and whatever. You want to throw it in. God bless you. But sometimes, you know, you get worried that you got knocked up. You just got to go take a pill. You go get a pill, you take it, you're not even going to get pregnant. You're going to be fine. So I don't know. Like, to me, Plan B eliminates the need for like, I don't want to have this baby abortions. Now, it doesn't eliminate, like, R-word abortions. It doesn't eliminate, like, you know, there's something wrong with my body, health abortions. But, like, abortions of convenience? You've got all the tools at your disposal for that.
Plus, I don't know how I feel about, like, whoever set this sketch up. So you want to look like you're a stripper because you've got stripper nails and you're in a robe and you look like you're in a dressing room, which again, like, yeah, ooh, you're a TV celebrity and movie star and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you're a stripper.
You do look like Vivica A. Fox in Independence Day when she's backstage with Alex from Saved by the Bell, the college years.
Oh, no.
I know you've been traveling across the country. What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And
I'm out here in these streets.
Yeah, she might as well call her the N-word at this point. Like, yeah, you know I be in these streets. And I be moving weight. I'm moving bricks in the hood, bitch. You don't even know about me.
I'm in these streets. Normally, I'd be locking up brothers left, right, and sideways. But now I'm in these streets going, wow.
I'm in the streets moving weight and I'm laying down for my boys. You know you feel me?
I mean, hell, I got 2 phones, Taraji. I got 2 phones.
Taraji, I got 2 phones, one for the plug and one for the load. I got 2 phones, one for the bitches and one for the dough. April and I used to love that song. I'm getting better.
What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us...
That's right. Republicans be all wilding out, want to take his chains and shit. Come on, lean in.
There's so much at stake in this moment. And you know Biden be a down ass. As he said, if you don't know who to vote for, you ain't black. That's because he's a real brother.
There is so much at stake. Seems our freedom's up against the ropes. Does the crowd understand? Is it East versus West or man against man? The paradox that finds us all. In the burning heart, just about to burst, there's a quest for answers and unquenchable thirst. In the darkest night, rising like a spire, in the burning heart, an unmistakable fire. Vote Biden-Harris. Was that Robert Tepper, Survivor, or Frank Stallone? I can't remember.
I have no
The majority
idea.
of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they not like us.
Oh, that sounds like some Nazi
They not
shit.
like us. They white, and we got to do something about that. Oh, she's calling for a race war.
That's it.
Jamal Harris like, hey, race war. Taraj, race war.
Hey, Taraj, race war. Didn't we always talk about wanting to do that? Is that Tiger Woods? Get him. No, don't get him. What is he? No, don't tell him. He'll tell the Asians.
As they say, they not like us.
Nah, they not.
There's a full-on...
Excuse me, girls. I hate to be the white supremacist in the group, but they aren't. Just wanted to interject. I didn't want you guys to make the culture even more retarded by purposely thinking it was cool to talk like a fucking tardo, but they aren't, or are not, if you'd like. Are not. All right, let's go.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was going to be a studio line call. It wasn't. It was a personal line call. Whoopsie daisy. I almost put somebody on the air that would have not appreciated that.
Attack on our fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote. Yep. The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe from gun violence.
And the freedom to wow out, motherfuckers. Yeah, you know what? Democrats are doing great. Look at those Democratic-controlled cities. They're doing great with gun violence. They're fucking killing the game. If by the game you mean a child named the game, then they're definitely killing them.
The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe.
Yeah, because you know what message the black community really wants to hear? Gays.
Love who you love. Remember, like those guys said that we're, all happy to be naked in front of children. Love is love.
Right.
Don't question it.
Yep. The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom for a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do.
Yeah, that should be crazy, Madam Bitch Vice President. Like, I'm going to tell all my to vote for you. Oh, that was fucking horrible. I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris just basically did blackface.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable to watch.
Because I hate to tell the world this that didn't know, like, regardless of her skin tone, Kamala's not black. I don't know if you guys know. She's look, regardless of the outfit she might be wearing, that God blessed her with, she's done more white man holding the black man down things than most white men.
Yeah.
So
she's kicking the shit out of the white man. That's for sure. Oh boy. Let's go to so here's I guess a time where Donald Trump kind of interacted, kind of tried to do his black community thing. Should we see who did it better?
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Come on up, fellas. Rapper Sleepy Hollow.
And Chef G.
Come on up here, fellas. How are you, man? Hey. Oh, I like that. I want to get that done.
Donald Trump, like, acts the way white people should act around black people, which is like white. Just act white.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than someone's like, yo, good to see you, man. And they try to do the fucked up handshake. Like, no, do you shake hands? Like, how do you usually shake hands? Shake his hand like that. Just be white. That black guy doesn't think that's how you greet people. Stop.
Yeah, but Donald Trump's also not the type of person who will suddenly change his voice's accent because he reads a name.
Right? You're not going to see Donald Trump go, I ain't been a long ways tired.
Oh, fuck, that was so bad.
That might be the worst one ever, the worst white person trying to be black thing. Hillary owns 2 of the top 5.
Yeah, because what's the other one? The hot sauce in her purse?
Yeah, what do you carry in your purse? Hot sauce. Oh,
I'm not even kidding. And let me pull out my hot sauce. Like, yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah. Even if that was true, you don't get to play that card, man.
No.
You don't get to play that.
President Trump, oh man. One thing I want to say. One thing I want to say. They always gonna whisper your accomplishments and shout your failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us. Make America great again.
There you go.
Thank you, fellas.
I love these black people. I tell you what, black people, the black people are fantastic. I look at black people, I go, they're just fantastic. I just can't stop. It's just, you just do Shane Gillis's Trump and you'll be fine. I look at black people and I say, these are my people. I look out amongst these people, I say, they're all black and they're mine. Not in a slavery way. We're not making slaves. I talked to my staff the other day. I said, no slavery. Slavery was a bad deal. You know, you look at all the black people in the fields and you go, wow, what a bad deal this is for them. It really.
Shane Gillis bit.
Shane Gillis really did nail the Trump impression. He's just like, just repeat yourself. That's all you got to do. You just got to go, well, you see, the thing is, African Americans should be allowed to vote. I see African Americans voting, and I say they should be allowed. Hold on. Shane Gillis.
You need to play this bit now?
How to do a Trump impression. Yeah, here we go.
All you have to do is like get his cadence down. It's very easy. All you have to do is like describe something and then say you described it that way. That's it. It's every time. Like, what a big room this is. I walked in here. I said, wow, what a big room.
That's it. Just do the Gillis bit.
That's it. Every time. Austin. A lot of homeless. I walked in here, I said, wow, that's a lot of homeless. You guys got it. You got a lot of homeless. You got to.
By the way, if you haven't seen Beautiful Dogs on Netflix yet, fucking watch it. And not only that, if you haven't seen Tires yet,
you should watch that too.
Pretty funny show. Pretty funny. That's a goddamn good. Doesn't fucking Sasso do a Trump?
I don't know.
I think he does. I mean, Sasso does everybody. But
this is so crazy
because it's our first show outside Fox.
And Donald Trump just walked in, and I cannot believe this.
We needed a big guest. We need a big guest.
Yeah.
And Will Sasso was like, I want to do the show. And I was like, dude, but Donald Trump's coming in, though.
He said there was going to be a surprise. Hi, President-elect Donald Trump. Welcome to, I can't believe this.
How are you? Is this your first?
This is tremendous. I love being here. I love The Fighter and the Kid.
Thank you.
One of my absolute favorite broadcasts.
Yeah.
I like Gillis's better.
Yeah, no, that's not. I'm sorry,
Sasso's
it's not Sasso's best.
Do we have the Sasso or don't thing with Theo Von? What is that? He was talking about.
Do that or don't. He was talking about Fighter and the Kid dealing with confronting the rumors.
Sasso on. Yeah, address rumors or don't. Oh, man, I wish I could find that. It was with Theo Von, right?
Yeah, it was with Theo Von.
Disrespects Brian Callen for pitches a new character to Theo Von. Was he talking about Brendan or was he talking about Brian Callen?
I have no idea. I thought he was talking, or wait, no, he wasn't talking about either of them. He was talking about what's his name that they
D'Elia.
D'Elia. They were talking about D'Elia. This was after the D'Elia stuff had come out.
You're right. Okay. Theo Von. Oh, God. Sasso. D'Elia, Theo Von. I can't. Wow, I really can't
find it. It's been a while.
What was it about a year ago?
Maybe. Wasn't really in a hurry to do another podcast after
Hold on.
record a bunch of them at the same time. And are you mad? Are you
I don't
mean, I at least were always like I was like, I don't know, maybe. And then I don't know. I think they're both living in Costa Rica.
Oh, here we go. No,
or don't.
This is like, this should be recorded and kept for like every controversy there is. I thought about Will Sasso, like when April, Kayla, and Nick got arrested. I was having this struggle. I was like, okay, do I let everyone else theorize what the story is? Or do I just say what the story is and not let people basically write my history? Because, like, I knew immediately, I'm like, I'm going to be, I knew I was connected to it because fucking I was on MLC when the news broke and everyone's coming at me. Everyone's talking to me. I go onto my channel to talk about it. There's 2,000 people there. And it was after that stream that I decided, all right, let's let as much of it out as I remember. And then as things keep coming back to me, I'll keep, throwing the stuff out there. And I know we're done with it now. And like, the only thing I'm going to talk about again is probably the body cam when it comes out. But I thought about this Will Sasso clip when I was thinking about whether or not I was going to talk about, because Nick passing out on stream was me kind of first telling the story because I had already talked about April and I getting divorced. And I was like, well, the rest of the stuff we went through, I'll kind of keep that under wraps. But then Nick, he didn't keep it under wraps. He fucking showed up on stream with powder on his nose. And I'm like, all right, look, guys, here's what's going on. Because, again, every time something would happen with them, I got people coming to me going, what's the deal? I'm like, all right, here's what's going on. Then they got arrested, and then I had my Will Sasso moment where I was like, get out in front of it, tell the truth, just say what happened, or don't. And I was like, let's get out in front of it and be honest. I've covered for enough people, because I was saying this wasn't going on. I was saying this wasn't happening. But I was like, I've been running from this for long enough. Let's be up front. Let's get out in front of it. Let's just be honest. And I've been people get mad at me because when you're honest, you never give everyone exactly what they want. So like there have been times where people are like, bury them on this. And I'm like, how many times have you heard me say on the show? I never saw that. I don't know if that's the case. I have no idea. Or like with this latest thing when I'm like, yeah, that didn't happen. And they're like, oh, I'm mad at what? It's like, well, I've been telling the truth. I've been being honest lately. So if it upsets you, maybe it's upsetting you because you're not getting the answer you wanted. But I'm just going to give the answer I have. And again, this line plays in my head all the there. Those are your Those are your two options in situations like that. Get out in front of it, be honest, tell the truth, or don't. And the best part is you get to choose. It's all you. Johnny, Bill Maher is put him on the list of people who want Joe Biden out of the race.
Yeah, he's wanted Joe Biden out of the race for a while. He's been begging Joe Biden to step aside so Gavin Newsom can step in. He's wanted Joe out, I think, almost since talk of elections happened. He's been like, hey, can't we get rid of Joe? We need someone in there. Get Newsom because he can win. That's his whole thing with Newsom. He can win.
Someone sending into the Steel Toe text line. They're saying it's Kamala Harris is pretty cringe, or Chet Hanks or Aaron Wigholt saying Irie every third breath. I haven't done anything patois related in quite some time. Thank you very much. And that's Irie. All right, let's go to the Bill Maher thing. So yeah, you kind of guessed it already. Bill Maher wants President Biden to bow out of the presidential race. Guess who he wants?
Gavin Newsom.
His buddy Gav. But whether so this is what Bill Maher wrote in an opinion piece. He said, but whether it's Newsom or someone else, we need to start talking about who the Democrats should put on the ballot in November. Anyone with a D by their name basically makes this race a tie. Being a fresh face who has spent less time in the spotlight equals America's less tired of you. Equals that extra percentage that would make for a winning ticket. Okay, but here's the problem, Bill. I know he's your boy. I know you like him. I know you're friends. Gavin Newsom is not a fresh face. We've been seeing a lot of him, and it's usually when his state is in the shitter somehow.
Yeah, we've been watching Gavin run California into the ground. Like, most of us that know of Gavin Newsom don't like him. Even the people in his state, they fucking tried to recall him. He somehow won that election, but he got recalled in his own state.
Yeah. Because enough people are fucking tired of him. So, and enough people outside of America, enough people outside of California, I mean, they hear California, they think about people leaving. They think about, the San Francisco Pride Parade. They think of all kinds of degeneracy. I mean, a lot of people don't have a high approval rating of the state of California. Let's go Gavin Newsom approval rating. By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, we are going until 11 today, so hit like, hit subscribe. You guys knocked out today's goal, and you knocked out yesterday's goal, so we're going to go through all the shit we have for today's program. Gavin Newsom's chances of beating Donald Trump, we can go to that story, but I'd rather have his approval rating. Ooh, this one's from November. See, the problem with states is the states don't take a lot of
approval rating checks. Especially when there's no election coming.
But back in November, 49% disapproved of his performance as governor. Here, governor
Does that
polls.
mean his approval rating has gone up since then, since a lot of that 49% is left?
See, these are election polls, but I want, approval polls. See, this is just him running against a Republican. Of course he's ahead by 20 points. They hate Republicans. Governor... approval. That's what we're looking for. Approval in California. Joe Biden, Congress. Oh, it's just got Biden, Harris, and the Supreme Court and all that shit. What do we got? Biden is at 37.8% approval, 56% disapproval. Holy shit. He's almost 20 points underwater.
Ouch. Yeah, I don't know why it's taken the Democrats this long to figure out that that old Brandon don't got another one in him. It's time to put him down.
Kamala's at 39%, so she's not much better. Trump's approval rating 44. Okay, so he's
a little bit worse than them.
No, he's better. His approval's at 44. Theirs is at 37 and 39. So he's doing a little better. So Gavin Newsom, at least half the state of California doesn't approve of the job he's doing. And they want to pick him as the guy to replace Biden. Well, that's the other thing. It's like firing your coach mid-season in the NFL. Sure, you can do it. You can fire your coach mid-season, but do you have a plan to replace him with anybody?
And whoever you replace him with, the fact that you had to replace him is going to be a problem. For one, your opponent just has to go, look, we don't know enough about him. How much do we know about this guy? You want to, and then the worst part is we can't run Gavin on his record. Look at California. His record is the continual degradation and failure of California.
Yeah.
Any policy he can bring up. Oh, we got the minimum wage workers in the fast food restaurants, $20 an hour. Yeah, and about 80% of that workforce lost their job as a result of your initiative. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Somebody has a clip of apparently Ray DeVito gave Super Chat money to Garrett and Steve, and Gino decided to go off on Ray. God damn it. More texts coming in today. I hope Trump chooses Tulsi Gabbard as his VP. I'd love to see her go up against Kamala. Another person, it's almost like the Dems don't care if Gavin gets the majority of votes. 3 a.m. ballot boxes, etc. I want to watch this. I want to see every time Gino goes off on Ray DeVito, I get a kick out of it.
A bigger comedian. That's really him.
Yes, thank you, Ray.
You don't understand a joke. What a surprise. I think this was so this was on Garrett and Steve's channel.
Okay.
And Gino was on with them. They were all fucking streaming all day Sunday and yesterday because they're trying to keep the compound stuff kind of going over the 4th of July week, I think.
What? Okay.
What a surprise. I'm
Watch
with you,
this.
Ray.
Watch this. Pick up a pen. Ray is the most untalented comedian going.
Oh, here we go. Pick up a pen and quit screaming the N-word. All right, let's see what Gino's
Have you never met Gino? He can't.
No,
all right?
Leave him alone.
I love him, but he can't.
Everybody's got their gimmick. What are you going to do? Go look at Jeff Foxworthy and go quit screaming you might be a redneck? Come on. You go with what wins.
And he doesn't get, like, watch this. This nigger will not pick up a
Jesus Christ, Gino, could you fucking not?
And Ray, he will keep touring and making money and living in New York City. Is that hilarious? Ray gave us $4, and I don't mean to brag. Ray gave us 4 times 7, $2.80, and I'm keeping that. I'm not giving you guys that $2.80. What do you think of that, Garrett?
Fine.
Garrett seems just it's always funny when Gino's worked up and losing his fucking shit, and then Garrett's like, yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Garrett, can we work on the lighting though?
Yeah, you've got way too much bounce back. I don't know if it's the lime green walls. Those lights are too bright.
It looks like whatever this room is, it looks like it's on fire. It looks like it's burning.
Or you're about to head into the next phase of existence, and you're about to shuck off the mortal coil. I didn't realize taking the Kumia thing was that hard.
Yeah.
I want to see. Well, hold on. I want to see you cry. Now, what do you think of that, Karen? Cry for me. Cry for me. Cry.
I can't see his eyes.
Cry, bitch.
Now Garrett's stealing my bit. Everyone's it.
Everybody's fucking crying on the air.
Like, you don't understand how unfunny it is. What is he doing? What does he get from doing that?
He's supporting his friends. Thank you, Ray.
He's okay. Okay. He insulted you with that money. That's an insult.
He did not.
He gave you $1.40 twice.
Thank you, Ray. Twice.
You think you're such a better person than me. You really do. Just because you are.
Well, there you go. Ray gave him some money, and Gino was about to go off, and Garrett kind of threw up the stop sign on him. All right, let's take a look. Brandon Staley for president, just to see Gino's reaction. Another person writing in, Garrett looks like Aaron 2 years ago. Is that bad?
I think they're implying you were larger back then.
I know. I feel like they're insulting Garrett and calling him fat.
Well, I feel like they were calling both of you fat.
Well, you know what? Fine. Fuck it. Fair enough. Landers says, why is Gino talking to Quantum Leap Aaron? See, I don't like all these Garrett-Aaron comparisons. It's not. And this is not an Amazon shirt. It's a golf shirt. It's a Nike golf shirt. I might golf today. I don't fucking know.
And when he golfs, he's going to be like, all right, and at the tee, he'll put the ball in and be like, and there's my package, and send it.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Yep.
I didn't. I don't.
You're going to do it, though.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you are.
It's not what I'm going to do.
You're going to say send it.
Finally, we have a self-aware member of the media. Oh, by the way, I'm going to put the tickets to the Steel Toe anniversary show up in both chats, YouTube and Rumble. There you go, guys. Thank you for knocking out yesterday and today's goal and getting $25 into tomorrow. It's been a fucking crazy day for Steel Toe in general. Thank you. Honky says, Aaron from 2 years ago. Employed? Lander says, no, that's a fucking Amazon delivery shirt, bro. Blitz League says, Sector Aaron is a made man. Garrett is a schmuck. I like Garrett. I will not take any Garrett abuse on this show. Finally, we have a self-aware member of the media.
Oh, someone's going to lose their job.
Well, Jake Tapper.
Oh.
Jake Tapper.
How self-aware is he?
Well, remember how we all said that all these like Van Jones and Joy Reid and all these people who right after the debate started going, oh my God, it looks terrible. What happened to Joe Biden? He's in cognitive decline. And we're like, we've all been saying this for 4 years. Like you've been watching this guy for years. He's been falling apart in front of you. And you're waiting until after this debate when you realize you're fucked to finally say something about it. Well, Jake Tapper actually busted a Democratic senator's balls after they tried to pull that it's only one night shit.
Oh.
An honest moment from a member of the media. Before we do that, we got a quick ad, and then we'll go to Mr. Tapper.
President Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, was working the phones with party heads and campaign staff. One of those Democratic leaders telling CNN the message was, This will pass, but we have to do our work.
Yeah, let's go to this.
Well, Jake, you just took what was probably the most difficult moment to watch of the entire 90-minute debate, but you didn't share what I found the hardest moments to watch, which was when Donald Trump was unleashing a torrent of lies, of invective, of vengeance.
God.
And we
God. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Joe Biden looked like he was mentally retarded. What do you have to say? Well, did you see how fucking dumb Trump is?
Donald Trump was lying all the time. He didn't admit to doing January 6th like we wanted him to.
Honestly, bro, he was fucking gay.
We have to look at these two moments in contrast. The Philadelphia Inquirer, the most important newspaper in the swing state where I spent the weekend campaigning.
It's the most important, let me guess. The most important paper in Philadelphia said that you guys were fucking rad and Trump sucks. I'm going to guess that you guys were totally cool and Trump is a stupid asshole.
These two moments in contrast should be going to their candidate. Included that the swing state where I spent the weekend campaigning watched that debate and concluded that the political party whose leadership should be going to their candidate and saying, in the interest of our nation and in the interest of our party, you should be stepping aside, sir, is the Republican Party.
Oh, see, and that's the best newspaper in that area. They said that. So you can take that shit to the bank, Johnny. Shut the fuck up.
See, the candidate that seems to be growing more and more in the polls and more in places that have never, ever supported a Republican candidate, more and more people support him. He's the one that should go to his party, should go to him and go, for the good of the party and the good of the country, don't run in this next election because you'll win.
Because Donald Trump gave no reasons for folks to vote for him and a lot of reasons for folks to vote against him. The next day,
even Jake Tapper's looking at him like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I know I'm supposed to be turning chicken shit into chicken salad for this network, but this is some next level shit you're giving me here.
You clearly have missed a lot of that debate, sir.
Did you watch it, or are you...
Are you another one of those fuckers who got super caught up on the golf handicap bit at the beginning? Like, fuck, God.
I'm just wondering. I just need to know, are you fucking with me?
Biden, our president, gave a forceful and clear and engaging speech on a campaign stage at a rally in North Carolina. And he's had strong days ever since. Everybody has a bad...
No, the day after the debate, we watched him stare off into oblivion while Jill Biden was talking. What the fuck are you talking about? And by the way, that's not supposed to be a good thing where you're like, oh, he hasn't shit his pants and looked off into space for like 2 days now. Wow, holy shit, that guy's awesome.
At night. And I think that was a weak debate performance. I don't think anyone in the campaign is disagreeing with that point. But I've been urging, and I expect that this will be moving forward, for the president to reassure folks in the media, the general public, the many editorialists, and others who've expressed concern by doing unscripted, casual engagements with journalists, with small groups of voters, a town hall, so that you can see what I've seen with our president in the last few months and, of course, the last few years.
God, they just keep bringing that out. They're like, guys, you just don't see. Like, it's just weird that
you don't know Biden like we know Biden. Well,
yeah,
that's great, but the Biden we know shouldn't be in charge.
It's just weird that we keep having these unlucky moments where he goes full-on tard right in front of you guys, because every time he's not in front of you guys, he just looks so smart and sharp, and he's amazing and incredible, and what a guy. Oh, it's fucking great.
He's the fucking singing frog bit all over again.
He really is the
he's singing,
WB.
He's dancing, he's doing everything. Nope, he's just a frog.
He's the WB frog, and we're the fucking guy we're the talent recruiter who's like, all right, show me what you got. And you open the shoebox, it's just a dead frog. And then the minute we walk away and go, all right, great, he goes, hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime girl.
He is engaging. He is capable. He has an incredible record as president. I don't think you would dispute that, Jake.
I would. Would you like me to? I'll step in for Jake on this one. His record sucks dick. Unless you're a Ukrainian fucking, what do you call him, a plutocrat. Unless you're a Ukrainian oligarch, his presidency has been shit.
But the core question is whether what you saw in those few moments of the debate and over much of the arc of that 90-minute debate Was someone having a difficult night or someone who is no longer up to the job?
Yeah.
Both. Now, this is where Jake Tapper's going to surprise you, and he's going to show a little independent balls here on CNN.
As he said on the stage in North Carolina, he wouldn't be running if he weren't confident he's up for the job.
So, with all due respect, it is not honest to say that this is just one night. Ooh. There have been moments like this that people have seen in front of the cameras and other moments with cameras not there. Just 2 weeks ago, let me just show this clip.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, he's going to burn him. Wow, CNN's going on. They're turning on him.
Yeah, but Tapper's also one of those guys who will bust somebody's balls out of the blue one day. Like, don't worry, he'll wash balls quite a bit. But once in a while, he'll just wake up and he'll be like, I fucking hate my job. I'm just going to fucking wreck one of these guys. Like he did that sheriff or whatever after the Florida shooting.
There was another moment like this. Not just a senior losing a train of thought, but something else going on. Here.
Okay, but let's say it's just a senior losing a train of thought. That senior shouldn't be president.
Right? My problem isn't that Joe Biden's behaving like an old man. My problem is that Joe Biden's behaving like an old man who's somehow being still allowed to be in charge of the country.
Right.
Like, this would be a situation where I'm like, Grandpa shouldn't have a license.
No.
He shouldn't be driving, let alone steering the nation.
Yeah, you're right.
Here he is. It was an event about immigration. He tries to introduce DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and there's some sort of glitch. I don't know what it is. Let's roll that tape.
That's what you want to hear about your president. There's some sort of glitch.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security.
Do you say homeless security? Go back.
Congress and Homeland Security.
He just said homeless security.
Yeah, it did kind of sound like homeless security.
Oh, there you go.
Homeland, homeless.
That's my other thing about him that people don't point out because they're too busy with the giant, huge fuck-ups that he does. But, like, he does this thing where he doesn't finish his words and he misspeaks all the time. And it's homeless security. Or, like, he'll just mumble the end of a word. He'll be like, we got a great nation. You're like, that's old man wheezing to death breath is what that is.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security Secretary. I'm not sure I'm going to introduce you all the way. But all kidding aside, Secretary Mayorkas.
Actually, you know what? I'll be honest. That sounds like you got tongue-tied and made a joke. I actually don't think that was a bad, like not as bad as his other moments. That one I actually see as like, sorry, Mayorkas.
Guys, I'm defending him.
Right, I'm fucking defending him on that one. Like, Jake Tapper must be in a really bad mood today. Or Jake Tapper's being a good boy for CNN and he's showing a clip that's not that bad to set this guy up with a softball so he can go like, oh, no, that one's cool.
I don't know what that was.
That doesn't trouble me at all, Jake. Frankly, you can put up a dozen clips of me, of you, of anybody who's on TV who speaks publicly all the time, losing their train of thought, misstating who they're about to introduce, not having...
Tapper's like, fuck you, bitch, I'm perfect. Don't you drag me
I don't
into
miss
your
my
whole
shit.
Yeah.
I fucking read this shit before I start.
Yeah, I pre-read, motherfucker.
Having a fluid moment. And if we're honest with each other, Jake, every time Donald Trump speaks in front of a rally, there's long stretches where he is saying nonsense, where he's talking about whether he'd rather be electrocuted.
Hey, but he's intentionally talking nonsense, bub.
And his nonsense uses actual words.
Yeah, when he's talking nonsense, he knows he's doing it. Would I rather be electrocuted or set on fire? I looked at it, I said, set me on fire.
Or eaten by a shark, where he's saying nonsensical things about forests bursting into flame or windmills causing cancer. So to take that little clip and say...
I'm looking into that windmills causing cancer thing. I want to know. Because I know that as long as windmills have been around, people have been getting cancer. I don't know. I might want to look into that.
I don't think that's. I don't think.
Johnny, there's a correlation. Now we need to find out if there's a causation, because as long as there have been windmills, people have been getting cancer. Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's how we do arguments on CNN. Windmills have been around. Cancer's been around. Find me a connection. That's all I'm saying.
Aha. Senator Coons, be honest. You know that our president is somehow mentally infirm, and yet to not put up dozens and dozens of much more alarming examples of the former president. Let me cut to the chase with
I mean, I could put up more alarming examples of the current
president
if you'd like. So this is just, that's the dance, huh? This guy's just going to sit there and go, no, he's totally cool. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And Tapper's going to be like, he's retarded. And the other guy's going to be like, but he's not. We're fine. I don't know. I just, they're having a fight right now over whether or not they should replace the guy. I don't know where the fight's going to end, but if they're going to replace the guy, I think they've got to do it in the next couple weeks here, don't they?
Well, according to a lot of people, it's apparently already too late. But yeah, if they are going to replace him, they have got to move on that soon.
Yeah, because let's say you replace him in August. Now Trump's going to get all of the bump from the conventions, and you're going to look like you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're going to be flying by the seat of your pants. It's going to be terrible.
But you're going to be coming at it a couple of months before the election with, hey, nobody ever voted for us. Nobody ever supported us, but we're running and we're our opposition to that guy. So you better vote for me.
Pretty much.
You're just going to get your guaranteed Dems. That's it.
Yeah. All you're going to be guaranteed is that you ran somebody against Trump. That was it. You didn't have time to establish them. You didn't have time to, for the country to get to know them. You just ran them as not Trump. That was it. This was a clip of some guy. What's his name? This was the Prime Minister of Somalia. Did you see this yesterday?
Yeah, this the thing that worried me is this is a similar story to, we had this before where Ilhan Omar apparently said some very anti-American things, and then a story came out later that was being misquoted or mistranslated.
Well, Ilhan Omar said something about
she supports Somalia, and as long as she's in government, Somalia has a friend in government or something like that.
First of all, from the text line, okay, Don Quixote, calm down with the windmill hate. I'm just saying they've been around as long as cancer. So Minnesota was recently visited by the Prime Minister of Somalia, and the Prime Minister of Somalia decided to shout out our girl Ilhan Omar. At her fundraising thing. The only problem is the Prime Minister of Somalia was not only dressed like one of the men in black or one of the people who shot Malcolm X, but also he said something about Ilhan Omar that is not going to make her constituents in Minnesota very comfortable, shall we say. Let's take a look. Representative Ilhan Omar, who has written the name of Somalia with a gold pen. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's. Not the interest of Minnesota. Nor is it the interest of the American people. Interest of Ilhan is that of the Somalian people and Somalia. I want to see if we can catch her face just a little bit when he says that.
Yep, she's just so happy for this.
Is she? I feel like she was happier when he was saying Ilhan Omar fucking rules. She's a bad bitch. She's like, that's nice. And then he goes, she's all about them Somalians. And she's like, you motherfucker. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to me? Because everybody already thinks that she puts Somalia ahead of the United States and certainly ahead of Minnesota.
Well, she's kind of publicly said it, so yeah.
When you publicly say things like that, people tend to think you're serious. The success of Ilhan is the success of Somalia. And that carries a heavy meaning to us. Meanwhile, Ilhan Omar's like, don't tie my success to that shithole, please. I left for a reason.
Look, I kind of pander to these people because they'll vote for me. because they're dumb too. And then
Yeah.
I pander to white people because they'll vote for me because white guilt's a thing and they're dumb too. And then I just take all their money and I go F my brother. So
don't you fuck this up for me and make it look like I'm a fucking Somali special agent. Me speaking in the name of the Somalian people. Ilhan Omar is like, whatever you do, don't make another reference to me putting Somalia first. Okay? Thank you. Everywhere they are on the planet. I am asking you that you support and give money to Ilhan's campaign. Ilhan Omar is like, all right, that's fucking enough. I have had it with you trying to help me and just making me look like I'm more of a Somali agent.
he's a man. Better.
The ghosts tell them to support Ilhan Omar so they can ultimately vote for her. He said, yeah, Somalis all over the world vote for Ilhan Omar. It's like, bro, our party doesn't need more allegations of voter fraud. Dude. What is your promise? Your promise is to come shoulder to shoulder and be Ilhan's shield. Oh my God. All Somalis come shoulder to shoulder and be Ilhan's shield. Ilhan Omar is just thinking of all the people who already think she's Somalia first and hate her for it. And she's like, God, this is really kind of, we're really kind of
unfortunately, none of those people live in her voting district. So
yeah, she's lucky there. She's lucky there, but she's like, boy, if I ever decide to run out of this district, I'm kind of fucked. Thanks, buddy. And vote for her again. No. You can only vote once, buddy. Come on. This isn't Somalia. I know you're used to the Gangs of New York style of voting, but here we have to, there's rules, bud. Thank you all. God bless. Oh, man, that guy, I don't think that guy did her any favors.
Nope. But again, also didn't do anything that we're not going to arrest her, investigate her, or in any way be like, this looks way too much like you're a foreign asset, so we're going to have you not be in charge.
Right? I mean, you're Ilhan Omar, and like people already accuse you of being like Somalia first. So what do? You bring the Prime Minister of Somalia to rally the troops for you. Oof. One person writing in the text chat, you would need a lot of Somalis to be her shield. Those are some rail thin motherfuckers. Jesus. The Supreme Court yesterday unanimously voted to uphold big tech's right to censor political opponents. That's not what I saw. I feel like what the Supreme Court did was they voted to say, look, it's a private company.
The company can do what they want. Either way, it's still like, I don't like social media being censored in the fact that it's just, we're using it to have discourse, and then if someone has discourse you don't like, then we just cut it out. It sucks. I get why, but it just sucks.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the idea behind, like, you can, how do I put this? Like,
I seen a horse fly. No, I'm sorry, what?
I lost I just did a Biden and I lost my train of thought. Shit. Oh, man. Now I fucking forgot.
We beat Medicaid.
Oh, it's like, okay, so if you're in a cafe and you're just having a polite conversation about politics or whatever, like they're going to allow you to do that. But then all of a sudden, if you start screaming and shouting and pounding the table, they're going to throw you the fuck out. So, like, social media, unfortunately, yeah. It's one of those things where if you're a private company and you pay the bills, you get to have the say. You know? And if if you're Facebook, if you're Twitter or whatever, you pay the bills, you get to have the say. Do they make rules that are fucked up? Do they make rules that seem to cut only one way and not the other? Yeah, I mean, we saw it with that temporary suspension of Alex Rosen. But, you know, I guess the best you can do is know what their rules are as best you can and, you know, try to play Frogger with them, especially as you get closer to the election. Because as we get closer to the election, I know probably not Twitter, but Facebook will clamp down on shit. You know?
Well, Facebook's always clamped down on shit, especially for the government. But what if, I don't know, I just feel like, what if, I suppose it's speaking more personal, I just don't like that, you know, people can say things that other people deem not true, so they declare it false information, and then that information isn't false, and those people still get to do that.
The
that's
COVID
the problem
effect.
I have.
Yeah.
I don't like that the companies can decide what information they're banning and decide why they're banning it, and they can just declare it as something like, oh, we're banning this because it's misinformation. Like, no, it isn't. You think it's misinformation. Yeah. That it's just too vague for me.
Yeah, no, I understand it. They have a right. It's like, what would I rather have? Would I rather have them have the freedom to regulate their own platform and they end up doing it in a biased way? Or would I rather have the government regulating them? And I think I'd rather let them run it.
I just, why do we need regulators?
Mount up.
How about they don't regulate it?
Well, then Facebook gets to delete whoever they want, you know?
Oh.
They get to police it out. That's what I'm saying. Like, if those are my two choices, which it seems like that's what my choices are. Because if you're saying they can't ban people, then you're regulating them. Now the government has a say. They've got a foot in the door.
Oh. Okay.
So, yeah, I think, you know, I don't like the way they behave, but I'd rather let them have control over their platform than let the government have its fucking dirty fingers in social media.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There's no win, is what I'm saying. There's no victory in any of this. We made it, man. We did a 5-hour show today. Our audience knocked out today's goal, yesterday's goal, and $25 into tomorrow's goal. So that's going to be our last show of the week. Will be tomorrow morning. Thank you guys very much for your support. You're the best audience. We had about 1,100 people at our peak today. The numbers are still strong. Thank you so much. And Johnny, thank you as well. You're doing a show today?
Yep, I'm doing a show today at 2 p.m.
And tomorrow's a question mark.
Tomorrow's up in the air. We'll see how today goes.
All right, guys, 2 o'clock. Johnny will be on in 3 hours. Let him get some sleep, for Christ's sake. You guys have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Later.